Good morning. Good morning, everybody. It's nice to see that the room is still full, even for the second day. It is my pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Niall. Niall comes from Manchester Metropolitan University, where he works as reader of language and linguistics, and he's also UK Research and Innovation Body's AI Fellow. In addition, he is also the co-lead of the Manchester Centre for Research in Linguistics. His research interests cover an impressive array of applied linguistics, AI, contrastive linguistics, corpus linguistics, discourse analysis, English medium instruction, meta-discourse, public-oriented research communication, scientific and academic communication, second language acquisition, systemic functional linguistics, and teaching of English as second language and translation. And because his work increasingly explores the role of digital tools and AI in shaping language learning and language teaching, I can say that having such an honored guest with us today is a real pleasure. Niall, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that very kind invitation, and thank you very much for inviting me to come here and share a little bit of my thoughts about artificial intelligence in applied linguistics and thinking about it specifically in the context of education and language education. I don't know if I'll have lots of answers, but I definitely will have lots of questions about what to do with this AI challenge that we're facing, but something maybe we can explore together. So what I want to, do with this is I want to take you on a bit of a journey, as in that reflects a little bit of my own journey with artificial intelligence, thinking about its emergence from the Gen AI boom, because we know, for example, with AI, that AI has existed for a long time. And also that AI is multifaceted. So when we talk about AI, it means lots of different things. And sometimes that can all get flattened or conflated. And really what I'm talking about for the most part in this presentation is generative artificial intelligence, and specifically the kinds of tools that became widely accessible following ChatGPT's launch in 2022 for public and widespread use. And what was kind of happening around this time in kind of Gen AI research and applied linguistics and beyond was this kind of exploration of how we might be able to use Gen AI in our practices. And really what we got was a story of two halves. In one way, we see the idea that Gen AI might be able to support advances in scholarship and analytical practices. So looking at this as an opportunity to enhance how we do research and give us, ways of being able to support more efficient kind of research activity. And also there was this important dimension where AI was being seen as something that could make education more equitable, where we could make education more available, more accessible, and the idea of being able to personalize resources at a click. But for every one of these kind of exciting innovations and possibilities, there was a counter-argument that was equally compelling. So we found ourselves in this kind of in-between space. For example, although we might think about AI being able to support the idea of new analytical approaches, there were also fears surrounding the obsolescence of researchers, of university systems of education, that will we have jobs in the next couple of years if AI can do all of this stuff as well or better than we can do. There were also fears around falling quality in research. So we get this kind of efficiency, this super fast productivity, but does it really match the expectations that we've had of research for a long time? So are we compromising for efficiency? And although there was this idea that education could become more democratic and accessible, there were also fears that actually what this would do is just simply reconstruct existing biases surrounding the digital divide in education. Those with access to education and technology would flourish, and those without might suffer. So we found ourselves in this two-part story, really. And I think in applied linguistics, this really blew up. There was so much interest in trying to figure out AI, and it's very sensible that this would happen, because when we think about AI and Gen AI models, we're talking largely about large language models. And the key word for me there is language. We have something to say about this in applied linguistics. We have a perspective, and we understand language in a way that many people do not understand language. So our voices in this kind of conversation matter. And what we see, I think, in applied linguistics is something that is emerging following this boom of in 2022, that is something a little bit more critical, a bit more reflective, a bit more nuanced as we've come to learn a little bit more about Gen AI as it has evolved in the last few years quite quickly. And where I kind of approached this was thinking about what we do in applied linguistics, what we do in language education, and how does what happens with AI relate to this? So I was thinking, for example, about all of the work that we've done over the in areas like corpus linguistics, for example, that Geraldine talked about yesterday. Over the last 30, 40 years, we developed these really rigorous conceptual approaches to being able to do research. And across applied linguistics, we engage with language, and we have specific expectations of the language that we engage with. We talk about language for which the origin is known, so we know where that language has come from. We know what it represents. We know what it's about. We talk about language that is contextually situated. We know, as applied linguists, the importance of context and how context can interfere with or change the way that we would interpret a particular linguistic finding. And we draw on that knowledge alongside the language that we study. And language that is naturally occurring, although this is tricky, and I'm going to come back to this during the presentation because I don't know what that means exactly anymore, what it means for something to be naturally occurring, but maybe we can figure it out together. And in a kind of a parallel fashion, we have this focus in applied linguistics, especially when we think about applied linguistics in terms of language education. We have this focus on pedagogy and a lot of interrogation in terms of how we deal with language learning. We care about the language, we care about language patterns, we care about this kind of constructionist view, but we also have a sense of how people learn and what they have to do in order to be able to acquire language. And we think about this as something that is situated. So our pedagogy is situated in our classrooms, in the experiences of our learners, of our teachers. It's reflexive, so it's something that can vary. It can respond to the kind of changing needs and different requirements of a context, be it for general use, for specific use, for an assessment preparation, etc. And that is evidence-based, and this is where I think we bring together the language and the pedagogy, where we can look at the language that we teach as evidence-based, but also we're using approaches that we know work. And so these, I guess, are what I would see as some of the core foundations of our field when we think about language and pedagogy. So how do these relate to what's happening in this, what may be a new paradigm in applied linguistics? So this was the question that I had for myself, for others, for all of us, I guess, in a way, and whether Gen AI-based data or analytical approaches can align with our principles, and if not, how much or how many of these hard-earned principles can or should we sacrifice for the expediency that Gen AI promises? And I think this is really the critical question of Gen AI use in all of our domains of practice. The kind of balance of efficiency versus quality. So, to answer this question, I worked on this paper with some colleagues at Lancaster University, Tony McHenry and Gavin Brooks. The QR code there will take you to the paper. It's open access, so if you want to find out more about it afterwards, you can read there. But I'm going to give you a whistle-stop tour through this and then share a little bit about some other research that tried to maybe bring some of this into application. And this paper focused not really on whether we should use AI, because I think at this point, it was already being used, right? But it was focusing more on how, if we're going to use it, how does it work? How does it align with our work? And really, even at this time, so this was published last year, so several years on, we still have these very same mix of voices, this kind of excitement, but also fears and concerns. So we wanted to try and reconcile these a little bit under a framework that made sense for applied linguistics. what we thought really was happening in this, it made us think of COVID-19 pandemic in a way. Do you remember during the COVID-19 pandemic when new evidence was constantly emerging? We were kind of building our knowledge as we were going. So we were engaging in this kind of notion of science as process, where we didn't really know the end point or the outcome, but we were working with our best understanding in that moment. If we compare it to something like climate change, we already know, the science more or less behind climate change. We might get some new, smaller bits of information that give us something more nuanced, but generally we have the story. People just need to do better. But with the kind of COVID-19 pandemic, it was science as process, and really this Gen AI situation is very similar. We're trying to figure it out while it's already happening. It's already happening around us. Students are using it. Everybody's using it. So we're trying to figure it out in situ. And so we wanted to try and bring our kind of collective understanding of this together to see how it has evolved, and then also what we could say to try and give a framework for making sense of this. And so we situated this around this concept that we didn't come up with, that was written about by Christian in 2021 and many others, this notion of the alignment problem. And so the alignment problem is the idea that there is a potential alignment or misalignment of AI with human values and intelligence. So this is, I guess, where we started from. How aligned are these processes with our own processes? And if we can figure out where the mismatch is, then we know maybe what we can tackle and what we can use it for and what maybe we shouldn't use it for. And again, when I talk about AI here, I'm using the word AI, but I am referring to generative AI. And that's important to keep in mind because there are lots of other kinds of AI that don't necessarily fall into this. It may do, but not necessarily how we've looked at it, as you'll see. And we built this around three concepts. We chose these three concepts because we thought these were really the most human facets of research activity in kind of applied linguistics. We talked about the idea of epistemology, ontology, and ethics, and we thought, okay, these are human qualities of research. So how does a tool, if we let a tool do this on our behalf, how does it align with these values that we've constructed? So I'm going to talk you through these three. I won't go through it in super detail because that might become like a philosophy class, and maybe it's a bit early and there was a bit of wine, but I will give you like a whistle-stop tour through it, and then if you're interested, you can read more in the paper, which is a bit more dense than this. So, epistemology. If you're not familiar with the notion of epistemology, basically, what this relates to is the idea of how we construct and make sense of knowledge. So it's our concern with knowledge, and that's what we do as academics. So here, for example, in the Institute, the kind of activities taking place surrounding lexicography is effectively knowledge building. You're building a knowledge base of how language works, of what is encoded in language, etc. So this is an epistemological practice. But it's also concerned with the ways that we validate and justify knowledge. So, for example, thinking about peer review, when we have people review our research and we kind of engage in this peer review practice, these are things that we put in place as a means to be able to ensure quality in the knowledge that we're producing. So we engage in these kinds of conventions that allow us to be able to decide on what constitutes effective knowledge-making practices within our communities. And in applied linguistics, this is highly variable. So we have a plurality of epistemologies, and that's a good thing. So it works well for our discipline. We kind of validate lots of different ways of making knowledge, and as a consequence, we have so many different ways of doing research, so many different research methods that work, etc., and they exist in this kind of ecology of research in applied linguistics. And when we think about this in the context of AI, we have a slightly, I guess, different perspective. Does Gen AI know anything? So I guess this is the question. And really, no is the answer. I can say that. It doesn't know anything. It's probabilistic. So it's kind of almost like predictive text. So it's probabilistic. It produces text based on kind of a complex of very impressive vectors that allow it to determine the kind of language that is likely to co-occur. And that's why often it'll give you things that sound right, but when you read it a few times, you're like, actually, I don't think this means anything at all. So it gives you this sense of knowing, but really it's about pattern recognition and crucially based on training data. So that's its source of knowledge in that way. And when we think about what we do, So when we think about what the research that we've seen here over the last day, the research that we engage in, we work with data, but we bring all of our human experience to what it is that we're doing when we try to make sense of language. We think about the classrooms that we teach in, we think about the students that we've had, we think about the assessments that they'll need to take, all of these things that are not in our data, but around our data to help us make sense of that. So this kind of idea of knowledge making based on experience and kind of situatedness versus this kind of training data probably has very little in common in terms of the processes that we engage in, right? So what kind of things we're concerned with in that regard. In terms of epistemology, we're not the first people to have this question. So Gutiva and Anderson in 2024 ask, how do AI-assisted tools respond to differing epistemological stances employed within and across applied linguistics? And the question is, I guess, when we start to think about epistemology, makes sense. Because what we know about Gen AI is that it has an inclination to standardize and simplify knowledge. That's what it's good at. That's how it's designed. It's supposed to give you some kind of probabilistic representation. But in the context of applied linguistics and language production, where, for example, we've worked for a very long time to move away from standardized views of language to be more inclusive about different representations of language, we could see how something like Gen AI could reproduce bias or could eliminate diverse cultural and linguistic contexts in data. And so how this aligns with, for example, the knowledge-making practices in applied linguistics is questionable, especially because increasingly we see these aligned with social justice movements in applied linguistics. So how do we bring these things together when we're so concerned with representation, but the tool kind of moves towards standardization? So that was epistemology. Ontology is very similar. Ontology, we don't talk about ontology so much in applied linguistics literature. We talk about epistemology a bit, but our engagement ontology is very implicit, but it's there, because ontology is concerned with the idea of being and existence. And really, we have this same plurality, because ontology and epistemology work quite well together in terms of kind of mirroring one another. Because what we see in applied linguistics is ontology is often used as a lens to examine how language and its use are shaped by social, cultural, and political forces. So actually, it's quite central. Effectively, when we think that language, the language that we capture, the language that we analyze, represents something meaningful about the world, so that way we can say something meaningful about language use in the world, we're engaging in ontological practices because we believe that this represents something real, this exists in some way. And interestingly, in the context of research on AI, ontology is really important. Ontology is quite central, but it's very different. So while we maybe in applied linguistics engage with ontology as a way to say the world is complex and we want to be able to use language as a way to be able to access representations of reality, in AI research, researchers try to control ontologies as a way to be able to engage in kind of simplifying practices that allow for interoperability across technologies. Again, this is a good thing in AI research. It's not a critique, it's just a different goal. So in the context of AI, for example, wanting to which I guess the idea is about creating these formal representations of knowledge for machine processing, not for human processing, but for machine processing. The idea is that we kind of try to simplify and flatten the way that language is represented. So while the goals and I'll go back for a second just to point out, while the goals in AI, in applied linguistics surrounding ontology, is to be able to take a critical perspective on language use and its social, cultural, and political implications, in the context of AI, the goal really is using it to ensure interoperability, simplicity, and fixedness in how language works. So these are very different, right? Very different. So the question that emerges here, and as I said, there's lots of questions, is really, okay, so we have this appeal, and there's so much appeal around using AI because it's quick, and it gives us really fast outputs, and it looks very polished and very nice. But is this appeal going to skew the way that we do research? Will we be simplifying our research process in order to be able to do things more quickly, or how do they align with the kind of values that we're trying to bring? So these are potential questions of misalignment. So the third kind of concept is ethics. So if you remember with epistemology is something that we see a lot in applied linguistics, a little less in AI, and they're quite different. Ontology is something that we don't see mentioned so often in applied linguistics research, but is implicitly there and very, very topical in AI research, and again, quite different. In terms of ethics, arguably, we see a lot more alignment, which you might initially find surprising, right? In the context of applied linguistics, we see things like macro and micro ethics. So this is the idea that we've got like institutional ethics, where we engage in institutional practices to make sure that we're doing everything above board. But we also have kind of day-to-day ethics of the kind of research that we do. So the kind of being an ethical researcher, making good decisions in the research process and how we represent things and how we talk about things, etc. And generally, there's been a movement towards this being quite socially oriented. So it's thinking about our participants, movements away from kind of subject-oriented research and movements towards participatory research and making things more inclusive in that regard. And in AI, we see similar concerns with kind of social issues around ethics. So for example, concerns with things like algorithmic bias, the impact of AI on society, the kind of complex relationship between AI and the climate crisis. So AI being kind of resource intensive, but also AI models being very effective in being able to, develop approaches for adaptation, identify like potential risks, etc. So these are things that happen a lot in the context of AI research. And I mean this in the context of like academic research, the kind of research that's happening in institutions where AI work is being developed. And that's important because we have as our practice as researchers this engagement with ethics, but ethics will always represent an ideal, right? It's an ideological practice. It's what we want to do. It's got some kind of moral encoding. But in reality, and this is something where applied linguistics can relate to AI, because there's this commercial side to AI, and there's also a commercial side to applied linguistics and language education. So the commoditizing of education, the selling of kind of education. And these are things that in research we've kind of grappled with, because we have these views about how one should learn language, and then we have kind of commercial entities that want to make money and also have people make language. And these are a bit of a tension. And AI has the same thing, because we have all this research taking place on AI, but then we also have companies like ChatGPT who really mostly just want to make money. So how much they care about ethics is how much they have to care about ethics in order to be able to make money. And we've seen this in the media. So, for example, AI companies being accused of training their models on copyrighted materials without permissions. And we've seen this time and again represented in all sorts of areas. And so this raises questions surrounding the legality of certain AI models. And again, I guess for us as kind of practitioners, whether or not this aligns with our own values in terms of the way that we would engage with data and data practices. Also, this issue of ethics relates both to epistemology and ontology, because the data on which AI is trained, AI tools are trained, is ontologically constrained. So it has a very limited worldview, unlike us, which ours is increasingly growing with every experience that we have. It's multimodal. It's complex in that way, and so we have within these kinds of contexts issues of representation that align with ethics. So who gets represented in an AI model? And we know, for example, that because it's trained on web data, the actual kind of language that it is trained on is quite narrow. A lot of it's journalistic texts, some of it's academic texts, and a lot of it is AI-generated texts. So in 2024, Thomson et al. Wrote a paper where they said that already 57% of online data was the result of AI generation and machine translation. So if this then becomes training data, and we know that there's a potential for flattening and simplicity towards the most kind of probabilistic representations, then we can imagine a recursive practice where very narrow representations become to be represented in what's produced by these machines. And that, I think, is a high risk. This is an interesting point, though, because AI is, it's brought around lots of questions. But really, we've kind of ignored this issue of machine translation on the internet in corpus linguistics for a long time, where whether or not that's naturally occurring is an important question. If it's just got no human intervention in its production and it's just machine translation and posting, a lot of the internet probably isn't naturally occurring in the sense that it's just produced by machines and then put online, but then people read it. So does it matter if it's not naturally occurring, if it can influence people? I don't know. But I think this is something that we'll need to figure out, how much we care about naturally occurring, or whether it's just that it exists in the wild is enough for us as kind of researchers. But this kind of question of ethics then is challenging, even though there's this kind of volition within AI research. In practice, what we see from a commercial side is that these values are not always enacted. And so this, again, is something I think that we can relate to in applied linguistics too, where there are instances in which, from a commercial perspective, people want to make money, so they'll do the minimum kind of viable product. So we know then that there's an issue surrounding this enactment. There are also, as I mentioned before, these issues related to bias are also ethical questions. So for example, Choi has a nice study in the Korean context where language learners were getting feedback from AI tools and were being given corrections that they needed to fix their writing. But actually the language that they produced was fine. It just didn't represent a standard variety on which this tool was trained. So it was telling them they were making errors when in fact they weren't really errors as we would see them. It can move towards, I guess, perpetuating this normative or ethnocentric views, as I mentioned before. And also, because of this idea of this kind of recursive flattening, it risks mis- or underrepresenting society's most vulnerable. And these are often the people with whom we're concerned in applied linguistics, trying to help. There are also issues of digital poverty here. Most LLMs are based on English language or English language translations. And so when we have in these kind of commercial models, so when they're kind of working on language or languages other than English, often they're working with translations of those languages from English-based text, which from a cultural perspective, translating that kind of cultural parameters over is challenging. There was a nice example that I saw from Brazil, where it was to do with the word drowning. It was a colleague who presented this at a symposium in Cordoba University. The word drowning in Portuguese, apparently it doesn't result in death necessarily. So you can drown multiple times when you're swimming and you don't die. It just means you kind of struggle. Whereas in English, if we say you drown, we assume that was, the end. So he put in posts or comments in this kind of AI tool in Portuguese using this kind of expression, and it gave him feedback and it said this doesn't make sense because you can't drown twice, but you can. But it's because it's based on English language models. So in the English language context, the relationship between drowning and death was there. So these machine translations kind of missed out on that kind of difference across languages. So that's interesting. So with this paper, what we tried to do then was engage with this idea of alignment. And what we propose ultimately is not that we should abandon the use of these tools necessarily, but it's that we should be cognizant of the fact that they're not necessarily doing things the same way that we do them. So if we're going to use them, we need to stay very central to the practice. And I think also creating space for reflecting on these values. A lot of these values are implicit in our research because we do it. But if we are going to hand over authority to technology to carry out some research activity on our behalf, then I think more explicit engagement with these human facets of the research process are important, especially in somewhere like applied linguistics, where the idea of kind of multiple ways of making knowledge and multiple realities makes sense. In this paper, we then also did a specific focus on language education. So we wanted to be able to see, okay, this concept is nice, a nice idea, these three kind of philosophical perspectives, but how does that work in reality? And we decided to focus on language education because really, at this time already, it was the area in applied linguistics where we could see the most research kind of booming following the AI boom. And there were this idea, I guess, that AI could be used to personalize learning, provide feedback, creating engaging content for learning. So there was a lot of like excitement about the use of AI in language education. And for example, when we talk about personalized learning in language education, we see that it can be used to create customized learning experiences. So this is some of the language used around this, or immersive learning environments, which we know are really important. And there is a social justice. This is also complicated because there is a social justice value to this too, because we know that immersive learning environments are arguably the most effective way of being able to learn a language, but we also know that you have to be very privileged to be able to go and immerse yourself in language because it's expensive. It requires the opportunity to be able to travel. It means that you need to be able to get visas, so on, so on, so on. But what we've seen even pre-AI was the development of things like virtual reality for language education, where you could physically immerse yourself and look around and see street signs and move down. And these were kind of the idea was to try and put yourself in these places. And so you could see the appeal of AI to be able to create environments that would allow you to engage with language in a way that feels meaningful and immersive. Li and Wang talk about AI is used to be able to help learners identify and select resources. So the idea of helping with choice, helping identify useful resources, etc., and that they can be effectively engaging language learning aids. And this is true of Gen AI, but it's also generally true of technology. What we know with technology in language education is that it tends to foster more engagement, more balanced engagement in language education. So when we use technology in a classroom, have you ever used something like Mentimeter? Do you know that? It's like a voting tool. When you use that in a language classroom, you get like 30 responses from your students instead of one student saying something. So we know that technology fosters engagement. So although that's true of Gen AI, it's kind of true of technology in general. And in the context of materials and assessment development, research has shown that it could be useful for developing interactive learning materials, which makes sense because it can create these kind of like technological interfaces. Also that it can be useful for supporting teachers. So there's kind of an administrative dimension to this too, helping with planning, things like this, create chatbots, and also facilitated automated marking and assessment. So this is the kind of the multiple areas of development that this kind of work has gone. And in general, the results appear promising. So it seems like there's interesting things we can do with AI in this space. There's also claims that it can improve very specific areas of language, so things like vocabulary, grammar, and pronunciation, as well as developing written language skills. So there are more focused studies that don't necessarily look at the macro, but look at maybe more at the micro, and looking at how it can increase learner engagement, I guess that support teachers, and also develop notions like critical thinking skills. So getting these tools to develop critical thinking skills. But as I said before, really, for every one of these kinds of arguments, there's a counter argument. And I guess this is not so surprising in the context of language education because what's variable is the how, right? How we engage with these things. For example, Creeley talks about the need for a critical approach to the use of AI and argues that learners who are trained to engage with AI, produce texts in kind of critical ways will be important for them to be able to develop kind of media and data literacy surrounding the kinds of texts that are being produced, and that this kind of goal of critical thinking should not be abandoned. We shouldn't assume that they will develop it as part of the use of these tools. And when we think about this from kind of this alignment question, there are some challenges then that might be kind of emerge in a more situated way. For example, when we think about this idea that there's a potential for bias to be kind of perpetuated, when we think about this in the context of AI, questions surrounding accuracy and authenticity of texts produced by AI is important. So when our students give us texts that they've produced with AI, what does that mean? How does that represent their language? And what do we do with that? How do we know how to help them? How do we know where their language skills are in need of support, etc.? And when we use it to create resources, is there a risk then that we're going to just be giving quite narrow representations of reality? And how do we know what kind of things it's skewing towards? Because often it's very implicit. And for me, one of the bigger questions is that increasingly, as we see in language education research, this kind of focus on international views of language and language varieties. So how do we reconcile this goal of international representations of language with something that maybe is trained on a more narrow subset of language in this kind, and they feel maybe ideologically a bit disparate. In research that I'd done previously with publishers, for example, when we talked about the use of national corpora in language education, they liked them, but they said that it's a bit narrow. They want to be able to represent all kinds of varieties, and just having British English is not enough. So how does that work then when we can't even control the variety that is being produced, but we know it's likely to be based on standard representations? When we think about these kind of alignment issues, there are also questions about the ownership then of the output. So who owns what's produced? So if a student is producing a text, but we don't necessarily know what it's trained on, it's reproducing evidence from other people's work without necessarily any attribution. How do we deal with that with our students? There are issues of data privacy and security with regards to AI, but this is also true of language technology in general. There have always been this challenge of when we get students to use technology, especially younger learners, they're often giving information into a system that can be pulled out on the back end to be able to do something. So it raises questions. Many of the questions I think that emerge are questions that are also helpful for us to ask ourselves in general, because maybe things that we just got used to using or used to doing without necessarily reflecting on. But many of these issues extend beyond AI. The issues of access are clear. So one of the, I guess, again, I'm talking about these kind of commercial Gen AI models. One of the concerns is that a lot of the financial support to be able to support the use of these tools has come through venture capitalism, and being able to make these freely available is unlikely to be a long-term plan. So getting people to use them, but then taking them away, or then making it accessible to those who can afford it, but not accessible to those who can't afford it, how do we deal with that? And so this is something for us to think about. This notion of the digital divide, I think, is still relevant. Likewise, most of these kind of server farms that support the development of Gen AI tools are in the global south, but most of the usage of Gen AI is in the global north. So most of the resource is kind of taken from the south, but most people in the global north are using it. So there's something extractivist there, which is problematic as well. We have also, one of the issues, and I'll come back to this in a little bit, is this kind of product-oriented nature of Gen AI. So it's generative, right? It produces something. But one of the things that we talk about in language education, and in Geraldine's presentation yesterday, talking about the kind of developmental sequence, learning as a process is so central to what we do. So how do we align something that gives you a nice product very quickly with the kind of what we know is these kind of challenging processes that we go through, where they matter more than really what comes out the other end. We don't care so much about the essay, we care about what you went through to write the essay. And so this kind of product process-oriented dimension is important. For example, when we think about data-driven learning with this kind of area of kind of corpus applications within the classroom for language education, the idea of the process is so central. So we kind of guide learners through the use of technology to be able to find and discover and notice things in language. And really what they get at the end is sometimes variable, but the most important thing is the kind of serendipitous processes that they go through in order to be able to acquire language. So how does this match with tools that maybe flip that a little bit, where the focus is really on getting a polished output from the outset? So to kind of come towards a close, I want to talk to you about two studies that were kind of connected that I worked on with colleagues in the University of Murcia as part of this grant on data-driven learning, broader approaches to data-driven learning funded by the Spanish government. And I'll just give you a short kind of sense of what we did with these things and some of what I think are maybe the highlights that come out of the study that I found interesting. And what we did was we were working with students who were language students in a university context in Spain. And we wanted to look at their use of AI, and we also wanted to look at the use of corpus linguistics as kind of a parallel to be able to see how they're engaging with these kinds of off-the-shelf technologies and maybe these more specialized technologies as part of their language learning process. And what we did was we did a bunch of different things with them. So we trained them in the use of AI, and we trained them in the use of corpus linguistics. We gave them tasks to do these in grammar and vocabulary. We did focus groups with them to be able to get a little bit more information about their usage. And then we analyzed all of this data. So we analyzed what they did in their their classes. We analyzed the outputs that they produced, and then we did a discourse analysis of the focus groups to see what kind of things they were talking about, how they were talking about them, and what that kind of helped us to understand about their AI literacies. And there were a bunch of different things that that emerged in this study, or in these studies. The first was not so surprising. They had kind of a different starting point, right? At this point, they were using AI, you know, every day for all sorts of things in and out of university. They didn't really know that much about corpus linguistics. That's not so surprising. Maybe we might wish it were otherwise, but it's not so surprising. People aren't really using it unless they have to. But what we do know in the context of data-driven learning is that it works. We know data-driven learning works, that this idea of process-oriented, serendipitous learning, situated learning, facilitated learning, it does work well when scaffolded, when well-supported, etc. So even though it isn't necessarily as widespread, we know that it does work. With Gen AI, this was more exploratory. Does it work? We didn't know. They didn't know so much about corpus linguistics, but they've been using AI in general. And the surveys, etc., we did some pre-surveys with the students, and then we looked at their usage and we talked to them afterwards. And it was so messy in terms of what they thought about AI. So initially, they kind of said they were a bit skeptical of AI, so they weren't so. But then in their task, they used it like constantly, and they trusted it loads. And then in the output, they said more positive things. So I feel like maybe they don't know what they felt about it, which I think is understandable because it's all so new. So in general, they were kind of reticent towards corpus linguistics. In some cases, they had strong optimism. There were some people that were like real gung-ho about using AI, but there was actually more of the general story at the outset was a tentative optimism. They were like, yeah, it could be useful, but not so certain. And when we did these kind of workshops, we saw a bunch of different things emerge. We saw, for example, that things that we kind of anticipated, that learners found it difficult to use the corpus tool and the corpus interfaces, etc. And this is not so surprising because they had 2 days of training, and it takes more than 2 days to learn to use corpus software. So we didn't really anticipate anything other than this. They struggled with the interface, and they said that they needed a bit more structured guidance on the use of corpora. So basically, without this kind of more extensive training, that the idea was that access alone wouldn't really facilitate language learning. I'm going to come back to this idea of struggle with the interface in a moment as well, because there's something interesting that emerged there as well. In terms of the learners' engagement with the corpus findings, so we gave them quite structured instructions. We got them to use, we were using Sketch Engine, we were using a specific corpus, which was the N1010 corpus, but also a specific subset of that corpus. So we knew exactly what they were going to get when they followed out these activities, so that way we could see, are their answers matching the process? And we gave them quite a delineated process. And one thing that they did was they didn't know how to interpret the data. So they'd get a collocation using word sketch, and they'd be like, but is this meaningful? Is this a high number? Is this, how do I do with it? And they found that very frustrating. I was like, welcome to my life. Is it meaningful? But they found it very frustrating. They were saying that they don't know whether or not they should write this down or if it's something they should learn, and so on. So keep that in mind as we move through, because it was an interesting point of reflection. And really, this kind of didn't do anything new for us. It kind of hammered home the idea that the kind of corpus pedagogy is multifaceted. You need kind of different kind of scaffolds to be able to use it. And we know that it can work. So our goal wasn't to investigate how well it works, because we know that it can work. But we were limited in the kind of time for being able to train the students. Now, when they used Gen AI, they found it easier. Again, not a shock, right? We weren't so shocked. They found the conversational nature very, very kind of friendly, useful. And generally, they were quite confident in the quality and the trustworthiness of the information that it produced, right? So although they showed tentative optimism, many students just literally copied, because we got them to answer several questions, and we captured their prompts, and we captured the outputs, and then we also got their answers. And in many cases, it was identical. They just copy and pasted the output into the answer, and then that was it. So they generally trusted it as kind of a response, and they liked that they were getting personalized pathways. So one student got an answer like X, another student got an answer like Y, like Z. So they got these different outputs, and they liked that. One thing that was kind of interesting here was the trust, because the students were saying when using Sketch Engine, they were like, is this a big number? Is this meaningful? How do I know? They never asked these questions when they were using ChatGPT. And for me, those are really clever questions. That's critical questions. It's critical engagement with data. You're trying to reflect, you're trying to think, you're trying to negotiate meaning, you're trying to make sense. And with AI, they didn't. They just trusted it. And they were wrong more often with AI than they were with Sketch Engine. So although they found it harder, they did a better job with it. And with the AI tool, it often gave them the incorrect answer, in part because of these different outputs, because we were asking for specific grammatical structures, asking them to present structures in particular ways, and the AI tool would give them different grammatical structures that weren't related to what we were asking for, and they would copy and paste that in. So it was interesting in that regard, because there was, again, a different kind of misalignment here between what they liked about it, but what it actually served them. And there are things that they didn't like about it, but what that actually served them in terms of developing critical engagement and critical competencies. So this kind of raised questions about a couple of things, about the role of the process and this notion of personalized learning, which I think is quite important, because there's something about these tools, the way they're marketed, I think, that makes everybody feel like it's personalized to them, and the kind of value of personalization in a neoliberal society. And one thing we wanted to kind of question was, like, are these actually personalized? Because I think that's something that's important to reflect on with these tools, because when they sell it to you, they want you to think it's personalized, but I'm skeptical. What they got was alternatives. They got different alternative outputs. This is largely based on the idea of kind of non-deterministic outputs from Gen AI tools. That's kind of their strength. They produce lots of different content each time. But if we go back to language or education research and we look at what personalized learning actually is about, it's quite well defined. When we talk about personalized learning, we're talking about the role of teachers in knowing their students, in knowing their students' needs, in knowing the areas that the students are having difficulty with developing, and in making decisions about how to and when to encourage that. Sometimes that might be the student needs a confidence boost, so I'm going to get them to do the thing that they are good at, so that way they can feel good. And sometimes it might mean the student wants to do a writing task because they love writing. They don't want to do a listening task because they hate listening. I'm going to make them do a listening task because they need to get better at listening. So personalization from that perspective is more agentive, and it's more focused on the individual needs. And in these cases, arguably what we have are individualized responses, but I'm not so sure that they're personalized. In this way, the tool didn't know whether the students needed to learn something about passive or active voice, whether the student had a particular strength or weakness in this or that area. It was just giving them different output. But the students, it felt personalized. And I think that's interesting. There's a psychology there in terms of how it's being kind of presented and how that makes them feel. But what we know sometimes is that sometimes with our students, we are the ones who decide what they should do because we know what they need. They don't always know what they need, and often they want to avoid the difficult stuff and want to do stuff they like. So as teachers, we have to sometimes make harder decisions than the tools. So an interesting point of reflection. What this all kind of boiled down to was a focus then on the development of critical AI literacies. And so with this, what we did was we brought together these different data sets, and we looked at these kind of discourse analyses of these focus groups. And we used a framework developed by Marx in 2024 around critical thinking, ethics, practical applications, and technical understandings, but we tried to situate it and enrich it in the context of applied linguistics. When we think about this, what we found was disciplinary knowledge and linguistic knowledge were super valuable. So the students were naturally drawing on syntax to try and make sense of what the AI was producing when they were being critical of it, saying, well, it does this, and that seems a bit unlike the way I would do, blah, blah, blah. So they were drawing without any prompting from us. Or if for the students who had done things like discourse analysis, they were drawing directly on kind of areas like critical discourse analysis to critique some of the output and say, well, it's not representing this and it's not considering that. So the students were, without any kind of prompting from us, drawing on things like corpus linguistics, drawing on things like discourse analysis and on language study in general to make sense of the output and to kind of validate or question it. What we did, and as kind of moving towards the close here, what we did was we tried to align this. So in this paper published with Pascual and Carlos, we produced a little framework where we took these. You don't have to read this here, but you can. It's all online, so it's freely available if you want to find out more. We took these broad areas of ethical awareness, practical applications, critical thinking, and technical understanding. And through the focus groups, we identified key themes that were sub-themes, and then we aligned them to common practices in language education and applied linguistics curricula, so that we could see where could we draw on existing knowledge to be able to develop critical literacies that allow us to overcome some of these gaps in knowledge and maybe raise more critical engagement with the technology that wasn't really there on the students' behalf. It was there with the other tool, but not with AI. And the crucial thing here for us is that we don't really need to start from scratch. These kinds of questions that we're having about AI, we've had about all sorts of things, and we've dealt with them with corpus literacies, with digital literacies, etc. So we can draw on that and situate it within our disciplines. As kind of a close, what does this mean? Well, when we think about AI literacies and critical AI literacies, we can align these with the kind of focus on digital technologies, on corpus literacies, and making sense of how we engage with data, how we engage with ethics, how we engage with kind of the technology itself, and how much we understand about how this technology works. And that's really where we can get some kind of empowerment from, because if the students understand like the processes that these tools go through, the probabilistic nature, its propensity to skew, then we can do something with that. We can be anticipating that. We can challenge that. So how do we validate knowledge? Again, coming back to an epistemological practice. In the context of corpus linguistics and language education with this study, well, maybe something like, let's just say computational, not computations thing, a computational thinking might be a way to bring these kinds of things together. But the key takeaway from this was that discipline was the kind of the place where this kind of fit the best, that it was naturally being kind of engaged with or reflexive to disciplinary practices. So that's a space where we can draw on that transfer knowledge to shape practices. So thank you very much, and I'm happy to take any questions.
This was actually a very, very inspiring talk. It inspires lots of questions. Do we have time for questions? Is there right away a first one in the room? Apparently there is an 8-second rule that you must always wait 8 seconds. I'll start. You mentioned digital divide. Digital divide, it's not only about finances, not only paying for a subscription. There's also a second aspect. People who can do things with Gen AI and people who prefer off-the-shelf products, like Duolingo. So how would you comment on those two aspects? Not only the financial side, but also the other digital divide into literacy.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I think with the first point about kind of the social, the kind of divide in terms of the digital divide with regards to like socioeconomic factors, I think that is something that education has increasingly become digitally focused, especially in language education. So that's something that we've been reckoning with for a long time. How do we make sure that as we develop in one arena, that it doesn't make certain kinds of technologies, even physical technologies like books, obsolete? Because in many cases, the secondhand market for reselling books in places in the global south, for example, is really important for giving access to high quality resources cheaply. So the movement towards technology in this way could kind of skew. And I guess my fear with that is more to do with the companies that often these kind of companies that run these things suddenly raising the prices, which I guess will happen, and then they'll become less accessible. So although it seems like a heralding of equity for now, I'm not sure if it will last in that regard. So something for us to think about. But in terms of this other point, I think it relates to the broader notion of digital literacy. Sometimes with my students, when I'm supervising students, because with corpus linguistics, we do kind of quantitative and qualitative. We're a bit in between. I'm more of a qualitative person, but I like quant as well. And they'll say to me, I don't want to do any quant. I don't want to do anything with numbers. And I'll say, well, now you've predetermined like a lot of questions you can't answer. And it's kind of a similar issue, I think. If we don't want to engage with stuff, then we kind of maybe limit ourselves. So what we need to do, I think, is be critical in terms of our engagement, but be open. And in terms of our own education of our learners, like getting them to feel like this is something that they can engage with, that it's actually not that difficult to figure out, which I don't think it is that difficult to figure out. So part of it is about that idea of literacy, I think, and developing their thinking.
The idea of being critical and open at the same time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks for a very nice talk. The opposite term of artificial intelligence is actually natural stupidity. And with increasing use of AI, we actually see increasing in natural stupidity. I am really worried. What does it lead us in 10 years perspective or even more? Probably now we see references to the in papers to other human-written papers, but perhaps in future we will see references to ChatGPT according to Claude Opus.
Yes.
Kind of results. So, do you think should we stop somewhere?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think that it does feel like, as we try to make sense of this, it's been iterative. There has been some ways in which there have been publications that were published by ChatGPT, but then you saw publishers say, no, we don't want anything. So it's been non-linear in a sense. What I think about this is it goes back to the question of epistemology in a way. It's about like validating knowledge. How do we validate knowledge? If I were to get an AI tool to produce a text about corpus linguistics and it was full of errors, I would hope that I would notice them. If I worked with somebody else, we would notice them together and we could say, no, this doesn't make sense. This is wrong. This is a misrepresentation. If I got it to do it on biochemistry, I'm out. I can't do anything. And so this relates to this there's a notion in this area of epistemology to the kind of epistemic trespassing, which is when we get technology to do things that we can't do, but also we can't be sure it's done well. So when we can't validate the output, when we can't assess the output, it's probably gone too far for us to do it because we can't be certain that it means anything at all. And for me, that would be the line. It's good to use technology to be able to stretch ourselves, but if we can't validate the output in the end, then we don't really know what it represents. And that would be where I would think the line should be for us as practitioners in general. And in those cases, what we could do is just work with somebody who does know this kind of thing. So there are ways around this, but hopefully that answers your question in some way.
Thank you. There's one question online. Sketch engine versus AI trustworthiness example make me wonder the experience of cooking a meal versus of buying a ready-made meal. I do shopping and look at the ingredients in comparison to just buying a cooked meal.
Yeah, I think that's a nice parallel. It's about, I guess, one of the things with something like Sketch Engine is that we were able to give them the guidance. We knew exactly the output they were going to get. It was all very delineated. It was all very transparent. And that is the kind of quality in that kind of research practice that we think matters, I think, about transparency. And with the other tool, it looked good, but when you couldn't, I mean, the only difference there is at least they kind of give you the ingredients in the ready meal, although I think it's probably vague. But with the AI tool, we don't actually know how it even got to that point. So I think that's a bit tricky. But I agree with you. I think that's a nice parallel.
Yeah, one last question, quick question, Virve, please.
Thank you for a beautiful talk. I think one thing that often gets lumped together is sort of the use of AI in teaching versus AI in learning.
Yes,
and your
nice,
example
yeah.
of Sketch Engine and AI, exactly this issue of trustworthiness or trust in the output. I think you were dealing with university students. Who already have some level of, you hope,
yes.
some level of critical thinking skills and so on. And so I'm really wondering how you see what you're describing as use of AI or Gen AI and these tools for language teaching on the university level, how that transfers, and what you see the sort of limits that should be imposed for younger children at secondary school level or even primary school.
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. And I agree that the difference between teaching and learning is something to underscore because I guess the processes are quite different and if it's independent learning as well, even more so. I think that with the context of language schools, I guess this is something that we've seen in areas like corpus linguistics applications, for example. In recent years, there's been more of a focus on working with secondary schools and primary schools. And often what that results in is using the same kinds of data, maybe more curated to avoid certain kinds of topics or certain representations, but using that in ways that are a little bit more simplified, so that way the processes can be there. I mean, the thing is that young learners can be critical. Like, we can teach criticality to primary school kids, like they're capable of it, and likewise for secondary school kids. So it's just thinking about how we get that to them, how we bring them on that little journey in that process. I think that with the use of these technology with younger learners, it's challenging, and we've seen examples across the world in which they're being used in ways that are really unethical, and that, you know, we've seen examples with people asking for medical advice, like students asking for medical advice and giving advice that was wrong. Examples where students were depressed and talking to it, and because it's kind of, in a pragmatic sense, it's Gricean and it always wants to agree with you and give you, that it like encouraged the students to commit suicide, which is kind of just abhorrent. And so there have to be, and it's the same with any digital technology, there have to be checks in place in order to be able to limit the kinds of engagements and also have some kind of overview or oversight of how it's being used. So I think that with this kind of commercial AI, it's tricky, but maybe where schools can create more localized LLMs, where they can also train it to be able to respond to certain kinds of things or to flag certain kinds of things, so that way it would kind of let people know if people are asking questions that were maybe problematic. Whether or not, personally, I guess with AI, I think there feels an inevitability around it in terms of its use in education. But I haven't been so convinced that it's better than classroom teaching and human-based teaching. I think one thing that we should be cautious of is kind of in-shiftification, where the discourse around it becomes such that it sounds like it's as good as teachers, so the government will just not need teachers anymore and replace us all with AI. But we also need to show where we make a difference and where the role of the human is still quite central, because I haven't been convinced that it can do a better job than what we can do. And I think that the concerns, like those that you expressed, are real. And with things like DDL, we could control them more easily. With something like this, it's difficult. So it's a tricky one.
Thank you, Niall. I'm afraid we have to cut the discussion here in order to follow the schedule of today's outline program. Thank you once more, Niall.
It's a pleasure. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
So a little change of rooms, and Niall, I think you will be staying with us for a little moment. So people who still have questions, please just come and find Niall somewhere in the building.
Tere tulemast keele omandamise ja keeleõppe töötuppa ja esimesena esitlen Eesti emakeelega eelkooliealiste laste täishäälikute tajumise teemal räägib meile Martina Pysarevska.
Nii. Tervist, lugupeetud kuulajad. Minu nimi on Martina Pysarevska. Olen Tartu Ülikooli keeleteaduse esimese aasta magistrant. Eile kuulsime väga palju erinevaid ettekanded keele omandamisest ja keeleõppest, nii emakeele kõnelejatest kui ka keeleõppijatest, eri vanustest ja usun, et täna kuulame veelgi rohkem. Aga minu ettekanne sooviksin keskenduda pisikematele õppijatele, nimelt koolieelikutele ja minu ettekanne pealkiri vastab ka bakalaureusetöö pealkirjale, mida kaitsesin esimesel aastal ja millest hakkangi täna rääkima. Nii, natuke teoreetilisest taustast. Eestis on lastekõne uuringutega peamiselt tegelenud logopeedid ja eripedagoogid, nii siiani oli rõhk peamiselt morfoloogia omandamisel, sõnavaral ja teismeliste häälduse omandamisel. Ja laste puhul on leidnud, et on eesti keele hääldamises neile rasked häälikud RS ja K ning logopeedi ja käsiraamatutest vaieldakse, kas rasketeks peetakse nii häälikud Õ kui Ü või ainult häälikud Õ. Ja samuti on leidnud, et võib lastekõnes häälik Õ olla asendatud häälikutega E, O ja Ö. Aga tasub märkimist ka see, et nendest allikatest ei olnud häälikud Ä ja Ö peetud keerulisteks häälikuteks. Ja kui me räägime täiskasvanutest, siis on neil hääliku Õ hääldus ka varieeruv ning võib häälik Õ olla hääldatud häälikutele E, O ja U sarnaselt. Oma töös kasutan kategoriaalse taju katsemetodit. Kategoriaalne taju on kognitiivne mehhanism, mis võimaldab ümbritsevat maailmat lihtsustada ja sellest kiiremini aru saada. Ja kategoriaalse katsemetodi alla kuuluvad identifitseerimiskatse ja diskriminatsioonikatse. Identifitseerimiskatses peavad katseisikud kuuldud stiimulit nimetama ning diskriminatsioonikatses kuuluvad nad mingite häälikulist stiimulite kombinatsioonist ning peavad ütlema, millele häälikule kombinatsioonist on see sarnane. Näiteks kui meil on ABX kombinatsioon, siis otsustab katseisik, kas X oli sarnane A-le või B-le. Aga nüüd oma uurimuses seosin eesmärgiks teha selgeks, millest täishäälikute eristamine on lastele raske ja millest täishäälikutega kõik läheb hästi. Bakalaureuse-töös oli mul 2 uurimisküsimust. Nimelt, kuidas tajuvad eakohase arenguga lapsed eesti keele täishäälikud ja kuidas vanus mõjutab täishäälikute eristamist. Esimese uurimisküsimuse põhjal oli mul 2 hüpoteesi. Kui varasemalt on leidnud, et võib lastele häälikute Õ ja Ü hääldamine olla keeruline, siis püstitan hüpoteesi, et võib see samuti avalduda ka tajumises ehk võib nende eristamine ka raske olla. Teiseks hüpoteesiks võtsin arvesse seda, et võib hääliku Õ hääldus olla varieeruv või toimuvad lastel selle puhul asendused ehk püstitasin hüpoteesi, et häälikutest Õ, Ö, E, O ja U koosnevate hääliku paaride eristamine võib olla lastel samuti raskendatud. Ja teise uurimisküsimusele vastamiseks võtsin arvesse, et 6-aastasena on veel lastel hääldamine kinnistumas, aga 7. eluaastaks saamiseks on see juba hea ja kinnistunud. Seega teiseks ürimisküsimuse vastamiseks püstitasin hüpoteesi, et vanuse kasvades teevad lapsed vähem vigu häälikute eristamises. Oma uuringus jagasin katseisikud 3 vanuserühmadeks. Nimelt olid 4-aastased, 5-aastased ja 6- ja 7-aastased. 6- ja 7-aastased on samas rühmas seetõttu, et 7-aastased oli üks 7-aastane laps ja tema vastused ei erinenud niivõrd 6-aastaseks ja seega analüüsisin neid koos. Ja soo poolest juhuslikult sai see valim hästi tasakaalustatud, aga kuna nii poiste kui ka tüdrukute õigete vastuste osakaalud olid sarnased, ma ei käsitlenud need eraldi vanuserühmades, vaid vaatasin kõik koos. Ja nagu oli öeldud, lähtusin oma uuringus diskriminatsioonikatsest, aga selles standardvormis võib see olla lastele hästi keeruline, sest peab mäletama korraga mitu stiimuleid. Ja otsustasin seda lihtsustada ja mängustada. Vaatasin samuti häälikud nende tavalises esinemiskohtades ehk sõnade sees. Sel juhul võib ka vähendada seda koormust mälule. Kuigi on teada, et oli häälduses lastel raskused häälikutega õ ja ü, häälikutega õ ja ü, mõtlesin, et ei olnud sarnased tajuuuringud läbi viidud ja võtsin fookuseks siiski kõik sekundaarvokaale ehk õ, ö, ü ja a. Ja kokku valisin 17 häälikupaari, millest tuli 34 sõnapaari ehk oli valitud või koostatud 68 sõna. Ja koostatud seetõttu, et katses kasutasin nii päris kui ka pseudosõnu. Näiteks kui meil oli häälikupaar õ, siis olid kasutatud sõnad sõrm, sõrm ja jõgi. Saan aru, et praegu see võib kõik hästi segasena tunda, aga kohe vaatame päris katse näitel, nii et kohe selgub. Katse oli mängustatud ja katse alguses oli lastele tutvustatud meie sõber Siil. Selleks, et lapsega kontakti saada, pidasime väikesed vestlust, et talle nime anda. Ja peale sellist soojendust tegime lapsega proovimisvooru, kus tutvustasin ka ülesande või katseprotseduuri. Proovimisvoorus olid sõnad karu, muja, lihm ja jänes. Ning laps teadis, et on meil sõber Siil, kes tahab minna oma jänese sõbra juurde, aga ei oska eesti keelt väga hästi ning palub lapse käest abi selles, kas ta ütleb sõnad õigesti või valesti. Ehk nägi laps pildi ja kuulas kõlaritest sõna jõgi või jogi ja pidi käega, peaga või suuliselt anda märku, et see, mida ta kuulab ja näeb, on sama või erinev. Ja oli lapsele pakutud 2 listi koos segatud sõnadega, ehk kui esimeses listis oli sõna jogi, või jõgi, siis teises oli jogi ja nende esinemisjärjekord oli erinev. Vastused ma kogusin paberkandjale, kuna lisaseadmete kasutus võib last samuti segada. Peale sobitamise ülesannete tuli produktsiooni osa, mida ma selle töö raames ei analüüsinud, aga materjali siiski kogusin. Ja produktsiooni osas jätkas samuti Siili lugu, aga nüüd, kui Siil teadlased ütles mõnesid sõnu valesti, palus ta abi sellest, kuidas nad peaksid öeldud olema. Ja nägi laps sama pilte, aga nüüd pidi nimetama, millist objekti ta näeb. Jah. Ja nüüd tulemuste saamiseks arvutasin häälikupaaride ja fookuses häälikute õigete vastuste osakaalud ja joonisel paremal näeme häälikupaaride õigete vastuste osakaalude protsente. Roosa värviga on tähistatud 4-aastased, rohelise 5-aastased ja oranžiga siis 6-7-aastased. Tulemustest selgus, et kõige paremini eristati häälikud Nimelt oli see õigesti vastatud 95% kõikide vanuserühmades. Ja häälikuga Ü oli natuke rohkem raskusi, siis oli see 92% ja kõige keerulisemad olid häälikud Õ ja Ö, mõlemad olid keskmiselt 90%. Üks hüpotees oli seotud sellega, et võib häälikute Õ ja Ü eristamine olla raskendatud, aga see hüpotees sai osalist kinnitust, kuna me näeme, et tegelikult mitte palju, aga keerulisemad olid siis häälikud Õd ja Öd ja Ü jäi sellest natuke kõrvale. Edasi teiseks hüpoteesiks oli, et häälikutest Õ, Ö, E, O ja U koosnevate häälikupaaride eristamine võib olla keeruline, aga selgus, et kõige rohkem eksiti just paari Õ, Ö puhul. Nimelt 4-aastastel oli see 65%, 5-aastastel läks eristamine paremaks 77%, aga juba ei erinenud niivõrd 6-7-aastastest, kellel oli 78%. Saadud tulemused näitavad või kinnitavad seda, et vaatamata kui sellele, et varasemates uurimutes olid raskused teatud täishäälikutega, on vaja lisada ka muud stiimulid, sest mitte kunagi ei tea, mida tulemused näitavad. Ja kolmandaks hüpoteesiks oli, et vanuse kasvamisega paraneb eristusvõime ja tulemused seda kindlasti kinnitasid, sest 4-aastastel ei olnud häälikupaare, mis oleks 100% vastustega. 5-aastastel oli üks häälikupaar, mis sai 100% vastustest, nimelt oli see e-häälikupaar, aga võrreldes 4-aastastega suurenes häälikupaaride arv, mille õigete vastuste osakaal oli üle 95%. Ja kui me vaatame 6-7-aastaste peale, siis oli neil juba palju paremad tulemused, sai 7 häälikupaari 17-kümneks 100% õigetest vastusest ja 5 häälikupaaril oli 97% täpsust. Nii, kas midagi ei käsitlemata? Vist mitte. Ehk saadud tulemused näitasid, et vanus mõjutab eristamist ja vanuse kasvades paraneb foneemide eristamisvõime. Aga nüüd bakalaureused on kaitstud, mis siis saab edasi. Läbiviidud uuring näitas, et mitte kõik hääldused avaldatud või leitud tendentsid võivad tajumises avalduma, mis tähendab, et käesolev teema vajab veel edaspidist uurimist. Ja kui oma bakalaureusetöös keskendusin tajukatse saadud materjalile, siis oma magistritöös soovin vaadata produktsioonikatse saadud andmestikule ja selle saadud andmestiku pluss on kõigepealt selles, et saab vaadata mitte ainult tajumise ja hääldamise protsesse, vaid ka vaadata nende suhet sama katse-isikute näitel. Praegu võin öelda, et on produktsiooni andmestikus umbes 1100 salvestust ja nii nagu oli bakalaureuse soovin keskenduda sekundaarvokaalidele õ, ja ning vaadata, kas laste häälduses on nendel häälikutel selgemad kategooriad või langevad nad teiste häälikutega kokku. Ja sellega on mul praegu kõik ja tänan kuulamast.
Aitäh selle põneva sissevaate eest ja nüüd ootame publikult küsimusi.
Jah, tubli töö. Ajukatse kohta tahan saada natuke täpsustust, et need audiostiimulid, mis lastele mängiti, et kes need oli sisse lugenud, täiskasvanud või lapsed, samaealised mees või naine? Tuttav hääl neile.
Jah, salvestused olid tehtud Tartu Ülikooli foneetikalaboris. Need luges eesti emakeelega täiskasvanud naiskõneleja ja lastele ei olnud see hääl tuttav. Kas soovite veel? Ja me mõtlesime, kas oleks vaja võib-olla kas laste häält kasutada või veel midagi, aga kuna me ei tea, milline peab olema eakohane või õige mingile vanusele hääldus, siis ei saa paluda mingil lapsel neid salvestusi teha, sest meil ei ole veel teada seda etalooni, millega midagi võrrelda. Seega on vaja seda uurida.
Proovime uuesti. Nii, läks. Suur tänu, väga-väga põnev töö. Minu küsimus oli täpselt sama nagu eelküsijal, aga ma küsin siis selle produktsiooni katse kohta. Kuidas plaanite hinnata, mis on õige, mis on vale, et vältida seda subjektiivsust, sest et võid ju nagu väga üle hääldada valesti, aga võib-olla nii, et see on kuskil seal väga vahepeal. Et kas on mingi hea metoodika, mis on plaanis kasutusele võtta? Aitäh.
Kahjuks see on see koht, milleni ma poole veel jõudnud. Algusest on kõigepealt materjali töötlemine ehk segmenteerimine ja muu. Ja siis on, kui on juba näha seda materjali, siis valitakse õiged meetodid. Vabandust, ei saa praegu hetkel vastata, aga kui see töö ilmub, siis saate vastut kätte saada.
Tuleb paari aasta pärast uuesti kuulama tulla. Kas on saalis veel mõni küsimus? Küsin ühe küsimuse ise juurde, et kas nende laste murdetausta kohta oli ka mingisugust informatsiooni?
Murde kohta täpselt ei olnud otse kohe. Tegelikult enne kui ma sain kätte lapsi, täidesid vanemad nõusoleku ankeedi. Ja seal siiski küsiti vanemate päritolu, aga seal ei olnud midagi sellist erilist või mille järgi saab mingid rühmad moodustada ja seega seda aspekti ma ei vaadanud oma töös.
Saarlasi ei olnud? Saarlasi ei olnud, et oleks õõ ja öö küsimus tulnud?
võib-olla keegi vanematest seal tuli, aga kuna lapsi ma sain kätte Tartu lasteaiast ja enamik olid pigem Tartu maalt, siis ma seda ei vaadanud.
Ja, suur tänu. Ja jätkame järgmise ettekandega ja ma kutsun siia Karol Törmikoski, kes räägib teemal nutilugemik veebirakendus suulise lugemisoskuse arendamiseks. Palun.
Aitäh. Tere, nagu öeldud sai, minu nimi on Karol ja koos Eva Lastiku, Einar Meistri, Liia Meistri ja Tanel Alumäega töötame sellise veebirakenduse kallal nagu nutilugemik, mille eesmärk on luua keskkond suulise lugemisoskuse arendamiseks. Ning miks me seda praegult teeme, ongi, et hetkel on toimumas 3 väga olulist asja. Nagu juba varasemalt mainitud, siis lähme üle eestikeelsele haridusele. Ehk seni vene keeles õppinud lapsed peavad hakkama eesti keeles õppima. Samuti on toimunud suur L2 kõnelejate kasv, mitte ainult Ukraina sõja tõttu, vaid ka üldiselt sisseränne Eestisse on erinevatelt maailmajagudelt suurenenud. Ja mis on eriti kurb statistika, on see, et laste lugemisoskus on viimase aastakümne jooksul olnud väga suures langustrendis. Ja need koos suurendavad siis vajadust sellise lahenduse järgi, mida nii õpetajad, lapsed, lapsevanemad saaksid siis kasutada selleks, et oma suulist lugemisoskust harjutada. Ja miks just lugemisoskus? Mitte ainult seepärast, et see on oluline kognitiivne oskus, vaid ka seepärast, et see on lapse jaoks tema akadeemilise edu võti. Sealhulgas toetades tema eneseväljendust, arendades kriitilist mõtlemist ja aidates luua tal sõprussuhteid kogu eluks. Ja laps, kes loeb sujuvalt, saab tunnis rohkem kaasa rääkida ja mõistab ülesannet palju paremini, mida ta tunnis tegema peab. Ja üks peamiseid raskusi lugemise juures on näiteks aeglane dekoteerimine. Näiteks laps näeb sõna liblikas ja hakkab seda tähthaaval välja hääldama. Ja selle tulemusena kaob siis sõna nii-öelda kontekstist ära. Ehk näiteks liblikas lendab aias, jääb täiesti lugejast kuidagi mööda. Ja laps ei pruugi kuulda selgelt sõnalist üksikuid häälekuid. Näiteks ei suuda eristada kirjapildis sõna palk ja palk. Ja lugemine võib olla katkendlik, ehk laps teeb siis selliseid pause ja kõhklusi, mis tähendab, et laps alustab lugemist uuesti. Ja see on väsitav nii lapsele endale kui ka kuulajale. Ja kõik need mõjutavad siis kokkuvõttes seda loetust arusaamist. Ehk mida ta luges, sellest aru ei saa, aga vähemalt luges lõpuni. Ja bakalaureuse töö raames saimegi valmis sellise prototüübi, millest tänaseks on saanud nutilugemik. Ja õpetaja sisestab sinna lugemistekste ning rakenduses on võimalik hinnata selle teksti keerukust. Ja õpilane saab harjutada lugemist 2 viisil, et meil on sünkroonlugemine, mis siis on olukord, kus laps kuulab, kuidas talle seda teksti ette loetakse ja proovib siis kaasa lugeda. Ja karaoke lugemise puhul tuuakse siis esile sõna-sõnalt, et mida laps lugema peaks, et hoida sellist ühtlast tempot. Ja pärast lugemist rakendus teeb sellise väga algelise analüüsi, kus ta siis annab tagasisidet lapse lugemiskiiruse kohta ja soravuse kohta. Ja mis õpetajatele väga meeldib, on näiteks see, et laps saab oma salvestust ka tagasi kuulata. Ja olemegi jõudnud rakendusse, vaatame seda nii-öelda õpetaja perspektiivist, ehk õpetaja kasutaja kaudu. Esiteks näeb õpetaja oma õpilasi, kuid samas saab ta harjutusi hallata. Harjutuste all mõtleme siis neid lugemistekste, mida laps lugema hakkab. Et ta saab neid lisada, lisades sellele teema mingisuguse teksti ja saab siis kas ise hinnata selle raskust või siis lasta automaatselt raskust hinnata. Ülesandeid saab ka avalikustada teistel õpetajatel kasutamiseks ja samuti saab kasutada teiste õpetaja loodud tekste. Harjutuste info ongi siis selle kogu nende lugemistekstide info, et näiteks kuidas tekste kasutatakse, kui palju seda kasutatakse, kas on näiteks mingisugused lugemistekstid, kus soravus on hästi madal või ka seda, et kui rikkalik su õppematerjal on, et seepärast need kategooriad tulevad näiteks hästi kasuks. Siis õpilaste juurde tagasi tulles saab õpilasi loomulikult ka sisestada, et mis on oluline, ongi lisada õpilase ees perekonnanimi, saab neid grupeerida klassidesse, et ongi kas siis tema päris klassi kohta või sa ütled näiteks, ma ei tea, õpilase grupp 1. Saab esitada vanust nii aastates kui ka kuudes ja miks kuudes, selle juurde me kohe jõuame. Samuti saab sugu, emakeelt ja kas on olemas lapsevanema nõusolek, mis on siis oluline selles kontekstis, et kui kõne salvestatakse, siis kas seda säilistatakse pärast meie andmebaasis või mitte. Siin on õpilase üks enda nii-öelda statistika. Ehk siis on näha, et millal ta viimati luges, palju ta on harjutanud, kuidas ta on harjutanud, kuidas tal ajas on läinud ja milliseid tekste ta on harjutanud. Ja näiteks ka trendid, et kas on nagu paremaks läinud või on midagi kehvemaks läinud. Ja me lugemisharjutused oleme nii-öelda pannud komplektidesse, milleks on siis peatükid. Et peatükis võib siis olla teatud kogus lugemisharjutusi, mida laps siis teha saab. Sinna saab siis lisada nii enda tekste kui ka avalikud tekstid. Nii, ja nüüd me oleme selle põhipunkti juurde jõudnud, mille kallal me väga palju ka oleme tööd teinud. Et see on siis see vaade, mida õpilane näeb, kui ta hakkab neid lugema. Et vasakul on näha siis seda teksti, mida ta loeb. Ja paremal on nii-öelda, et mitu teksti tal on, nii-öelda selline järjehoidja süsteem. Ja mis oli meie jaoks hästi oluline, on see, et tagastada see õpilaste individuaalsus, nende raskused, nende omapära. Ehk me saame teksti suurust muuta vastavalt tema vajadusele, reavahe, siis, et kas tahame läbivalt suurtähtedes, väiketähtedes, missuguses kirjastiilis. Sest see on laste jaoks alati väga põnev olnud, kui nad näevad teksti natuke teistmoodi, see ei hakka nii igav neil. Kui ka, et kuidas tekst on esitatud, et on näiteks meil tavaversioon silbitatud ja kõne taktidena. Ja siis saabki valida, et kas ta tahab seda lugeda nii-öelda karaoke versioonis või siis sünkroonlugemises. Ja, et laps lihtsalt vajutama seda nuppu, hakatakse salvestama, pannakse nupp kinni ja saab siis sellisega tagasiside paremale poole oma kõnetempo osas. Ning kuna ratas pole mõtet uuesti leiutada, siis toetusime ka juba olemasolevatele tööriistadele, mis eesti keeles on tehtud. Näiteks seesama teksti raskusastme hindamine on siis EKI õpetajate tööriist. Et see on mõeldud küll nii-öelda keeleõppija perspektiivist, kuid siiski see on hea viis, kuidas oma õppetekste kuidagi moodi grupeerida. Ja sünkroonlugemise jaoks me kasutame siis neurokõne kõnesünteese, mis on siis Tartus välja töötatud. Ja me valisime siis sellest grupist välja kindlad hääled ja ma proovin teile nüüd demonstreerida neid 2 hääli näiteks, mis meil on.
Tere, mina olen Tambet.
Nii, ja siis selline naishääle näide.
Tere, mina olen Mari.
Nii. Ja, üks meie projekti nii-öelda suuremaid eesmärke on siis laste kõnekorpuse koostamine. Ja selleks, et me saaksime oma rakenduses automaatselt tuvastada lapse räägitud ja kas ta luges sõna õigesti või tegi mingi vea, et täiskasvanute mudelid lapse kõne puhul kahjuks ei toimi. Ja meie korpuse koostamine koosneb siis 2 osast, ehk siis esiteks on sõna helisalvestiste enda kogumine ja teiseks on siis nende märgendamine. Et eesmärgiks on meil koguda vähemalt 100 lapselt igalt ühelt umbes 10–15 minutit kõne. Ja me ei hakka neid salvestusi kindlasti, ega me ei ole kogunud salvestusi niimoodi. Me sõidame valge veoautoga ringi mänguväljakutel ja pakume kommi häälte eest, vaid oleme võtnud seda ikkagi väga tõsiselt, sest tegu on hästi tundlike andmetega. Et oleme saanud TalTechi akadeemiliselt eetikakomisjonilt ametliku nõusoleku ja lapsevanem peab siis andma kirjaliku nõusoleku selleks, et me saaksime lapse häält salvestada. Ja meil rakenduses oleme proovinud väga selgelt välja tuua, miks me kogume, kuidas me kogume ja milleks me kogume. Ja samuti on võimalik lapsevanemal rakendusega tutvuda isegi ilma sisse logimata, et oleks hästi selge ja läbipaistev kõik. Ja samuti kogu rakendus, sealhulgas, kus see rakendus on ja kelle ligipääs on, oleme proovinud jääda ikkagi maja sisse, et kolmandaid osapooli me selleks ei kasuta. Ja ongi, lapsed, kellelt me kõne kogume, jäävad siis algklassidesse kui ka koolieelikud. Ja praegult oleme jõudnud lasteni läbi koolide ja õpetajate. Ja oleme praegu keskendunud siis Tallinnale ja sellele lähiümbruses olevatele koolidele. Ja me alustasime tegelikult salvestamise alles selle kuu alguses, aga tänaseks oleme juba kogunud 163 minutit kõne, umbes 30 lapselt. Ja juba praegult on näha, et esimeses klassis paralleelides on lugemisoskus nii seinast seina, et klassis võivadki istuda sellised lapsed kõrvuti, kes üks alles veerib ja teine loeb väga ladusalt. Ja. Et ma hea meelega demonstreerin teile nüüd ühte seda kõnet ka, aga hoiatuseks, et tegu on moonutatud häälenäidisega, et lapse enda kaitsmiseks.
Keegi laula saal vaatas üles, ta nägi lindu.
Ja kui me juba salvestusi oleme saanud, siis järgmiseks suureks sammuks on nende märgendamine. Et täpne plaan, kuidas me seda teeme, on veel töös, aga eesmärk on siis klassifitseerida nii lugemisvigu sõna kui ka hääliku tasemel. Salvestamisel tuli välja, et oli lapsi, kes jättis näiteks sõnu vahele või asendas ühe hääliku teisega või luges sõna küll õigesti, aga alles 3. katsel. Et siin ongi nagu selline mõtlemiskoht, et kuidas seda märgendada ja kas seda märgendada. Ja mõned lapsed isegi oma ette sosistades harjutasid enne valjult välja ütlemist. Nii. Siis märgendamiseks kasutame siis praati, tekstgriidi formaati, et esmalt kasutame laboris välja töötatud autosegmenteerijat, millele järgneb siis sõnade hääliku piiride parandamine ning siis nende vigade klassifitseerimine. Et siin ongi pildina selline tekstgrid fail, ehk siis esimene rida on siis nende sõnade viga, kus siis on välja toodud see Q3, Q2, et tegu on välteveaga. Ja küsimärgid järgmises ehk siis hääliku reas näitavad siis seda, et kas laps on näiteks venitanud või on liiga lühidalt öelnud seda häälikut. Ja selle näite osas on meil ka selline kõnenäidis.
Öö on tume, kuu paistab, tähed on taevas?
Ja miks me nii detailselt märgendame, ongi see, et me ei ütleks ainult lapsele, et ta räägib valesti, vaid ka see, et kus täpsemalt see viga on ja mida võiks harjutada. Ja projekt kestab siis järgmise aasta lõpuni ja selleks on meil mõned konkreetsed eesmärgid veel. Et me soovime, et see kõnekõrpus, mis me lõppude lõpuks välja arendame, et see jääks ainult meie rakenduse tarbeks, vaid oleks kättesaadav laiemalt, et kas uurida lastekõne või siis ka arendada teisi tööriistu, mis lapsekõnega tegelevad. Siis kõnetuvastusmudeli puhul ongi see, et kui rakendus suudab meile päriselt öelda, et sa lugesid selle sõna valesti ja mitte ainult piirduda siis selle nii-öelda lugemistempo ja soravusele. Ja teksti mõistmise moodul ja mängulise elemendi eesmärk on siis see, et tekst, mida ta luges, on see, millest ta päriselt ka aru saab. Et juba 3. klassi peal testimisel tuli välja, et tegelikult see, et ta saab lugemist harjutada, on kõik väga tore, aga kui ta saaks ka testida seda, et mis talle päriselt meelde jäi sellest tekstist ja kuidas ta aru sai sellest, siis oleks tegu täiusliku lahendusega. Ja mängulise elemendi puhul ei ole eesmärk meil tekitada siis lastes selline lugemissõltuvus, vaid pigem premeerida seda, et lugemine on selline turvaline, huvitav ja jõukohane, et olenemata sellest, et mis su tase alguses on. Siis siin on hunnik viiteid, millega saab siis ka hiljem tutvuda ja tänan tähelepanu eest.
Suur tänu väga olulise andmekogu kogumise eest ja küsimusi saalis. Helin tõstis esimesena ka.
Aitäh, et küsimusi mul on sadu. Et esimene on võib-olla selline soovitus, et või väike kommentaar, et mis on suuline lugemisoskus, et missugune on siis kirjalik lugemisoskus. Et te räägite ikkagi häälega lugemisest. Ja esimene küsimus mul tekkis, et kas te olete plaaninud kaasata ka pedagoogikaspetsialiste, et meil Tallinna Ülikoolis on lugemisvaldkonnaga tegelevaid inimesi mitmeid, et ma näeksin siin nagu selliseid koostöökohti.
Tegelikult see koostöö juba käib, et Piret Soodla võttis meiega ühendust ja on meie rakendusse kaasatud ja tänu temale ongi meil näiteks kõnetaktid nüüd, sest see on nii-öelda parem viis, kuidas lugemis õpetada. Et selles mõttes koostöö juba käib.
No väga tore. Et siis ma näen võimaluse teistele.
Aitäh. Ma küsin sellist asja, et alguses ütlesid natuke sellist, et ühesõnaga, et sa väitsid, et laste lugemise oskus on halvenenud, et kas, vabandust, ma ei tea sellest teemast piisavalt, aga et kas selliseid uuringuid on tegelikult olemas? Sest nagu selline intuitsiooni põhjal ma ütleks nagu, et on ikka paranenud mõne 10 aasta taguse olukorraga, et mis aega me võrdleme ja kas sellised uuringud üldse on olemas või mis perioonide nad hõlmavad?
Uuringuid on olemas. Euroopa tasemel on tehtud selliseid uuringuid ja tegelikult seal esimestel slaididel, mis ma näitasin ka, ongi Euroopa enda komitee tehtud uuring, mis siis hindaski seda lugemisoskust. Ma kahjuks praegu peast ei mäleta enam, mis asju ta hindas, aga oligi see, et Eesti tasemel ma ise ei leidnud väga allikaid, aga just Euroopa tasemel tuleb välja, et üleüldiselt on see probleem. Et sellist uuringuid on olemas. Küsimus on lihtsalt, et kust neid leida, on ju. Et jah. Kõik?
Kas...
Suur aitäh huvitava ettekande eest. Võib-olla ma ei pannud väga palju tähele, aga seal oli nimetatud palju tegevust, mida saab rakendusega teha ja üks nendest oli kaasalugemine. Mul tekkis küsimus, kuidas täpselt see toimub?
Kaasalugemisega ongi see mõte, et meil on selline tehishääled, kes loevad lapsele ette ja laps kuuleb, et kuidas päriselt neid sõnu hääldada ja siis ta loeb valjult ette, et pigem niimoodi, et tal on klapid peas, ta kuuleb, kuidas öeldakse ja siis ta teab, kuidas ise ka valjult välja lugeda. Et on ka selline meetod, et kus vaheldumisi, et vahel loeb tehishääl ja siis loeb laps, aga selleni pole veel jõudnud.
Aitäh. Mul oli, küsin lihtsalt ühe lihtsa küsimuse, et kas te olete kaalunud piltide juurde lisamise, toetada mõistmist ja võib-olla ka soravamat teksti lugemist?
Selles mõttes meil praegu seda veel plaanis ei ole, aga selles mõttes väga hea mõte. Aga me keskendume praegu siis mitte väga spontaansele kõnele, vaid ikkagi ette antud tekstile, mida ta loeb. Et kindlasti see võiks olla siis jätk meie praegusele projektile. Aitäh. Pildid koos tekstiga, et oleks visualiseeriv. Ja, selles mõttes see on olnud mõttes ja see on ka olnud selles mõttes idee, et olekski see veidikene mängulisem ja selline lõbusam element, et mis aitab kirjeldada seda pilti.
Oota, siis ei.
Kohe tuleb.
Et kas laps saab ka mingit kiitust või tagasisidet, kui ta on oma selle teksti ette lugenud?
Et ongi, et see tagasiside tulebki alati kiituse formaadis, et me kindlasti ütle lapsele, et issand, kui halb lugeja sa oled, et ära kasuta seda rakendust enam. Vaid pigem ongi alati, et proovi veel ja me loodame, et kui me selle kõnetuvastusmudeli saame tööle, siis me saame konkreetselt öelda, mida ta võiks veel katsetada ja proovida.
Koostööst veel, et selle teksti hindaja arendaja rollis ma küsiks, et kas sellest funktsionaalsusest, mis praegu on meil olemas, kas sellest piisab või seal oleks ka arenguvajadusi, mida teil oleks vaja just?
Ma tean, et meie oleme natukene muudinud seda, sest ta annab meile sellist tagasisidet, et milliseid sõnu kõige enam esineb, on ju. Aga kuna meie tekstid on ka nii lühikesed, siis sellest ülddiskoori on väga raske saada. Kuidas me oleme teinud, ongi kuidagi kaaludega natukene mänginud. Ehk siis näiteks meil on A1 sõna, see on väiksema kaaluga versus C1 sõna, et anda see parem üldine ülevaade tekstist.
Analüüsima.
Jah.
Ma tänan ja meil on võimalus nüüd siit edasi liikuda. And now we are switching to English and I'm presenting Natalja Zagura, who is going to talk about the orientation to the message and the use of compensatory strategies in 12th grade EFL learners' oral interaction. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Kõigepealt ma ütlen, et mu esitlus on küll inglise keeles, sest artikkel pärast valmib ka inglise keeles, aga hiljem küsimused on tere tulnud ka eesti keeles ja saan nendele eesti keeles ka vastata. So hello, my name is Natalja Zagura and I come from the University of Tartu, Department of English Studies. And as a person who deals with teacher training, I'm interested in researching the way learners of English acquire the language and how they use the language when communicating in natural settings. And so this study presents some analysis of the corpus that I have collected. And first of all, I'm going to talk about some background information. I'll introduce the research questions and hypotheses. The most exciting part is probably the examples from the corpus that I have collected. And finally, I will draw some conclusions on the basis of the analysis that I have collected so far. And so compensatory strategies can be approached in different ways. Historically, there are two basic approaches. Interactional approach, where the researchers consider both the parts, the speaker and the listener, and how they interact in order to reach understanding. And the second approach is psycholinguistic perspective, where the researcher focuses on the processes that are going on in the head of the speaker who is trying to convey the message. Quite often, compensatory strategies are considered within larger groups of strategies, be those communication strategies or like in Oxford strategies, the compensatory strategies are considered to be part of language learning strategies. And of course, those strategies are also reflected in Common European Framework of Reference for Languages, because for oral production, we can also see one of the strategies listed there, or oral and also written production, one of the strategies is compensation. So actually, it's also in SEFRA. And these days, the studies that focus on compensatory strategies consider not only the way learners use them, but also whether instruction in compensatory strategies can lead to better performance. While starting my study, I looked more closely at two studies. One is the one that led to the interest in the topic was my own study, where I recorded the students of mine, and I discovered that a student who tended to get better marks at the lessons of English actually was not that skilled in using communication compensatory strategies, while the student who was slightly weaker in English, had a lower language proficiency level, actually was quite used to use compensatory strategies and managed to manage interaction better. And there is also a more recent study that also that focused on 54 EFL learners in upper secondary school, which also indicated that learners of different language proficiency use slightly different compensatory strategies. Those with higher proficiency tended to use paraphrasing and circumlocution, and those with lower language proficiency tended to code switch to their first language and coin some words or using mime or also abandon messages. And in terms of the classification of compensatory strategies, basically the strategies that we use in order to compensate for some challenges in understanding what is said to us and expressing our own idea, there can be different approaches, again, focusing either on product or the process. And here I have listed the strategies that are mostly used in the studies that focus on compensatory strategies. And the research questions that I started my study with were whether the upper secondary school graduates, well, 12th grade students, actually have managed to reach B2 level of an independent user by the end of upper secondary school, because the level of independent user also implies that language learners are able to use the strategy of compensation while communicating in the target language. And also whether they actively use those compensatory strategies to overcome limitations in comprehension and production. And I was also interested what types of strategies those learners use. The hypotheses that I started with were similar to the conclusions presented in the study that I have summarized before. I assume that probably our school graduates, upper secondary school graduates, have reached level B2 because, well, English is everywhere. They use compensatory strategies when needed. So in this sense, they correspond to this separate description of B2 level. I also assume that the learners with higher proficiency seem to be are likely to use more productive strategies, the ones that lead to better comprehension, like circumlocution, paraphrase, approximation. Approximation meaning that you use a more general word for the one that doesn't come to mind. For example, using an animal for a dog. And the language users with lower language proficiency, I assume that they might prefer code switching and avoidance. If they can't formulate the idea, they either just drop the word or the language structure that they have difficulties with. And now the corpus. I recorded semi-structured interviews with 12th grade students. All in all, there were 20 students. And the interviews were conducted by our BA students. So it was not me who was conducting the interviews, and they were, of course, in English. Those interviews were video recorded so that it would also be possible to focus on the visual part of communication, like mime and gestures. So all the students came from one school, and that is the school that represents more proficient speakers of English and also less proficient. So there was a variety of levels too. And it happened so that only 4 females were there and 16 males. They were more willing to participate in the study. And to work with the material, I used conversation analysis, so it's qualitative study, and I focused on compensatory strategies. The results are listed here, and so basically for the 4 interviews conducted, I have listed the codes for the students. The red ones are females, and the ones underlined are the students who actually used compensatory strategies during those semi-structured interviews. So the length of the interviews is also listed, and the total number of strategies. At this point, I didn't focus on the strategies that are meant for gaining some time, like using phrases, let me think, or it seems like, so the phrases that give some extra time to think for the speaker. And so all in all, 32 strategies were used, and those pluses then indicate the number of strategies used in particular interviews. And as you can see, code switching seemed to be most popular, and actually I must say that it didn't depend that much on the language proficiency of the learner. Even those who seem to be quite proficient in English still resorted to some code switching to their first language. And those 3 green pluses indicate that actually they also switched to another foreign language, once to Russian and 2 times to German. And now I will just suggest some examples where those strategies used are presented. So first of all, an opportunity for you to go through this short extract. And so the interesting places are indicated with arrows and also the bold print. And you can see that a student couldn't remember or couldn't formulate or translate into English the name of the course where this essay was written and AI was used. And so circumlocution was used, and also the all-purpose word, human thing. And try to explain that he's trying to talk about the course. I don't remember the subject name. And this is circumlocution indeed was more actively used in this corpus by more proficient learners of English. Another example provides approximation, so providing the word that is similar to what I want to say. And so in that school, there is a system that on Fridays there are no lessons at school, and students study online. They get some assignments online, and the student was trying to explain that. And you can see that, first of all, he tried to use approximation, this computer-like, and the interviewer helps that probably studying is happening online, and then he just decides to drop the message, avoiding the message that it's difficult to explain, it's complicated. Quite interesting, the only example of literal translation could also be observed in this interview. A girl was trying to explain that she looked for a word and didn't find it in a dictionary, and that is why she used AI. And for some reason, she couldn't remember the English for sõnaraamat, and she just decided to translate it word for word. As you can see, some pauses are there before that. She tries to remember the word, but can't come up with that. And so word book is the coined word for dictionary. And no problem with understanding, of course, what she meant. The most popular strategy was code switching. And here you can see example where code switching happens to the first language. Most often here in the interview, students used code switching when talking about the modules that they have selected in their program in upper secondary school, and also the courses that they study. And so here again, the student doesn't remember or doesn't know how to call bachelor's degree, and so the interview helps. And so here we can talk about code switching because the first language is used, but at the same time, the speaker was also looking at the interviewer as if trying to get the help and hint of the word that he or she is looking for. And in terms of code switching, also an example of using not L2, L3, it should be L3. Trying to describe the level at which a student can speak Russian, the second foreign language, and then trying to indicate the level and probably failing to formulate it exactly in English, just uses a little bit in Russian, чуть-чуть. And that was taken with love and as humorous approach. And the last example is avoidance, dropping the form when the form seemed to be too difficult to pronounce for a student. She wants to become a lawyer, and pronouncing the word lawyer for some reason turned to be very difficult for her. And so she says, oh my God, I'm not going to try. I'm too tired for this. So the interview was at the end of the school day. So she was tired and she decided to drop this word. But again, humor is also the technique that is usually involved in that. So identifying herself as a language learner, and it's okay to have some difficulties with using the foreign language. So those are then some examples of the compensatory strategies that could be observed in the corpus that I have used. And now, what kind of conclusions I can draw on the basis of what I have collected? That indeed it could be seen that school graduates have acquired the target language, have acquired English at level B2 to C1 2, and so they can conduct semi-formal oral interaction. So 12 participants out of 20 actually used compensatory strategies. Others managed pretty fine with understanding and producing the language without the compensatory strategies. Indeed, although the number of strategies used was very limited, and this is a qualitative study, but I could see that the students with higher level proficiency indeed were more likely to use circumlocution or approximation, but code switching was the most popular for both more proficient and less proficient speakers of English. And at the same time, the speakers with lower language proficiency either used code switching using their first language, or just avoidance of the message or form, just dropped the topic and decided to go on with their communication. And so what kind of implications could be to that study in terms of teaching English and also other foreign languages? So code switching seems to be preferred by the learners of the language, and we can't consider it to be a purely negative thing, because Sefer describes such a notion as plurilingualism, which means that we need to employ and rely on all the languages that we can speak. And so it's okay if a speaker of English relies on their first language or another foreign language when trying to convey the message, because the main thing is actually to convey the message. And this is also something that could be seen in the corpus, that they didn't pay that much attention to achieving grammatical correctness. If they were not sure about the tense used or the language structure used in the speech, they just went on. In this sense, this corpus was slightly different from the one I analyzed for my first article. So it's okay, but in the situations where the speaker is not familiar with the first language of the speaker, it may be problematic. So probably language learners could be aware also of alternatives to code switching. At lower proficiency level compensatory strategies, instruction could be applied to prevent excessive use of code switching. And actually, several studies have appeared that indicate that this kind of instruction can be productive and can lead to improved performance in the target language. And so here come the references, and thank you for listening.
Suur tänu selle sissevaate eest. Ma saan aru, et küsimuste-vastuste vooru võime teha eesti keeles, jah?
Võivad olla ka eesti keeles.
Palun küsimusi saalist. Meil on natuke aega.
Ma küsin eesti keeles.
Selles
kokkuvõtvas osas oli, et tuleb olla, kui ma saan nüüd õigesti aru, et peab olema siis kõneleja teadlik sellest koodi vahetuse juures selle nii-öelda esimese keeleoskusest või mitte, et sellele ümberlülitumisel sellel koodivahetust ta võtab nagu oma esimesest keelest. Aga mulle tundub, et kuna tegu oli intervjuuga, siis ta kasutas seda eestikeelset koodivahetust selle tõttu, et ta teadis, et intervjueerija oskab eesti keelt ja talle nagu siuksed nii-öelda ankruna kasutas. Et kui oleks mingis teises olukorras, kus tema vestluspartner ei ole eestlane, siis ta ei saa kasutada seda koodivahetusest siis eesti keelele.
Ja kusjuures selles esimeses artiklis, millele ma viitasin alguses, mul oligi niimoodi, et 2 intervjueerijad olid Hispaania vahetusüliõpilased ja seal oli koodivahetust mõnevõrra vähem. Aga ka seal ma nägin, et tegelikult Eesti õpilased kasutasid eestikeelseid sõnu ja siis nad pigem vaatasid mitte intervjueerija poole, vaid vaatasid oma sõbra poole, et nad lootsid, et siis see teine õpilane saab teda aidata, et saab tõlkida seda inglise keelde. Ja et siis see koodivahetus ongi nagu abipalve. Jah.
Thank you. I have a question about a kind of practical question. You know, you mentioned that this was video recording of the interviews, right?
Yes.
So does it mean that you also had to ask for the permission of the parents?
I selected on purpose the school graduates who are already have reached the age of 18, and so only the agreement of the students themselves was necessary. That was the reason for selecting 12th graders.
Because our students who do research, they often have problems in schools because of those permissions of the parents.
Exactly, yeah. I would have been interested in actually recording younger students, but in order to avoid this task of collecting permission from parents, I had to select 12th graders.
Thank you.
Saalist veel mõni küsimus?
Vestluste transkriptsioon paar slaidi tagasi, et teil olid seal märgitud pausid ja veel mingisugused lisamärgid, et kas te kuidagi seda informatsiooni plaanite ka ära kasutada hilisemas analüüsis?
Ja, kuna tegemist...
Nii detailset
ja ma kasutasin Jeffersoni süsteemi selle transkribeerimiseks ja kuna ma teen vestlusanalüüsis ja see on kvalitatiivne analüüs, et need numbrid on mul seal olemas, aga tegelikult ma tahaks pigem minna süvitsi selle süsteemiga, et need pauside pikkus ja mida inimene võtab ette, siis olles mõeldud, et mis strateegiat ta valib ja mis näiteks, kui inimene õpilane või keelekasutaja kahtleb selles, kas ta ütleb midagi õigesti või valesti, siis ta pigem ütleb natukene vaiksemalt, näiteks bakalaureuse kraad, siis ta ütleb natuke vaiksemalt, et näidates, et ta kahtleb. Ja, et need on sellised täitsa väga huvitavad nähtused, mida on kindlasti plaanis ka analüüsida.
On üheks lühikeseks küsimuseks veel aega. Eks ma küsin ise. Mis teemadel need intervjuud olid?
Intervjuud olid keeleõppe teemal ja tegelikult EHAK-u konverentsil mul oli ka ettekanne hoopis nende intervjuude teemade kohta, sisu kohta ja see oli ka väga huvitav, sest õpilased said väljendada oma arvamust selle kohta, kuidas on keeleõppe korraldatud gümnaasiumis, kas nad on sellega rahul ja üheks huvitavaks tähelepanekuks oligi see, et mis on see põhjus, miks teine võõrkeel tavaliselt ei edene nii hästi kui esimene võõrkeel. Õpilased lihtsalt ei otsi võimalusi selle teise võõrkeele kasutamiseks. Inglise keelt nad kasutavad igal pool ja isegi olukorras, kus oleks võimalik kasutada teist võõrkeelt, nad pigem lähevad väiksema vastupanu teed ja nad lülitavad ümber inglise keelele, et nad ei kasuta neid võimalusi, et arendada teist võõrkeelt. Et seal oli jah, üks selline huvitav järeldus, et teise võõrkeele õppel tasub julgustada õpilasi, et nad otsiks rohkem võimalusi keele harjutamiseks ja võib-olla üheks heaks strateegiaks oleks ka see, mida praegu ministeerium soovitab kasutada rohkem valikaineid teises võõrkeeles. Et algul see võib olla natuke keeruline võib olla ja hirmutav õpilaste jaoks, aga tegelikult see viiks selle kindluseni.
Suur tänu!
Aitäh!
Okay, we are starting the last presentation by Mazepa. And Liina Tammekänd, designing video-based micro-learning materials for EFL instruction, a case study with secondary learners. The floor is yours.
Ja enne kui ma hakkan rääkima, ma pean ka mainima, et ma oskan eesti keelt ja küsimused eesti keeles on ka teretulnud. So I would like to introduce you our work on video-based micro-learning materials for EFL as English as a foreign language classroom in Estonian basic school. And this presentation is based on my master's thesis research at the University of Tartu. Our talk is divided into 3 parts. The first part is constraints and reality, school reality. The second part is theoretical framework, 5 design principles and 9 micro-learning units. And the third part is evaluation of the materials as feedback from students and teachers and revisions that were made. So let's start with the classroom reality, which is motivated this study. There are 3 constraints. The first one is adolescent attention. So the parts of the brain which help us stay focused are still developing in adolescence, and long periods of attention are still demanding for them. And the second constraint is working memory limits. So we can hold only 4 items at once, and adolescents reach this cognitive overload much faster than adults. And of course, we are limited by the time, because the standard lesson in Estonian school is 45 minutes, so we should work inside this constraint, not around it. And of course, these constraints are not new, but they were not taken into account systematically, and micro-learning approach is one that does. In my study, I have this definition of microlearning as brief self-contained units designed for a specific learning outcome within a short time frame, delivered digitally or face-to-face. And we have here two bodies of research. On the one side, we have this microlearning literature, for example, Kapp and De Felice, Corbel and colleagues, but this literature is oriented to corporate training and instructional design. The only book which has this connection with English as a second language and English as a foreign language and SLA theories is Conke written book, but it says about these theories in passing without developing design implications. And on the other side, we have these second language acquisition theories, and let me briefly introduce them. So the first theory is Russian input hypothesis that says that we acquire language when comprehensible input is slightly above the learner's level. And the second hypothesis is Schmidt hypothesis. He says that students have to consciously notice linguistic features so they can be acquired. And one pattern says that when learners understand the message and they don't need this grammar form, so this grammar form is filtered out. And also we have here a long focus on form. It's a specific idea that we draw attention to linguistic features as they arise incidentally in meaning-focused lessons. And of course, behavior dual coding theory, we process information through verbal and visual channels, and this way we remember it much better than only through one channel. And so there is a gap because these theories were not systematically linked to microlearning design. And I have three research questions. One is a theoretical question, how we can connect these second language acquisition theories with microlearning design principles in English and the foreign language classroom. And two practical questions, how do teachers and students perceive the design materials in terms of accessibility, engagement, structure, and fit with the textbook? In this case, I do not measure the language acquisition, so I will tell about this limitation a bit later. And here you have the answer to the first question, 5 microlearning principles. The first principle is brevity and self-containment. Each unit is short and complete in itself, focused on a single learning outcome, which follows Sweller cognitive load theory and microlearning literature in general. The second principle is multimodal comprehensible input. As I said, that video presents language through verbal and visual channels, and students remember the information much better. Also, we have a stage task sequence in each worksheet. All tasks are organized across 3 phases: preparation, noticing, and consolidation. Focus on form through task design, but in the case of my study, I focus on lexical chunks, so formulaic sequences, not on the grammar. And scaffold learning production. Production tasks help learners use target language in personally meaningful context and connect with their own experience. So here we have 9 microlearning units. They can be used as supplementary materials to ILF English 6 textbook, but I also want to mention that they can be also used independently, because we have these 2 standard topics, friendships and sports, which are very common in every classroom. Each microlearning unit lasts 6 to 10 minutes, which fits very well in 45-minute lesson for a basic school in Estonia. The level of the videos are from A to plus B2, and video transcripts were analyzed using Text Inspector. And also this, you see target formulaic sequences as lexical chunks. They were verified against 1010 frequency data to ensure there are real language use. Video sources are different. YouTube, some videos from TikTok. Some of them have real interviews with teenagers, so they motivate teenagers and have these topics that are engaging for them. And feel free to scan these QR codes to get my microlearning worksheets. And before I give you an example of my worksheet, I will introduce you the structure of this worksheet. We have 3 stages, before viewing, while viewing, and after viewing. So before viewing stage has matching task. It's the stage where this lexical chance the first time introduced to students, so they meet them and it activates prior knowledge and direct attention to them when they listen to the video. In while viewing, we have multiple choice items that keep attention on meaning, and after viewing has gap fill exercise, so students put this lexical chunks in context, in the right context, and also we have this scaffold production where students write 3 to 5 sentences on a personal goal. So they use these phrases that were in before viewing stage. And here's an example of my microlearning worksheet. The topic is the power of goals. It's based on a short interview of Olympic high jumper Chantelou, and we provide students before watching stage 5 formulaic sequences without a shadow of a doubt. Put the blinders on, fit your skill set, cultivate your talent, and be relentless. So these chunks are firstly introduced to students, and then they have 2 options. They can watch the video using these QR codes on the right side and do this exercise on the worksheet. And they also have this add puzzle option, so they can do this online. And after watching, we put the same lexical chunks in gap fill exercise, so the students put them in the right context. And of course, this productive task when they write 3 to 4 sentences about a goal that is important to them and use at least 2 or 3 phrases. So we have 2 groups who evaluated the materials, teachers and students. 22 teachers participated, 7 of them used materials with their 8th graders, and 15 reviewed as expert raters. And also we have 2 groups of 8th grade learners. They had to fill a short questionnaire after each activity. Teacher feedback was positive. All 3 stages rated about 4 out of 5, and they had also strong connection with the textbook I Love English 6, 4.45. When we asked which stage the stage worked best, half of the teachers said that after watching, and 1/3 of them said that while watching, and the rest of them said that before watching. Also, they had some comments, and I'll tell about that later, what we have revised. And teachers who used materials in class rated while watching higher than expert reviewers. It means that in practice, these materials work better than only when you observe them. So student feedback was also very positive. They found that video was easy or okay to understand. Instructions were clear or mostly clear, and production tasks were the most demanding, but it aligns with the cognitive law theory. Production requires coordinating form, meaning, and retrieval. It's heavier than just the receptive tasks. And 50% was just right in sport units, but we used in sport units a bit more difficult level of the video, but we adapted it with the proper exercises, so even this difficult video was just right for them. So stage task sequence scaffolds higher level content. Revisions were made at the point of that matching tasks were added to all 5 units, and as teachers and students noticed that students, when they see the QR code, they want to skip this before viewing stage. So the QR code was relocated in front of the while watching stage. Some videos were replaced, and we put a bit more difficult video with a high level in one worksheet. And we have, in this case, 2 contributions. Some contributions are theoretical, these 5 design principles that were systematically linked to microlearning and SLA research. And also we have practical contribution, these 9 ready-to-use worksheet units. They don't require teacher preparation, they fit within one 45-minute lesson, and they support I Love English 6, but they also can be used independently with the other books. And limitations is that revised materials were not repiloted. Questionnaires measured only perceived accessibility. As I have mentioned, they didn't measure acquisition. And not all teachers reviewed every unit. But the next steps could be repilot the revised materials, measure acquisition, not just perception, and extend design principles. And thank you for listening. I'm ready to answer your questions in Estonian, eesti keeles ja inglise keeles. Kõigis keelest.
Aitäh! Ootame igas keeles küsimusi. Okei. Ma küsiksin ise siis, et ühel slaidil märkasin seda, et need video vaatamisele eelnevad ülesanded, et neid ei peetud nagu kuigi kasulikuks. Kasulikkuse määr tundus nagu selline väike, et mis selle põhjuseks võiks olla?
Ma vist rõhutanud, et nad oleksid mitte kasulikud. Võib-olla ma natuke teisiti väljendasin ennast, et oli niimoodi, et see enne video on väga tähtis just osa, aga kuna õpilased nägid, mul alguses oli QR-kood pandud just selle nagu enne video osa ees ja õpilased hakkasid kohe videot vaatama ja mitte teha neid ülesanded, mis olid enne videod. Ja seetõttu ma just tahtsin rõhutada, et nad on ka olulised ja paneme QR-koodi just selles faasis, kus juba the while watching faas, et nad ei hakkaks nagu hüppama kohe video peale.
Siis ma küsiksin, et kuidas see tehniliselt välja nägi, et kas, kui seda kõike tehti ju klassis ja tunni ajal, ma saan aru, kas see tähendab seda, et iga õpilane võttis enda telefoni pealt selle video lahti ja kuulas oma isikliku seadme pealt kõrvaklappidega või kuidas see korraldada?
Mitu varianti, kuna meil olid erinevad õpetajad, kes katsetasid, et mõnele sobis see, kui õpilased ise vaatavad kõrvaklappides, nad saavad üle kuulata, võib-olla kord veel kuhugi pausi peale vajutada. Aga kui mina katsetasin, siis ma panin ikkagi tahvli peale, see oli palju mugavam, sest meil on natuke see keel, telefonide keel, et on parem, kui õpilased ikkagi koos õpetajatega võib-olla vaatavad ja kohe lahendavad.
On vahepeal saalis tekkinud küsimusi. Ma küsin ühe küsimuse veel. Et kas selline töö võiks olla ka õpilastele iseseisvalt tegemiseks mõistlik või on see ikkagi nagu koos õpetajaga?
Ma arvan, et just iseseisvaks õppimiseks on eriti kasulik, sest praegu meil on AI maailm, et kõik ülesanded võib juba kohe ChatGPT-ga ära lahendada, aga kui sa vaatad seda videot, sa ei saa, ma eeldan, et ei saa mitte kuhugi panna, et ilma vaatamiseda nagu vastaks nendele küsimustele, et võib-olla see on miski selline interaktiivne kodutöö või iseseisev ka ülesanne, mida nad saaksid kodus teha ja mis oleks piisavalt huvitav, et nad ei hakkaks seda AI-ga lahendama. Kuna ma olen ka õpetaja, ma olen eesti ja vene keele õpetaja, et ma näen, mis praegu lastega toimub koolis, et ja tõesti võib olla miski innustav selles, et nad saavad need töölehed koju ja äkki nad tõesti tahavad nagu oma telefoniga mitte oma telefonimängu mängida, aga üritada vaadata seda videot ja vastata küsimustele. Mul oli üks huvitav kogemus, et ma näitasin ühele tüdrukule seda videot, kus oli The Power of Goals ja ta tegeleb spordiga ja ta ütles mulle, et see oli nii oluline info tema jaoks, nii innustav, et see just see, mis ta vajas sel hetkel. Sest ta ise oli natuke võib-olla pettunud endas ja ei teadnud, kas edasi jätkata või mitte, aga ta ütles, et see oli õige intervjuu.
Et see teemade valik on siis see, mis on ka hästi oluline nende.
Ja me kaasasime neid just noorukeid, et nad saaksid ka oma kogemusi jagada. Meil oli seal üks video, kus 6 õpilast ka tegelevad spordiga, et nad jagavad oma arvamused, miks nad seda teevad ja mis see annab neile, et võib-olla see kuidagi seatud just nende eluga, et nad on samal tasemel.
Kui saalist, ikka üks küsimus on tulnud.
Tutvustuse kohaselt tunduvad need väga kasulikud materjalid, kuidas on plaanis neid õpetajatele tutvustada, sest I Love English on selline õpik, mida kasutatakse inglise keele õpetamisel meil päris palju. Kas on plaanis kuidagi seda tutvustada õpetajatele, et see töö läheks raisku, et leiaks kasutust?
No siin on 2 variantsi, et ma hakkan müüma või ma hakkan ikkagi tasuta kuidagi jagama need Facebookis või kui keegi otsib minu Space'i tööd, siis need ka leiavad. Aga see on hea mõte, et võib-olla ma pean oma saidi tegema ja siis seal panema need, et nad saaksid ka võib-olla ligipääsu mõnedele, sest ma arvan, et siin saab väga palju mängida, mitte ainult need lexical chunks uurida, vaid kaasada ka grammatikat, seda hääldust, õpetust ja eriti eesti keeles, et kuna ma olen eesti keele võõrkeelena õpetaja ka, ma arvan, et eesti keele kohta on ka see väga kasulik, et ma tahaksin ka võib-olla laiendada seda teemat ja kasutada oma eesti keele tundides.
Ma tegelikult soovitaks siis kirjastusega koostööd teha, et mis õpik see on ja siis kirjastusel on palju suuremad võimalused nii-öelda ka seda informatsiooni jagada.
Aitäh!
Aga täname
Aitäh.
Ja nüüd on aeg lõunale minna.
Welcome to this final keynote session. We have had 2 days when we have discussed language acquisition, second language acquisition, and the transition to Estonian medium education. And I think it's very nice that Kristina invited Sanita Martena, a professor of applied linguistics from Riga Technical University, to join us here and to give an overview of how the transition to Latvian medium instruction, or how it's called in Latvian, is a united school reform or national school reform, that how this has happened, what kind of discourses have surrounded it, and how people have lived or are living through it. Sanita herself comes from Latgale, from a multilingual region, having been grown up with several languages, and also living in a family and living in environments that daily use multiple languages. And I think Sanita, as this as a specialist in applied linguistics, social linguistics, language policy, is the best person to give this overview and to introduce how things are done in Latvia and what is researched about the transition in Latvia. So.
Thank you very much, Kertu, for your kind words. Good afternoon. It's really a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much for the invitation. Now I will bring you to your neighbor country, Latvia. I will use human intelligence. It's nothing what I have used during preparing presentation of artificial intelligence. I hope that I will not reflect natural stupidity. This was mentioned, this word. So, yes, as Kertu already said, I'm going to speak about this latest school reform in Latvia, which started very in similar way as in Estonia, and a little bit, I don't know now, it's really unusual. I will look at this. I will start with a short background, and after I will move to official policy discourses, how Ministry of Education has framed it, why it is necessary such reform, a little bit with comparison with Estonia. But the main part of my presentation is about lived experiences at schools, what different kind of data show, and I will analyze those data within 2 theoretical frames, cognitive frame and social-emotional frame. And a little bit I will bridge school experiences with family language experiences, and in the end, of course, some takeaway messages if you wish. If you don't wish, you don't have to take away messages. So, about reform. After February 2022, in summer 2022, Latvia government approved amendments to transition to Latvian as only language of instruction at schools and preschools. And Saima, the parliament, supported it. And in practice, it affected around approximately 20% of all schools in Latvia, mostly students with Russian dominant language at home as family language. According to data 2023, Russian is a native language of approximately 1/3 of total population of Latvia. This is like background information. In comparison to Estonia, very similar processes, only few months later, also Riigikogu adopted transition to Estonian, which you know better than me. And what does it mean in practice? How do we see this gradual transition? As I said, it started in 2023, from the 1st of September, for preschool students, 1st, 4th and 7th grade students, and gradually with every year more, plus 2nd, 5th and 8th grade, plus 3rd, 6th and 9th grade. But we can see Estonian differences with Estonia. It's quite clear. Estonia started 1 year later with reform, and Estonia, it was meant that only preschool, 1st and 4th grade was involved in this process when reform was implemented. But in Latvia also 7th grade. Yeah, I will explain a little bit later. I included this actually slide because usually in conferences people ask me what about the role of Russian at schools, and there are 2 ways currently still learn Russian. Russian as a second foreign language. The last changes and policy say that currently students who choose to learn Russian as a second foreign language some years ago, they have rights to replace it with another official language of European Union. But as a choice, it is the last academic year, 2025-26, when students have rights to choose Russian as a second foreign language. It means they will be able to continue until the end of primary education level, but no longer than 29-30. So after this year, from the next year, they have to choose second foreign language from like such choice as German, Spanish, French, official European Union languages, but not Russian. Russian stays and offered already now as a extracurricular subject. So it means that at the primary and lower secondary education level, minority students or their parents, they can apply to school principal and say, we would like to take a Russian language and culture course, and it will be as after-school activity, usually twice per week, but it depends on different schools differently. And it is usually funded by the state or by the local municipality. So, official policy discourses, how this reform was framed. Together with Kertu, we did small-scale research, and last year we presented in Cambridge University, it was Conference on Baltic Studies in Europe, and also we have handed in article. I hope that soon you will be able to read it in the Journal of Baltic Studies. And just I will give a little bit insight from what we have discovered. So we collected data. Kertu took Estonian case study, was responsible, and I'm for Latvia. We looked at official communication channels of the Ministries of Education, web pages concerning the transition, also press releases, and we did comparative content analysis. It was inductive, like data-based approach, and we coded and noticed 4 the main topics, themes which were used in both cases. It was about pupils, society, state, and international requirements. We used few digital tools to check our thoughts with what we manually found it. And it was, you see on the left side, Latvia case, the most often used words in policy documents or in press releases. It was language, and very often it was mentioned as state language, opportunities, minorities, and also constitution and international. I will explain a little bit later. And in Estonia case, it was a quite big difference. It was not so much mentioned state language, but Estonian as a language. Opportunities very similar with Latvia, but children, young people, education. So, and one of our conclusions, few conclusions I will now present, but in Latvia, the state is positioned as actor in language policy in congruence with nation-state ideologies, saying this is state language, and actually we see how this way of communication has impact at schools. And also, but it is also another argument which is mentioned why it is necessary. It is implementation of better education. And we see perspective of linguistic authority very clear versus minority pupils. And what is interesting also enough that changes are not openly related to Russia's war. You don't see in documents it or press releases. In contrast to Estonia, not only in contrast, few also similarities. Estonian is, as a language, is clearly named. Also focus on qualitative education, which is very similar, but more focus on qualitative education, not language itself. And this distinction majority-minority is quite hidden in documents, and instead the young generation is in focus. So let's move from official policy discourses now to practices at school and what we can see there, how this reform, this transition is implemented. I said that this is the last year when we finish, but it is de jure, this transition. De facto, it's clear this process just started to move. And in practice, what we can see from school experiences, I have chosen a broader range of different data sets to give you maybe this impression from different perspectives, different angles that because I'm only one presenting Latvia here, and it was very difficult to choose what kind of data to present. And I have chosen data from classroom observations and also from interviews with parents with different language backgrounds from monolingual and bilingual families. But also I will use secondary data and I will quote Dinah's Munch work, master thesis. She did ethnographic research, 3 months research in Riga in one school. And also I will use data from students which I am supervising. But one is a very interesting data set from 11th grade student who asked me to assist, to do consultations on her research work because she did focus group discussions with her classmates, 11th grade. They are part of different projects. Classroom observations are part of Latvian Language Agency projects. In total, together with colleagues and students, we have done around 70 lessons from classroom observations, and also interviews with parents. It is part of some European research project and Riga Technical University about family language policy and cartography. And as I mentioned, Dinah's work, which was presented and done in Aarhus University in Denmark, even she did research in Riga, one of schools. And Julia Igaone, she was mostly interested in Latvian language self-evaluation of students. And her hypothesis was that they don't develop Latvian language enough because they have very low self-evaluation of their knowledge. So, and as I said, I will analyze data within 2 theoretical frames. One is cognitive aspects, and it will be based on such keywords and concepts as emergent bilingualism, receptive and expressive language skills, linguistic silence, and language exposure from teachers. And I will do in the way that I will quote, I will use the most striking quotes from data, which illustrate very well the main issues and problems in language transition, and I will analyze those quotes within these frames. 3 quotes from Munch research in Riga school. She has observed that year 8 pupils understood Latvian but still talked in Russian. It was difficult for them to create full sentences. The second quote from the student grade 10. It's very easy for me now to understand Latvian. I find it easy to write in Latvian, well, with mistakes. But expressing my thoughts verbally, that's a huge problem. And the last quote from 11th grade scholar, she says, minority students more often experience anxiety, insecurity, and emotional exhaustion, especially in situations requiring oral expression in Latvian. This negatively affects their participation in class. We see, so this expression, to express yourself orally in Latvian, this is most challenging for students. Either they, instead of that, use Russian, which is not usually allowed. Regarding translanguaging, students, teachers also are quite critical, and students, they stay silent. They don't express them orally because they don't have time to think about how to express. And it is very much connected with cognitive aspects and with this pre-production phase. When learner is not passive, they are not passive, but they need time. They build their language competence through active listening, developing the vocabulary, listening what their classmates say, for whom Latvian is the mother tongue, what teacher says. They observe others, and it is very much connected what is written in theoretical literature about legitimate peripheral participation. It is legitimate. Don't participate actively before you are not ready to express yourself. And with silence, I think it is not enough described in the context of transition. Silence doesn't mean that they are not there in the class. It means they actively participate through verbal thought. They need time not only to listen, but to understand this information and find structures and lexical items to express themselves. But students, classmates with Latvian as a mother tongue, they are much quicker, and they do it, and they stay behind, and they feel insecure to participate actively. So this silent period, receptive skills are very important. It takes longer than we assume. So an expressive, productive language skills, like to start to discuss orally in Latvian, is much more demanding for students than probably sometimes teachers understand. And we are speaking about emerging bilingual learners, and this is a gradual process of becoming bilingual. So lessons in Latvian increase their Latvian language exposure, but it doesn't happen immediately. Another aspect about exposure which comes from teachers, it is mentioned in several interviews from students how unhappy they are in which language do they have lessons. I mean in Latvian, but in incorrect or not so good Latvian, where I will demonstrate only with one quote from the student grade 10. And he has said, in most Russian schools where all teachers were supposed to start teaching in Latvian, it seems to me that in most schools the teachers are unable to teach in Latvian and do not teach the subjects in Latvian. They can't conduct an entire lesson in Latvian. They might use some terms or words from the textbook, but if they speak in Latvian, they can't express their thoughts correctly. It doesn't make sense. The students might misunderstand them or perceive information as something strange. I didn't say that this was quotation which from data from 2023. The situation has changed, has improved. The last data which the Ministry of Education presented in February this year, in this data I read that there are 3% of teachers who don't have enough proficiency to work and teach in Latvian. Regarding social-emotional aspects, social silence, in contrast to linguistic silence, just what I mentioned now, and social silence, students' self-evaluation and language anxiety, there are topics which appear when we read interviews or when we do classroom observations. And Dinah Moon, in her research, she has written about grade 8 students. One student, she said, she's writing in her master thesis that it helped with students to reduce anxiety to speak in a situation where mistakes were accepted, where students, they didn't have to care that they are making mistakes. And she was like, this anxiety, language anxiety immediately reduced in comparison with other lessons where another teacher corrected almost every sentence which she said. And it helped to speak when she was with somebody she trusted. So the role of teacher is significant. And also in another quotation, it's interesting that the student from the grade 5, she mentioned that to follow the learning process or stay silent was depending on the mood of the teacher. Again, this role of teacher. And 11th grade student Igone, she also mentions in her work that being forced to speak and a judgmental attitude reduce the desire to actively participate. What does she mean by being forced to speak? She has noticed that during lessons, when students, particularly when it is oral discussion, and some students stay silent, and teachers demand, she is demanding that everyone has expressed his or her own thoughts, and they are forced to speak. And she says that this is really reduce desire to actively participate and increase language anxiety. And my own example, I have chosen, I will explain why. It is from already 33 years old student, adult who was student. She graduated bilingual rural school, as she is saying, and she was very afraid when she started to study at the university only in Latvian. And when she says, coming from a rural school where they also had bilingual education, this semantic implication is that bilingual education didn't function well enough because she couldn't use fluently Latvian, and she says, I cried for the first 3 months when I started study at the university, and was thinking how I'm going to study for all 4 years. And since she chose specialty engineering, about which her eyes were burning, as she says in her interview, she acquired terminology very quickly, and she was surprised herself how it was easy for her. But with this beginning to start to study was very, very difficult. She even wanted to stop, but she noticed that this exposure, everyday exposure in subjects in which she is interested, actually increasing very, very quickly her knowledge. So yeah, you already noticed that during interpretation of my data, I'm using a lot about this concept of language anxiety, which can manifest, how we can notice it from literature. It is one of books only, which is written already almost 10 years ago. And this language anxiety can manifest as a lack of agency when students become very passive. They have anxiety and they become very passive. It also can manifest as a lack of sense of hope and a sense of positive expectations. They don't believe anymore that one day they will reach proficiency in Latvian. Causes for language anxiety were also described a lot in theoretical literature. In this way, when we discussed, analyzed our data, we used this a priori approach, deductive approach. We looked at theoretical concepts like academic causes, cognitive causes, social causes, and we actually noticed a lot in our data that they are afraid because there are errors in pronunciation, they were afraid of methods of testing. Also, we noticed unrealistic learner beliefs that I already mentioned, but also such cognitive causes as fear of losing one's sense of identity or low self-esteem, and also social causes. And also about the teacher's role I already mentioned, and two more things which come to understand how do our students feel during lessons. For me, it was quite big surprise, because I believe that for smaller children, they can have probably more, they are depending more on attitudes of teachers. But our data show that students from older age groups, starting 7th, 8th, 9th, how they express or they stayed silent was very much depending on teacher, and increased anxiety came mostly from situations when every mistake or every word was corrected. This was what classroom observations showed us. And Igona from 11th grade, what does she say? She also says that student self-assessment, it is very much correlated with language anxiety. So when they have this lower self-assessment, they are afraid to express themselves. And the last maybe thought about this first part about cognitive aspects, and it is already breached to families, cognitive and social emotional aspects, and breach to families. Social silence, in contrast to linguistic silence, doesn't depend on the linguistic ability to produce the language. And it can be used as a tool to show your protest. What we noticed during classroom observations were situations where students were able linguistically to answer, to participate in discussions, but they stayed silent, showing protest. And it is connected with identity issues, and as we know, language is a significant identity marker, and there are a few examples, quotes. When transition started, it was already second year in 2024, when teacher of the year 8 class said, from 20 pupils, there were only 5 or 6 who could understand Latvian. It was her evaluation that they could understand Latvian. She thought that linguistically they are not ready to participate in all subjects in Latvian. And everybody else had difficulties to learn, and they stayed and sit silent, and in lessons it was silent protest against this reform. Probably I will skip few. The last one, it is when Daina Munch asked a few questions about their feelings and about this reform, and their linguistic repertoires, also use of languages at home and at school. And one of students expressed fear of being identified as Russian in Latvia, and therefore being hesitant to use the term Russian. And she is quoting him, "I kind of live in Latvia, but I speak more in Russian. I don't understand who I am more. Maybe I'm both." But this is different topic, how students and also adults, how do they identify themselves do of this reform, and also after Russia started war. And we already heard a few presentations today about it. So let's take a look a little bit more at home about language practices at home, and also data which I mentioned already today from February 2026. The Ministry of Education has put such questions as, in which languages do you speak at home? and so on. Such survey, they give impression, but they are not so something surprising, because of course when we are mostly monolingual families, they continue to speak Russian at home, which is obvious, and the monolingual Latvian speakers as well. The most interesting case is bilingual families, and we have noticed in our data set that it depends in which social linguistics environment do those families live. And I decided for this presentation to take data from Riga and Rezekne, where societal bilingualism is very clear, Latvian Russian speaking community. And in our data set, 5 families which identify themselves, mothers who gave interviews, they identify themselves, but our family is bilingual. And during interview analysis, you notice that actually home language mostly is Russian. Even if they identify themselves, they say, we grew up in Latvian-speaking or bilingual families. But during all our life, with children, we have spoken only in Russian because our husband don't have language proficiency enough to use Latvian, therefore we have used Russian. Due to the reform, when the reform started after 2023 in September, they understood that they have to help their children. And they, as Latvian mother tongue dominant Latvian speakers, they started to speak Latvian with their children. This is a very interesting phenomenon, how socio-political situation outside home has had impact on what is going in family, but they started suddenly speak themselves in Latvian with students. Here is one quote. My story is that I'm practically the only one in my family among my relatives who actually speaks Latvian, because the others, unfortunately, well, let's say my mom and grandparents, they didn't have a need for it because they lived and also worked in the Soviet Union, and so there probably was not a need. So they never learned it. Basically, with the others, so with my husband in Russian I speak, with others, my parents also, basically only in Russian. So, and this data, which we have, quantitative data from surveys, they don't unpack such situations. And also, in the same interview, she's saying that she consciously she decided to take some nanny, and also she sent both daughters to Latvian preschool, even it was before 2022, but create this environment for exposure also in Latvian, because with core family and also in extended family, mostly they used Russian language. And the other interesting data which we noticed, and we put it in this context of family literacy activities, what do parents do to increase and to help their children to acquire Latvian? And with family literacy activities, we understand both an interactive and educational way of spending time together. And we see from our data such examples, like this is from Dinah's Moon work, which she's saying she noticed that pupils who were quite 8th grade students who were very good in Latvian, and when she started to discover more, why do they have others not so good language skills, but few two very good, and she noticed that their parents had trained them since childhood. It was Russian dominant speaking family, monolingual family, but parents had this idea that in such way they have to help them, and how what kind of tasks or how in practice does it happen. Like one of them said, okay, we were speaking all the time Russian, but their parents time by time they asked, how is that in Latvian? How is that in Latvian? Can you say me like learning vocabulary in everyday on everyday basis using such family literacy activities? And this is one quote which comes from we had mostly mothers for interviews who agreed to give interview, but a few fathers, and one of fathers who is Latvian dominant speaker, and his wife is Russian Ukrainian speaker, bilingual family, and he also noticed that for his son, he has big difficulties to learn Latvian because mostly they speak Russian at home, and he started just to use such task, if I may say task, every day. I will quote, "Every day when I go to and from the kindergarten, I ask my son to tell me his whole day in Latvian." So it's literally what he did. He tells me, "I waved to you through the window when I took a book, looked at the book, when I went to Alexander, when we played with Lego, when we went to breakfast. For breakfast we ate porridge," and so on. So, and he's saying, like, it helps, but sometimes he is using at home such family literacy episodes, time spans when they use a little bit of Latvian. And it looks like very artificially, but it's very aim-orientated. And use of Latvian within family outside home for Russian dominant speaking families, it's also interesting. It appears in our data that they say when they go, for instance, to some event at school, suddenly they notice that they switch to Latvian to start to speak with their children. This is so school environment. They are not forced, no, because we asked very directly, do you feel that someone would criticize or something said bad you if you use Russian? No, she said, it somehow becomes naturally for me when we go to some event or some parents event, and if I am with my daughter, I start to speak with her in Latvian. And also Latvian is used outside when they travel, so some kind of language of exclusion to exclude other people, pretending that no one will understand Latvian in contrast to Russian, maybe. And the last slide here, which I wanted to mention in this slide, that not only parents creating such family literacy events or such situations, and not only they are like teachers at home. We noticed from data changing of roles when children who acquire very well Latvian, they become as a parents who start to teach their parents. So changing roles, it means like children become language brokers for societal, which is Latvian language, and they mediate, bridging language gaps of the parents. And this proficiency in Latvian language becomes as a means of social control. They feel, what parents say, they feel that this hierarchy is changing, that their children become like powerful because they know Latvian better than parents. And one quote which shows it from one mom, she's saying, "When I need to write a message in Latvian, I send it to my daughter to proofread. She then corrects my mistakes." And when she is laughing, this is laughing, which is not because it's funny. It seems that for her, this self-evaluation, which shows that knowledge of Latvian is much worse than children, it's quite painful. So I would like to sum up what I have said now. For my conclusions, I have chosen 4 main keywords. One of them is time. I think we don't speak enough with teachers about emergent bilingualism in general, but it is a gradual process which needs much more time to process, to think and to process information what our learners hear. And we probably forget about division between receptive and expressive language skills, and that linguistic silence, it doesn't mean that they don't participate. It is active participation through verbal thought. And the second keyword which I choose, it is exposure. And I'm speaking about different environments. During lessons as formal school settings, it's very important that teachers have very high language proficiency, but it is beneficial for students who participate in lessons. And speaking about informal settings, I mean breaks. In some schools it is demanded, it's not written, but like it is from school principals said that you should speak also during breaks in Latvian. In some schools it is much more flexible. And from linguistical point of view, when we started to discuss with teachers after some classroom observation, it turned out that this aggressive way saying you must use state language, it is like it's demonstrating very clearly hierarchy, but there is linguistical way why it is actually would be good to speak in Latin also during breaks, because they hear youth language, which comes from mother tongue users, their classmates. They hear colloquial speech and language, Latvian language, which they, in particular places, cities like in Latgale region, southeast part, which is close to Russia and Belarus border, where they come out from the school and they don't hear Latvian, they hear mostly Russian. It's similar like in Narva. And for students who live in such social linguistic contexts, it is important to acquire and to get this exposure in informal settings, how it is fluently used. And this is what I think we should stress more during speaking with teachers, and way of communication, that you explain students why it would be good if you also try to communicate during breaks, but not demanding or like they feel and stress that they in one school, one teacher said, they go to the toilet. They go to the toilet to speak Russian. It can't be worse. You have to live and go to school in such environment. And also input through daily routines, after school activities, when language becomes as a form. Actually, content is more important when someone has interest in football or piano playing, and you go and acquire what you are interested a lot, and you are doing it through Latvian. It's much better way and quicker to acquire language sometimes than during official language lessons. So input through daily routines, after school activities, but also home literacy events, which I mentioned before. And from 4 keywords, the third one would be emotions. Language anxiety is very significant concept. We should understand reasons, causes, why do they have it, in order to work on it that children don't have language anxiety, because it is very closely related with low self-evaluation. We know what does it mean, low self-evaluation. You don't have enough motivation to learn. It's lack of agency and lack of hope. So therefore, we should concentrate on positive language use experiences. Don't focus all the time only on mistakes, particularly when it is with emergent bilingualism in this process. And also recognize individual learner differences. With language learning, we forget it's very individual. It's really this time what every person needs, every student needs to acquire and start to express. Without fears, language, it's very individual. And with social silence, we should take very seriously and start to discover why do our students have, even if we are not able to change political processes, what we can do to improve positive environment of learning. And the last, as a 4th keyword, is identity. Multiple identities. This is one of, I think, also it is one way to look at this process, and don't contrast all the time that one language is better than another, and that it's your fault, that your family language is wrong. It's really what we see sometimes from interviews, and this is a very important issue that we should maintain and look at many things from a multilingualism perspective, that children have rights to become bilingual or multilinguals, to maintain multilingualism in their everyday routines and support multiple identities, that this process is more harmonious, not so much with fighting. I wanted something to say here more, I forgot. It probably doesn't matter. I didn't mention almost today about good experiences, because I think I wanted to show main problems, issues, challenges, but there are, particularly from first grade students, who are so happy when they say that they are able to speak both Latvian and mother tongue. Like from the it was second grade student when she came to Daina during her ethnographic research, and she said, "Do you know that I can speak in Latvian and Russian? Can you speak in two languages?" Like, it's happiness, like it's not politically loaded, but it is this excitement which comes from eyes of children able to speak, to be in two language environments. And as a very emotional topic for parents, it's clear it is home language maintenance, about which we hear a lot. Does it mean that we have to change language at home? What does it mean for us now, for our identity? They are very, very hot topic. And where we see actually transitioned already in thoughts, some kind of change in thoughts, and some kind of change of understanding by teachers. When they don't, in the beginning, it was really, I can say it was, I didn't know how to feel when I went to preschool teachers, like big audience, 200 people, and some from the audience asked me, "But do you know that this is the biggest problem, but they still speak at home Russian?" You have to breathe, you understand that you have to educate now people and to say, and the best way how to say is to use some examples. And I said, when I lived with my family in Germany, and I went with my child to the German kindergarten, and when I prepared my son that he goes to the group, and if someone said me that you are not allowed to speak Latvian now, you have to speak German, can you imagine how I would react? So such examples they help, and but on the other hand, we need more professional preparing next teachers, students to include courses at university about such issues about which I mentioned today. And home language maintenance is very, very important. Not only emotional topic for parents, it's important for us as social linguists to educate society that society don't get wrong impression about such issues. Here are my references, and thank you for your attention. Suur aitäh!
Yes, thank you. Now is the chance to ask Sanita.
Hi. It's not that much of a question, but more like a commenter. Since I had a similar experience when I moved to Estonia, that my parents do not speak Estonian that well, and most of the time they need help with translations and etc. So I think that the perspective or even at some point an issue that do not talked about that much, in my opinion, is the amount of pressure that is put in to the children when their parents ask to translate something and so on, because in some situations children might be pushed to grow up faster because they see aspects or concepts that they haven't seen before, don't know yet, but they have to deal with them because parents wait for that.
Mm-hmm. This is an interesting comment. We don't have enough, I would say, data to generalize such processes. As I mentioned, we have different sets of data, but for your comment, we would need more qualitative research to interview more families about it. Now we try to split actually newcomers like Ukrainian refugees. We have in our data set were Russian-speaking families, bilingual families, but also Ukrainian and Russian-speaking families. And we see with pressure which comes from parents, which I didn't mention, it was not my topic, but with pressure which comes from parents to children and this creates a stressful environment. It is from Ukrainian refugee data set, and I can't comment so much more. For data set families which are bilingual or monolingual dominant Russian who have grown up in Latvia, so for them it becomes like unexpected a bit with Reform 2022, even already in contrast to Estonia, from 2021 in Latvian schools, bilingual schools. We didn't say any more Russian-speaking schools, but bilingual schools. The first 6 grades had to be 50-50 Latvian Russian, and 7th-9th grade already 80% in Latvian. So, therefore, I think this transition which started from 2023, it was not so big contrast as probably in Estonia, and it's interesting that the parents, they are expecting very high proficiency of children in Latvian. They understand pragmatically it's good to get pragmatical reasons, get job, study place, and so on. On the other hand, on the other hand, when it is some teachers give some advice, probably you could use some help with homework or use one day Latvian if you speak only Russian. It becomes very surprising that they have to share duties now with school. In this sense, it is a bit contradiction. They are expecting high level of Latvian for their children, but they are not so much ready probably to help. And I just gave few examples with few family literacy events who do it. Even they are laypersons, they are not linguists, they are not social linguists, it's intuition which has set them to do something at home to support children to acquire quicker Latvian.
Thank you. First, I have one comment and one question. First thing is as for toilets. My own longitudinal study has been kind of, I've explored student behavior for 3 years, and I've seen that toilets are kind of breathing spaces, not for language only, because nowadays schools are quite big and noisy, and some students really need to have like their quiet places, and toilet is a perfect place for being alone for more introvert student. But to be more like serious, perhaps we have seen that in applied linguistics, a general tendency has been like moving from so to say, quantitative approach to more qualitative approach. And we also have seen that these days it's extremely difficult to have like good samples. We have heard it like so many times by you, by others, that sample is not good. And also in case of quantitative approach, that we don't have like representative samples anymore. We don't have random samples anymore. We can't rely on this. So we moved to qualitative approach. And again, sampling is a great issue. It's that's why I'm asking what kind of sampling methods we actually used during all those different studies, because that in order to avoid this kind of bias. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't mention I mentioned only twice probably today a quantitative survey which Ministry of Education is doing when reform started in 2023, 24 and 25, and last data were published in February. And it's not that I'm against quantitative data, therefore I didn't use. No, it's when it is a survey which is conducted by Ministry of Education, we see already in few questions already some tendency what you want to hear. Just before I answer to your question, the second thing, it gives basic information, or you see some kind of in this continuity what is going on. But on the other hand, when you read that surveys were offered as voluntary, school can decide who do I want to take part in this survey or not. You understand that actually survey where it presents schools probably were less problems, because schools with more problems they usually don't take part. And regarding sampling, it started as very often with personal environment, people whom you know, like Reizekne, it was Liepāja, Daugavpils, in different cities with students who know environment, and this snowball effect follows. You have certain criteria that you choose. We choose for our study, for family language policy study, we choose bilingual families or monolingual Russian dominant families. We have social linguistic background data about town or city, how many families, in what kind of ethno-demographic situation ways. And after we were first family and two, like testing, a little bit testing our also. But after its snowball effect, we ask families, could you recommend? Because you don't want to involve families whom you know, and you mentioned bias. It's about it, yeah. And classroom, yeah, and about classroom observations. Actually, we did at schools who agreed. We contacted Latvian Language Agency at first, and Latvian Language Agency helped a lot to write or call to schools. There were many schools who didn't answer at all, and schools who answered, it was quite easy way, not easy, maybe not good way, but who agreed, which school agreed, we went there. It's with every year more difficult to get access to schools. It's also understandable.
Thank you for a really interesting talk. I think you said that now there was an official statistic that 3% of teachers now feel or are unable to teach a lesson in Latvian?
Not unable, but they have difficulties to teach.
So that sounds like a really fast transition, and I'm wondering what your more subjective qualitative assessment is of teachers' readiness to teach in Latvian.
No, it's from the survey data. It's not, yeah. I think you can explain quite easy, because teachers who were not able, they don't work anymore. And this is easy explanation. And who have this C1 language level proficiency, there is big diversity, which we have heard also from school principals. You can have C1, but in practice language knowledge and fluency is very, very diverse. But who were not able, or they tried and didn't manage. Didn't manage means we have official regular control, which comes to school to control, not only observe as we do researchers, but doing this control, and they just are not allowed to work at schools. Therefore, 3% is such number.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We now have to finish this.
Thank you.
I saw that there are some other questions, so during the next few hours, you still have a chance to ask. Thank you.
Thank you.
hello again after a tiny break. I am very happy to introduce our first presenter, Lilles, and she's going to talk about verb usage in Estonian children's narratives in the alpakid child speech corpus. Please.
Okay, thank you very much. So indeed, I'm Kelly, and today I will be speaking about verb usage in Estonian children's narratives. And this alpakid corpus, it's quite new, but we can see some first tests for corpus analysis, what we can find from this corpus. But yes, I'm a junior researcher here at this institute, and I'm also a PhD student at Tallinn University. But about narratives, so there are very many different ways how to define narratives, but for you I chose this one as narrative as one method of recapitulating past experience by matching verbal sequence of clauses to the sequence of events. And speaking about children's narratives, I can see that very often it might seem that the storytelling in families, we have less and less time for storytelling. And this might be the reason behind why storytelling is quite difficult for children. And during yesterday and today, we have heard as well, there are quite many interesting studies related to Estonian children's storytelling, and mainly for data collection. It's used as picture describing or some picture sequences. And we have heard researchers also say if they would like the pictures to be more detailed or actually to give more freedom to the speakers. So we chose a method where actually the children have a lot more agency in how they compile their stories. So we created this completely new data collection, and this is crowdsourcing through the alpakids application. And alpakids itself, it's an education technology platform where children, mainly aged 3 to 8, can learn the essentials like colors, numbers, the alphabet, local nature, and so on. And the platform itself consists already of more than 100 mini games in 15 languages. So we created this one new specific game actually for data collection into this application that's already widely used among families. So here you can see this game. So it's a virtual story dice game where children can tap on the dice and the pictures appear. And when you look at the pictures, then below there, the child can record a story. So we have this fun yellow alpaca character who instructs the children to compile the story out of these elements that you see on the screen. And to motivate the children, they can listen to their own recordings in very humorous voices. Their sound is alternated. And also what's, I think, a bit unique about this data collection is that there is no researcher sitting together with the child. So they don't feel any pressure. They are at their family setting and they can just talk into a device that they already are quite comfortable with. So the mobile device, is it a tablet or a mobile phone? And before we listen to one example to have a context of what the stories, like how they sound, then I have to also emphasize that all the data collection has a very strong legal framework because it's very young children. So everything we have collected is with parental consent. Privacy policies state how the data is used. The consent states that the data is used for R&D purposes in the field of language technology, which in this sense is quite broad, but also enough of detail for legal aspects. And also what's important is that if the family, the parent, does not give a consent, they can still play the game
exactly the same way, because this is not allowed to actually motivate only through giving a consent to use this content. And also we had to put the legal framework into the technical aspects as well. So once the child has compiled stories, they have shared the stories with us for research, then actually they have to subtract the permission as easily as they gave the permission. So automatically the data is subtracted from the database. Let's listen to one example to those who don't speak Estonian. This is an Estonian language example, but this is about pirates and boys. And the voice is a bit alternated due to the privacy reasons. So let's see if it will work.
Elasid kord kolm väikest lapst, kes kohtasid piraati. See on hetk ja nad nägid, et piraat otsib kapsast. Ja piraat põrkas naelu, seepärast ta kohtas kolme last. Ja siis tegi ja piraat ütles, küll te olete väiksed lollid lapsed. Äkki aitaksite mul kapsaid korjata? Ja siis korra lapsed mõistsid. Mis sa jamad, piraat? Meie hoopis hakkame korjama lilli. Ja tüdruk nägi, et seal on rokilill. Ja poiss läks vaatas.
So it will carry on and on, which in this sense is wonderful that they have quite a nice imagination. But about the data that we collected, so it actually has two ways to use the data. One of the value of the data is for technological innovation. So we use the same data together with transcriptions to improve the Estonian children's automatic speech recognition systems, together with Tanel Alumäe from the TalTech University. And in some age groups, we were actually able to make the systems almost 3 times more accurate with this diverse data set. And the other aim of this corpus or this data is to develop this L1, L2 Estonian speech corpus for linguistic and SLA analysis. And here I will give you today one of the first examples what we try to do with this data set. But for today, we used only a very, very small portion of the data, because in Estonian we have in total more than 100,000 audio files of such wonderful stories. But how we use the data for the transcriptions. So, for example, the youngest, the 3-year-olds, you can imagine that there were quite a lot of audio files that were completely empty or with just yelling. So we had to write a script to eliminate these, because there is no point in transcribing these types of data. And we had 4,200 transcriptions made, but there were some duplicates that we had to delete. But the transcriptions itself, we used Elan for transcribing, but these are orthographically transcribed. So this means that they are normalized because of using in the SIR systems. We wanted the systems to understand what the child wanted to say, but not what they actually said. So there are no pronunciation errors and other these types of data in these specific transcriptions. And about metadata, with all of the audio files, we have there also age, gender, what pictures the child saw, because there are in total about 300 pictures that randomly appear on the screen. So we can see what the child saw when they compiled the story as well. But for the first test to use it for linguistic research, I used Ella, and I have to say this is developed at Tallinn University, and I have to say it's such a wonderful tool. It has such vast opportunities for this type of analysis. So there is word list, word in context, neighboring words, different opportunities. So I use the automated lemmatization for the word lists and grammatical form filtering for frequency analysis. And in this dataset, so there are 722 unique participants, but you can already see here that the least data we have currently is from 3-year-olds. And exactly for the reasoning that they also just yellow, there are more empty files that cannot be transcribed. So the most of the data currently is about 6-year-olds. But the gender split is quite balanced, not exactly balanced, but we have females 58% and males 40%. And unspecified you saw there as well, because parents could choose also not to specify the gender of the child. But about the narratives, so here we can see the narratives in seconds. And what is interesting, let's see if I can point. Oh, no. Almost, yes. Here you can see the longest narratives are among 3-year-olds. And how does it happen is we seem to have very talkative male Estonian young men, which is very interesting. But of course, this might be mostly due to the reason of parental guidance. So we didn't transcribe the parents' guidance, and also maybe some thinking pauses there. But at the first glance, it looks very interesting and makes me think, where does it decrease the Estonian male talkativeness? But it might be not true in this sense. But when we look at the male and female average lengths of the narratives, then we cannot make any conclusions if males actually or females have longer narratives, because this here you can see in some age groups it's towards males, some towards females. So it's more important actually to look at the tokens. We can see this is growing rather steadily, with a dip among the 4-year-olds. And also we can see that even though the 3-year-olds had very, very much longer audio files or the recordings, then actually it evens out a bit when you look at actual word tokens, but it's higher than 4-year-olds, which is very interesting to look at deeper maybe at some point. But about verb lemmas, before we go into verbs, then what was interesting about the data is the most frequent lemmas actually are and then. So the stories are very often like fox does something and then, which is very normal for compiling a narrative. And also, it was almost 900 times actually when kids used the phrase once upon a time, so which comes from fairy tales, but in Estonian, elas kord, once lived a fox. So definitely there has to be input from the education system or from the families on these phrases that are very common, mostly in fairy tale types of narratives. But when we go to the verb lemmas, we can see that what are the most frequent ones. So the most narratives are compiled with the foundation of actually very few verbs. So to be, to go, to eat, to do, and also to come, to get are quite high frequency. But this shows like the foundation that can be used for already compiling such stories. But here, let's see if we can show with this one as well. But what is interesting, of course, it's visually, you can see how much more diverse and rich is their storytelling when it regards of verb lemma frequency. But here, you can see the last row, hakkama. It's not displayed very well, but hakkama, as it's used as a construction to start doing plus verb something. So we can see that there is a lot more complexity regarding how they use their verbs in these narratives. And this appears at the age of 7. but about the morphological forms. And here I added only those that are represented at least 50%. So you can see here that the past indicative third person singular, of course, is the foundation of everything because of the way narratives are typically compiled. But also we can see from the fourth year, past indicative plural comes already much more into use, which also makes this opportunity to compile such more complex stories where maybe the fox and the hedgehog do something together and to have more characters in their narrations. And also we can see the present indicative third person singular here in the top usage, but with a dip at the age of 5, which is interesting. But it doesn't mean actually that they didn't use it at all, but it didn't just exceed the threshold of 50%. It was like just below, but didn't exceed this threshold. And also here it's visible when the infinitives come into play from the age of 5 and continuously then more steadily in use. Even though this brief study has definitely some limitations, especially regarding the data set imbalance and the subjectivity as well with the human transcription, so how the transcriber understood what the child was saying, then this might affect some aspects. And also the stimulus freedom in the sense that it allows very varied, very different stories. But at the same time, in my opinion, it also allows this agency for the children to choose their own verbs as it is not already pre-printed in the stimulus of maybe the fox kicking a ball, but they can lead their story themselves. So it's also an opportunity, I would say. But some preliminary findings. So definitely this discourse growth, the increasing of the narratives and how like more complex the event chains become. Then the 3-year-olds, even though we see very long recordings, especially those talkative young Estonian men, then definitely there are some things tied to the parental guidance and the longer pauses in these stories. And we can see the foundation of the verbs that are mainly used for compiling the stories and how they become more and more rich in this sense. And from grammar, we can see that children do have this awareness of storytelling using this past indicative third person singular, which is very normal for this type of a story, and peaking at the age of 7. So they definitely have this storytelling mode, so they have to have some input already. And then how infinitives emerge at the age of 5 very nicely can be seen in this data set. And how, for me personally, the most interesting part that I will continue working on is how the motion constructions act as these bridges with the verb hakkama as a construction, and also what I will dig deeper into later, but also the construction of where plus go will be interesting to look into deeper, because my first glance showed already quite a lot of usage of this construction, which will be very interesting to see how and in what context children use these constructions, and overall this like temporal progression in these stories. And about future directions, so every day more and more data is being sent from the families, which is amazing. And we just launched the same storytelling game in Latvia and Lithuania, and we have already thousands of these stories in Latvian and Lithuanian as well. And this would be a wonderful way for some pan-Baltic collaboration. Jonas is there, I can see him, but it would be maybe interesting for him as well in the future to analyze such data. But of course, for me, I would really love to see that we somehow refine the workflow of these transcription processes, because I would really love to see one day aligned together with orthographic transcriptions, also non-normalized transcriptions as well. And as we have both the L1 and L2 data, then it becomes especially more valuable to see also the erroneous speech there as well. But with the construction analysis, the next steps for us is that I found Ella to be a wonderful tool for such type of research, but to dig deeper into the constructions, I didn't find a very convenient way. So what are our next steps is like separately to have semantic and morphological markings on everything, and also to have these inquiries there for the constructions. For example, also the where plus go construction, to have like go plus where in there together with short and long illative cases, and also allative there working well for my research topics. And I would really be excited for this semantic layering option that we do not have yet for the Estonian language, but there is someone working towards developing these annotations options here. So that would be wonderful, because I could eliminate, for example, going crazy for the data set. I would be very thankful. But yes, some references, acknowledgement from the Enterprise Estonia Applied Research Grant and the Estonian Research Council, and of course to my PhD supervisors. And if you have any questions or comments later after today as well, here is my contact. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If anyone has a short question, would be wonderful. Or a longer question. Yeah.
Very nice way to collect data and a really very valuable resource. You have implemented it for to train recognition models. What's the current situation with automatic speech recognition for that age range?
Mm-hmm. Yes, actually, we are doing the new training sets already next month. But the current situation is for the Estonian language that we have some age groups, especially for the youngest, where we have trained the accuracy to be 3 times more accurate using like a word error rate for the accuracy measurements. A bit less for others, but the median is twice as better, but for the same type of data. So for these storytelling types, it might not work for completely spontaneous children's speech, but at least for the same type. So we can maybe at one point start giving feedback to the children as well based on the findings of linguistic analysis.
Thank you very much again. Wonderful. Our next presenter is Jonas Stepšys, narrative microstructure in retelling by preschool Lithuanian children. Please.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Nice to meet you again for the second time. I'm Jonas Stepšys, a PhD student from Lithuania, Vytautas Magnus University. My main research field is children with developmental language disorder, but today I will only talk about children who are acquiring language typically. And I will present a study that examines narrative microstructure in retellings by preschool and pre-primary Lithuanian children. As I call it, it's just a preliminary results of my research. There's not so much child who was retelling by pictures, but I hope next year I will present the whole picture of my PhD research. So narratives is quite common activity in early childhood, and later it supports learning. And actually storytelling includes such skills as cognitive, social, also narrative structuring and language use. And strong narrative skills are important for language thinking, emotional development, academic success, and cultural understanding. So various narrative felicitation methods exist, as Kelly was talking about. Yes, some modern methods. I used the more traditional. So the one is storytelling based on picture sequence, relying on working memory, right? Creativity, language use. And the other one is story retelling task, which requires sustained auditory attention, as missing parts leads to incoherent narratives in child language. Narrative skills in typically developing children improve with age. With older children using richer vocabulary, using more complex sentences, and producing longer, better structured narratives across languages. In contrast, children with a developmental language disorder experience difficulties in the narrative production across all microstructural levels, as some studies from across languages show, including Lithuanian language. So cross-linguistic studies show a higher macro and micro structure scores in retelling tasks, though children with developmental language disorders still perform worse, especially in microstructure. And retelling has not been yet studied in Lithuanian language. That's why I seek to examine the linguistic features in storytelling and story retelling among Lithuanian-speaking, typically developing preschool and pre-primary children aged 4 to 6 years. My research questions are: do story retelling tasks elicit more linguistically complex narratives than spontaneous storytelling? And how do microstructural features of storytelling and story retelling develop in children aged 4 to 6 years? So, a total sample of 112 typically developing Lithuanian children, aged 4 to 6, completed storytelling and retelling tasks using litmus main. I will show you the method in the next slide. So, with groups assigned different story versions to enable controlled analysis of narrative production, and also 12 participants completed only one of the tasks, but their data also was included in the analysis, as I seek to analyze overall microstructural abilities, not individual performance of the narrative production. So first study group of children completed storytelling by picture sequences of the dog story and story retelling of the picture sequences of the baby bird story. And the second group of participants completed storytelling of the baby bird stories and story retelling of the dog story. So there is the first pair of picture sequences consist of the dog story. Take a little look at those pictures. So there's 3 main characters, the boy, the dog, and the mouse. And the second pair of picture sequences consist of the baby bird story. So the dog and the baby bird stories are structurally different. so making the baby bird's story more complex with 3 episodes, 5 characters, analysis compares patterns by task, by age, but not direct results between the 2 different stories. So in the study, narrative production is analyzed using 3 main microstructural measures: productivity, lexical diversity, and syntactic complexity. So first of all, let's look at the total number of words. The total number of words produced by 4-year-old children in the dog story retelling is comparable to that of 6-year-old children in dog storytelling. But the overall total number of words in the dog story is higher in story retelling tasks. But as you can see in this present example, I'm sorry that I'm not translated. That is not very important. I will explain to you what those colors means. So in the present example of 5-year-old child in retelling by dog story, frequent repetitions, it's in red, bold, and self-corrections in underline black are observed, and it contributes to a higher total number of words. Compared to 6-year-old children, narratives in this group are more coherent, with fewer repetitions and no self-corrections observed, so making their stories more coherent. In storytelling of the baby bird story, the total number of words decreases with age, and it's quite odd numbers for the narrative production. This may be influenced by the macrostructural parameters or the picture content. As I mentioned you, that the baby bird story version is more complex than the dog story, and also storytelling is more difficult task for children than story retelling. Compared to story retelling tasks of the baby bird story, the total number of words increases markedly with age, and this may be explained by the transitional period around the age of 5, during which narrative production abilities develop significantly. In storytelling and story retelling based on the dog picture sequence, younger children produce a higher number of sentences compared to the oldest age group. This result was expected, as it should be, because older children use less sentences, but they are much longer than 4-year-old children's sentences. As shown in this example of storytelling of the dog story by 6-year-old participant, narratives produced by the oldest children include compound sentences. At the same time, as you can see, those narratives are relatively short, right? But informative, with clear structure, introduction, climax, the ending. The same results are observed in both storytelling and, a little bit different results is observed in the baby bird's story retelling and storytelling results. So older children use a little bit more sentences than younger children. And maybe it also can be influenced by the picture content, by the task. So further macrostructural analysis is needed. With age, children produce fewer but longer utterances. Longer utterances are observed in story retelling tasks. An exception is storytelling with baby bird stories, where older children produce more but shorter utterances. This finding should be reevaluated, as it may be, as I said, influenced by the picture complexity or the linguistic annotation of narratives, which was done by me. For example, in storytelling of the dog story by a 5-year-old participant, there is an equal number of simple and compound sentences, and this narrative is quite long. In the next example, in storytelling of the baby birth picture sequence, a 6-year-old and 10-month participant produced significantly fewer sentences. However, there's an unequal number of simple and compound sentences in this narrative. The selected parts of speech carries the greatest semantic load and are important for narrative linguistic quality. So it's noun, verb, and adjectives. And in story retelling, as you can see, children tend to use a higher number of nouns and verbs. There is a slight but no significant increase in the use of adjectives in story retelling tasks. So Lithuanian studies show that adjectives are relatively difficult to acquire before the age of 6 due to the large variety of lexical, semantic categories. Considering the total number of words in storytelling and story retelling of the baby birth task, children also use an equal number of nouns and verbs in both tasks. So there was no effect of task or age on lexical diversity in the dog picture sequences, and there also was no task there was no effect of task or age on lexical diversity in the baby birth picture sequence. So with linguistic support, children show better microstructure results in story retelling. Retelling also leads to a more coherent narratives, and overall narrative skills improve with age, especially in retelling tasks. So in story retelling, children produces more words overall, mainly because younger children repeat themselves, self-correct more, while older children are more coherent in those narratives. The story retelling task also encourages longer and more complex sentences due to linguistic support. However, the results of the baby birth story were inconsistent, likely due to its complexity. So, as I said, further microstructural analysis is needed. And in both tasks, children show greater lexical diversity for verbs than nouns. So it suggests that they rely more on varied action words, possibly influenced by the picture stimuli. However, adjectives use remains limited overall, increasing only in older children during story retelling, likely due to the task effects. So there's my references. And now we'll be able to answer some questions.
Thank you very much for this presentation. Are there any questions? Please.
So you showed a table about the number of participants in both study groups, and if I understood correctly, then for the age of 6, you had more participants comparing to other study groups. What is the reason for this difference?
There's no reason. There was just more participants in the age of 6, but they do not know. So mainly the idea was to test if I will get the results I should be getting. So as we saw, just for the dog story, we're getting the results that was also getting across other languages. But the baby birth story was something was done not inconsistent, and maybe it's my fault when I was transcribing the narratives. Yeah.
Thank you. I actually, sorry. So my question is about narrative macrostructure. So you used this term, but I actually didn't understand what you kept in mind. So you looked at the communication units, the length of them, and so on. So, but have you also checked, like, in narrative analysis, for example, in 1960s already, Labov and Valetsky had a studied narratives, and then they looked at narrative macrostructure. We started with orientation and complication of actions and evaluations and things like that. So and I know that there are many more of them. So have you sort of looked at also like in this kind of narrative macrostructure?
Yeah, so narrative microstructure will be analyzed a little bit later. For me, it's more important microstructural analysis. As I said, I'm working with children with developmental language disorder, and the difficulties they have is more grammatical, not with, structuring the stories.
Other question from the audience? I, as also a fellow PhD student, would like to ask a little bit about your idea in whole. As I understood, this is your first year project. But what is the main subject, and to compare two groups and to also
to compare which grammatical features are significantly in the children with developmental language disorder. So, but we, as I was showing, we used the methodology of Maine to collect those narratives, and I was not presenting the grammatical, errors those children made and typically developing children made some errors. So, but first of all, I need to know if that microstructural analysis was done okay, and then I will be moving on with grammatical errors, microstructural analysis, and so on. Yeah.
Are there any more questions, or shall we? We have to wait for 5 minutes. So I have to apologize. My old-fashioned mobile phone cheated me with time. So maybe it's fair to give also some space for questions for Kelly, because she had a very short time frame for questions. Is it okay with you?
Yes, okay, yeah.
Actually, maybe we can use this time for discussion between me and Jonas as well. I'm sorry, I had to take a call from my son, so I'm not sure if you discussed this as well. Okay, sorry. Yes. If you had time to discuss this beforehand, but what types of application possibilities you see for your work?
Oh, okay, yeah. So the main idea is to, so we have a little problem in Lithuania, because we miss some children with developmental language disorder when they were assessed in schools. And the main idea is to see, as I said, which grammatical features of that developmental language disorder is significantly, and then when I will have those results, I can implement a new assessments for testing the children with developmental language disorder. So this is like the practical part of my dissertation.
Definitely, very many opportunities for teaching materials here as well.
Yeah.
I can see that there would be quite a lot of common topics that we can collaborate in the future as well to share the notes and see what opportunities arise. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Keel.
I think it is fair to give a big applause. There is one more tiny question before the clapping began, so maybe it's fair to also have a question from Professor Korenik.
I'm just curious. So I've seen that in child language research, researchers have been using a month as a unit for age. So have you considered it? And if not, why not?
Can you repeat the questions? Because
months, not year, as a unit of age, so to say, as a scale. Instead of like 1 year, 3 years, 4 years, 6 years. This question is actually to both of you. So why did you use like years instead of months as a unit of age?
Okay, yeah. So as I said, it's just the preliminary analysis, and there's not so much participants to analyze at the moment because the research is still ongoing, and I'm analyzing the data. And definitely, I will use the month instead of age, you know, because for example, children in this age range, they acquire language so fast. So months is very important in such analysis. Yeah. So later will be done. It's just preliminary analysis.
And from my side as well, that's actually an excellent remark, because in the metadata we have the birthday of the child, so it can be deducted. And I did actually think of a similar topic regarding the nutilugemik presentation, that there was an option for teachers to insert the year of the age and the months, but why not to ask the birthday, because later it will be more useful.
I can answer. Birthday is actually very personal information, so just for security.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
So it is now time to introduce the third presenter, Paulina Ulozienė, also from Lithuania, from nonverbal communication to early sentence formation, a longitudinal case study of Lithuanian autistic child. Please.
Hello. Hi everyone, it's my first time in Estonia, so I'm really happy to be here. And the sun is shining outside, so it's also good. And as my colleagues before, I will also speak about children language, but in this case, it will be one case study of Lithuanian autistic child and how we got from non-verbal communication to early sentence formation. So the main aim of this study was to examine the emergence of early spoken language in a Lithuanian-speaking autistic child, as well as to describe developmental patterns in relation to Gestalt language processing, which I will present later what it is, as well as to identify evidence of transition from echolalic to more flexible and self-generated speech. So, as many of you know, autistic language development is highly heterogeneous and it is not fully understood. Also, echolalia and formulaic speech are often under-theorized and misinterpreted. The other issue which we have is that existing research is heavily based for English-speaking populations, and this study provides a morphologically rich and underrepresented linguistic context for Lithuanian language. So for data, we had one participant, one Lithuanian-speaking autistic child. We have data starting from ages 2 years old to 5 years old and 8 months, and the data collection is still ongoing. With this child, we have multiple sessions per week, usually from 10 to 30 minutes, which was comfortable for the autistic child. these video recordings were made in naturalistic environments, so usually during mother-child play. And also why it was video recordings, because autistic children have a lot of gestures, which are also a form of communication. That's why we don't have recordings just for voices. We have all video recordings for better understanding. So from ages 2 years to 5 years and 2 months, we have 18 hours of footage. And from 5 years and 2 months, 5 years, 8 months, we have 14 hours of footage. Why we have more footage for that range of age? It's because from age 5 years, 2 months, and onwards, it was the beginning of meaningful, spontaneous speech in this child. So as a method, of course, we chose longitudinal observation. It's a very long case study. All recordings were transcribed according to child's. And for now, we have only qualitative analysis. Quantitative analysis will follow later. We want to collect more data with meaningful, spontaneous speech. So what is the theoretical framework? In 1983, Peters first wrote about language development in some children, that instead of starting to learn language word by word, some children begin language development using whole phrases, so-called gestalts. Then in 2012, he expanded this idea, and he outlined stages from echolalia to self-generated speech, which I will present in the next slide. And for now, unfortunately, there is an apparent lack of empirical evidence in the form of treatment studies to examine for these children who are identified as Gestalt language processors. So Gestalt language processors are not only autistic children, it might be other children with language development issues. So what is Gestalt language processing? So in this case, as you can see, we have 6 stages. As I mentioned before, the main thing is that language is acquired in multi-word units, so-called gestalts. Echolalia, in this case, is a meaningful step in language development. I will speak later about what echolalia is. Development is described as progressing through Cheng-based processing stages, and of course, we have transition stages in these stages. So this is a very good example. I don't want to sing a song, Do You Want to Build a Snowman? Not a good singer myself, but it's a really good example. If you know the movie where Elsa is meeting snowman, and there is a song, Do You Want to Build a Snowman? So for example, in this case, if you have autistic child, he might not start speaking from the word snowman, Mom, I want to build snowman, and so on. If you go outside with the child, he might just see a snowman and sing the song. So it's a form of communication. Later, the child with these stages takes out words. So for example, as you can see in the second stage, there is mitigation. So build a snowman, come on, let's go. Then we pull single word from so-called gestalt. So in this case, snowman. Then in 4th and 5th stage, we see more and more language formation. So also you might ask, what is natural language acquisition? So it's used in language therapy. Imagine you have a 2-year-old nonverbal autistic child. If you go to a regular speech therapist, he will say, I correct language. I can't make your child to speak. We also have ABA therapy. So ABA therapy is pictures, and autistic children learn to speak through these pictures. So instead of words, they show a picture to a mom or a parent or a teacher. But in this case, the therapy, it's called natural language acquisition because you don't correct the child. Even if a child sings a song, you just go with the child. So in this case, you don't say to a child, no, don't sing a song, this is a snowman, you have to build it. In this case, you sing with the child. So you show to the child that you understand what she means. Naturally, we have some research questions. So first of all, how does spoken language emerge over time in this child? which patterns can be interpreted in relation to GLP patterns, which I told about before, and flexibility. Is there any evidence of transition to more flexible and self-generated speech? So we have 3 stages: early stage, transitional stage, and current stage. In early stage, from 1 year old to 3.5 year old, we see that the linguistic profile is quite poor. So the child was largely non-verbal and non-speaking. We had lots of echolalias and lots of vocalizations. So echolalia, I will give you an example. Instead, the situation is that the child was engaged in independent play, and instead of saying, I'm happy, I want to play all along, she used to sing this song from a cartoon. So it is transcribed in English. If a child was happy, she was not showing it in any other way than with this song. So it's called echolalia. Echolalia can be immediate or delayed. Vocalization was really hard to transcribe because vocalizations are not words, they are sounds. So we want to show that it's also a form of communication. In this case, mom is vocalizing with a child, and the child becomes happy, but mom understands that she wants to interact with it. In transitional stage, linguistic profile changed a little bit. So echolalia was reduced, but we started to see first multi-word combinations around 4 years and 1 month, but it was very, very rare occurrences until age 5. Fortunately, we recorded one of the first early multi-word combination. So the situation was that child presented a picture where it was dad, mom, and a child. And she tried to say to the mom, what is here? Even though language is disturbed and grammatically not correct, as you can see, she says like, here is mommy, here is daddy. So she tried to show first interaction with correct words. Right now, current stage, from more around 5 years old till 5 years old, 5 months, we see more and more multi-word combinations, more contextual appropriateness, and also more lexical flexibility. So around in the first contextual appropriateness, you can see that mom was asking a child, did you eat what you eat? And the child responded soup, so responded correctly. Another thing, it might look like a simple yes or no interaction. To give you context, sometimes autistic child might know the word yes or no, but not respond correctly. In this case, the boy Herkus was sick that day and did not travel to other kindergarten with bus. So when the child responded, and did Herkus travel? No. And did Thomas travel? No. And did she travel? This is her name. She responded yes. So this is contextual appropriateness, that she understood what mom was asking, if her friends were going with the bus with her. And multi-word combinations. So as you can see, from 5 years, 7 months, around this age, we start to see subject-verb-object construction. So in this case, the child is saying, mommy, I will add sugar, daddy, I am mixing cakes. And also, she responds to mom question, what will you play? I will play dollies. And lexical flexibility. So in this case, when the mom asked, what will you put in the yellow box? Child responded, cheese. And even later on, as you saw before in the slide, it was 5 years, 7 months. In this slide, it's 5 years, 6 months. So around that age, she even starts to say subject-verb. So this is, are these dolly trousers? She even formulated the question correctly. Right now, we only have qualitative conclusions. So one of the first conclusions which we have is that we see a clear developmental transition from echolalia to modification and recombination of language. Also, echolalia still persists, but is integrated in the child language. Findings are broadly consistent with the GLP framework. So as I told before, even though in therapy, and also parents use GLP framework, there is no evidence. So we want to show with this longitudinal case study that GLP framework is correct, and we can see those stages. as well as our findings support an autism-affirming and neurodiversity-oriented approach, which views that echolalia and non-typical language patterns are meaningful communicative resources. They are not just some random utterances or some random words which the child is telling. The limitation for now is that it's only qualitative analysis, but we want to have more data, more transcriptions, and later, of course, quantitative analysis will follow. So that's all. Thank you very much. And I'm open to any questions.
Thank you very much. Questions?
No questions.
First from the background, please.
Yes, I am behind the pillar, so don't bother. Anyways, thank you for the presentation. It was really nice to see. With children, working with children with autism means that they sense the word 10 times as much as we, as regular people feel. How did you make the child feel comfortable with the recording process, and how did it go, and how long did it take to make them feel comfortable?
Well, the question is, the answer is simple. The child is my daughter, so I made her comfortable, and it's really actually hard to have any autism-related research because you can't put 5 autistic children in one place and give them tests because it's sensory output, lights, sounds, and so on. So in this case, we did those recordings. I hid the camera in my home so she would feel comfortable, and I was just playing with her like regularly when she was willing to be in a happy mood. So it was really comfortable for me to make this research as well as to understand, because if it would be not my child, I might think that random utterance or random, sign would be meaningless. But I know my child, I know that she means something, so I can sit for hours and analyze the speech. So that's how it went and is still going.
Thank you.
Hi. Thank you. Super interesting presentation. So my question is, the speech production of autistic children varies a lot. So there might be a 7-year-old autistic child who uses only 15 words. Yes. Is there any knowledge that we can transfer to such cases as well? What do you think?
Yes, because for now, the issue is, to give you context, this child goes to autism-friendly kindergarten. So all children in this kindergarten are autistic, and they have the same therapies, the same additional needs. The issue is that there is only one thing how you can work with a child who's nonverbal. So it is usually what we use is ABA therapy. And even our speech therapists say it doesn't work. It works while the child is seeing the pictures or has an iPad with it. And not a lot of people know about this GLP, a natural approach, because it's not medically, there is not enough evidence. So that's what I wanted to show through practice, that we can understand that echolalias and vocalizations are a form of communication, and instead of correction, like, no, don't say this, you have to say ball, this is ball, the child doesn't understand. You have to move along with it, attached to the language. For example, another interesting thing with this case is that Lithuanian is morphologically rich language, but it's also hard to learn. So a lot of autistic children first learn English words in not just Lithuania, but other countries as well. And imagine the child comes to you and says, Mama, aš noriu žaisti ball. So you don't say, no, don't say ball. You say, oh, ball, kamuolys, and you just attach the word. So through time, instead of, correcting like a typical speech, you can just adjust, and the child through time to time just start to say, oh, it's ball, kamuolys, it's ball, kamuolys, it's kamuolys, kamuolys, and then you can see that it takes Lithuanian language easier. So that's another interesting aspect which we want to cover, the English words which we see like, wow, okay, it's nice, you know. So yeah, I do see the good thing from this research which we can apply in real life with children.
So much, very interesting.
Thank you. Other questions, please.
I have a practical question. In this study, you was a researcher and a parent. So, did you need to ask for any ethics committee approval for this study?
No, but we had to ask. I had to give permission for GDPR, and that I consent to record. Also, we will have to later change all the names in these studies because for now it's changed for presentation. So yes, there is a lot of steps, but we will have to do this as well for the ethical reasons, of course.
Thank you.
One more question, yes.
Thank you, that's really interesting. I was wondering if you have any plans to look at the non-verbal communication on its own.
Yes,
given the fact that you have video, is that?
Yes, that's why we make only videos, because the child was non-speaking. So when she was not speaking, the first thing which we did, we took her hand and we showed her that she can show what she wants or she needs. Later on, the language attached. So we have a lot of flapping, which means this means I'm happy. Then, you know, then the child is like this and doing these movements, it means that she's not happy and she will not speak. So we are still thinking how to integrate, you know, this, because right now we are recording language. So vocalizations, you can write XXX vocalization, but we are still searching for a way how to write that in a text and describe, because there is not a lot of research with this. Not a lot of, you know, autistic children are videotaped, but yes, we want to show that even these movements are communication, part of communication.
Can I ask another question? Do you think that you can then see the non-verbal and the vocalization emerging together? Or are they separate?
Can you explain further what?
Let's start off with non-verbal and then overlay a vocalization with the non-verbal to reinforce the non-verbal action. About in non-verbal head nodding and then
Yeah. So at first, you know, there are a few types of autism depending on the spectrum. So in her case, she was non-verbal but verbal in her own way. The only example which I can give to all of you is, you know, movie Minions, and the Minions speak like, you don't understand no words, but you do understand intonation. So this was her case. But other children, which I know from her class, are doing what are you telling? At first it's this, and then follows the But for her it was always, you know, like she saw my face, she saw how I was speaking, so she was non-verbal, but just making sounds, if that's clear to explain.
That's really interesting.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, it's extremely interesting. Just a very tiny question also. Are you also having a field notes from this long time, this longitudinal research, your own thoughts as a researcher, or looking at the whole situation as a researcher?
Yes.
You are so involved, but you're approaching this in a scientific way. So you have a diary or some kind of a Word file.
Yeah, I am a researcher, and unfortunately for my child, I'm also a researcher. So in her case, you know, the start was really difficult because the child was not speaking and she was born during COVID. So a lot of doctors said that she's not speaking because there is not enough socialization. Maybe you are not speaking with the child. So that's why I started to note, like, I am speaking, like you can see, I speak a lot. So I'm definitely speaking with the child. So yeah, I kept a diary at first for doctors, but then I noticed some patterns. And I know, you know, when I got a lot of no's, like, your child probably won't ever speak. In this case, the motherhood joins in, like, no, she will definitely speak. So it's a mix, but I feel happy to contribute also to other children, like in practical ways. So yeah, I keep a diary, a notes, documents, like lots of my ideas, which I will later want to present.
That's a wonderful contribution, I think, to the field in general. Thank you.
Thank you.
Coffee is served.
Tere tulemast tagasi ja tere tulemast sotsiolingvistika sektsiooni. Ja tere kõigile, kes on siin saalis kohapeal ja tere ka kõikidele teile, kes te osalete sellel konverentsil veebi vahendusel. Selles sektsioonis on meil 2 ettekannet ja mul on väga hea meel paluda siia kõnelema Triinaasa, Maarja-Liisa Pilvik ja Liina ja nende ettekanne kannab pealkirja Intensiivsussõnade tugevus eesti keeles, inimkõnelejate ja keelemudelite hinnangute võrdlus. Palun.
Aitäh! Alustuseks kohe teeme selgeks, mis on intensiivsussõnad. Need on vahendid, millega muudetakse laiendatava sõna kvaliteedi või määra astet. Ja selle uurimuse kontekstis on need laiendatavad sõnad adjektiivid. Näiteks võime vaadata näiteid ilus ja väga ilus. Siin on intensiivsussõna väga, mis siis suurendab seda ilumäära või siis tore ja üsna tore, kus intensiivsussõna on üsna, mis vähendab seda toreduse määra. Ja kõige üldisemalt jaotataksegi intensiivsussõnad suurendavateks ja vähendavateks. Ja meie selles uurimuses vaatame ainult suurendavaid intensiivsussõnu, näiteks nii, täiega, õudselt, ilgelt. Aga siia alla kuuluvad ka sellised sõnad, mis näitavad täielikkust, näiteks täiesti absoluutselt. Selle uurimuse kontekstis on veel oluline teada, et intensiivsussõnad kujunevad deleksikaliseerumise kaudu. Mis tähendab seda, et algselt mingisuguse iseseisva tähendusega sõna hakkab ajapikku täitma mingit kindlat funktsiooni ja selles funktsioonis tal enam seda algset tähendust ei ole. Võime näiteks vaadata lauset see kleit on hästi kena. Siin on intensiivsussõna hästi, mis on, siin täidab seda intensiivsussõna rolli, nii et siin me seda algtähendust hea enam ei taju. Et siin ta ainult siis suurendab. Ja täpsemalt vaatame negatiivseid ja üldiseid intensiivsussõnu. Negatiivsed intensiivsussõnad või siis negatiivsed afektiivsed intensiivsussõnad pikemalt pärinevad algselt negatiivse emotsiooniga seotud sõnadest. Näiteks õudselt, jube, jõle, räme, tore. Deleksikaliseerumise protsessis pleikumise tulemusel neil see algne negatiivne tähendus küll kaob, aga negatiivsete intensiivsussõnade kohta on öeldud seda, et neile jääb negatiivse emotsiooni tugevus külge. Ja miks see negatiivse emotsiooni tugevus oluline on, selle juurde ma tulen natuke aja pärast tagasi. Lisaks sellele, et negatiivsed intensiivsussõnad täidavad seda intensiivsussõnade põhifunktsiooni, et nad siis suurendavad selle sõna määra või astet, millega need koos esinevad, on neil ka lisafunktsioonid. Need suurendavad suhtluses dramaatilist efekti, köidavad vestluspartneri tähelepanu ja teatud juhtudel ka näitavad vestlejat usalduslikku suhet. Ja kui vaadata eesti keele intensiivsussõnade sõnavara, siis seal on näha, et negatiivsed intensiivsussõnad moodustavad sellise selge omaette rühma. Nii et selliseid sõnu, mille vahel valida, on päris palju ja seda eriti noorte keeles. Üldised intensiivsussõnad pärinevad positiivsetest või neutraalsetest sõnadest, näiteks nii, väga, täiega, erakordselt tore. Neil lisafunktsioone ei ole, need siis ainult muudavad laiendatava sõna kvaliteeti või määra. Ja kõik need negatiivsed ja üldised intensiivsussõnad, mis on sellesse uurimusse kaasatud, on deleksikaliseerumise protsessis jõudnud nii kaugele, et need saavad esineda nii positiivsete kui ka negatiivsete adjektiividega. Ja kui ma mainisin, et see negatiivse emotsiooni tugevus on mingil põhjusel oluline, siis selle taga on negatiivsuskalduvus. Ma ei tea, kas see on kõige parem nimi sellele eesti keeles, aga nii ma olen ta siia kirja pannud. Ja selle negatiivsuskalduvuse järgi siis negatiivsed sündmused ja negatiivne sisend mõjutavad inimesi tugevamalt kui positiivsed. Ja seda, et inimestes selline negatiivsuskalduvus on, seda on korduvalt erinevate uurimustega näidatud. Arvatakse, et see on evolutsiooniline. Selleks, et ellu jääda, tuleb ohtu vältida, tuleb siis negatiivsele eritähelepanu pöörata. Ja olgu ka mainitud, et kirjeldatud on ka positiivsuskalduvust või Pollyanna efekti või printsiipi, aga meie lähtume siin just negatiivsuskalduvusest. Ja nagu pealkirjast näha oli, siis sellel uurimusel on 2 osa, on inimkõnelejate osa, on keelemudelite osa Ja arvestades kõike seda, mida ma just rääkinud olen, siis inimkõnelejate kohta tahame teada, kas negatiivseid intensiivsussõnu tajutakse eesti keeles tugevamatena kui üldiseid intensiivsussõnu. Näiteks, et kas õudselt armas on tugevam kui nii armas kõnelejate jaoks. Ja lisaks vaatame seda, et kuidas inimeste valikuid või siis inimeste taju mõjutavad siis adjektiivi polaarsus, intensiivsussõna sagedus, vastaja sugu ja haridus ja vanus. Ja adjektiivi polaarsuse näitlikustamiseks panin siia need näited, et vaatame näiteks, kas omavahel erinevad õudselt armas, õudselt hirmus, nii armas, nii hirmus. Ja keelemudelite kohta küsime, kas eesti keele kõnelejate tundlikkus või mittetundlikkus intensiivsussõna polaarsuse suhtes väljendub ka erinevate suurte keelemudelite treeningandmetes ja mil määral langevad keelemudelite valikud kokku inimvastajate hinnangutega. Ja kõigepealt inimkõnelejate katse. See oli sunnitud valikukatse Lime Survey keskkonnas. Seal esitati katseisikule lüngaga hinnanguline lause, kuhu siis katseisik pidi valima tema arvates tugevama intensiivsussõna. Ja valida tuli kas negatiivse ja üldise intensiivsussõna vahel või negatiivse ja negatiivse või üldise ja üldise intensiivsussõna vahel. Need sama liigi intensiivsussõnade paarid, negatiivne, negatiivne, üldine, üldine, on moodustatud sageduse põhjal, niimoodi, et üks intensiivsussõna on sagedasem kui teine. Lausete mall oli selline, et kõigepealt tuleb demonstratiivpronoomen see, seejärel on nimisõna, mille referent on elutu, siis tuleb verb on ja siis intensiivsussõna ja omadussõna. Näiteks see film on räigelt või täiega üksluine. Ja omadussõnad moodustavad stiimullausetes antonüümipaarid. Näiteks on antonüümipaarid ilus, kole, sümpaatne, ebasümpaatne, tähtis ja tähtsusetu. Ja kõik intensiivsussõnade paarid on kombineeritud nii positiivse kui ka negatiivse adjektiiviga. Näiteks kui meil on negatiivse ja üldise intensiivsussõna paar räme ja hästi, siis see on lausetes kombineeritud nii positiivse adjektiiviga ilus kui ka selle antonüümiga kole. Ja täpselt samamoodi kõikide teiste siis intensiivsussõnade paaridega. Iga katseisik nägi 24 lauset. Kokku oli lauseid 48, aga korduvuse vältimiseks on siis laused kahte listi, kahte varianti jagatud. Iga omadussõna nägi iga katseisik ühe korra ja iga intensiivsussõna 2 korda, aga see intensiivsussõna siis mõlemal korral esines erinevates paarides, nii et ühtegi paari mitu korda ei nähtud. Laused olid esitatud juhuslikus järjekorras ja ka intensiivsussõnad olid paarides juhuslikus järjekorras, et võis olla kas räme ja hästi või hästi ja räme näiteks. Siin on näide sellest, kuidas see katse Lime Survey keskkonnas välja nägi. Kõigepealt on juhis, sinu ülesanne on valida lünka sõna, mis muudab selles lauses esitatud hinnangu võimalikult tugevaks. Siis on lause, see film on üksluine ja siia tuleb valida intensiivsussõnaks kas täiega või räigelt. Katses osales 802 inimest, 650 neist olid naised, 137 mehed ja 15 valis sildi muu või ei soovi öelda ja mehed ja muu või ei soovi öelda on analüüsis kokku pandud. Noorim osaleja oli 18-aastane, vanim 78-aastane ja keskmiseks vanuseks tuli 42. 530 katseisikul oli kõrgharidus, 272 oli muu haridus. Ja nagu öeldud, siis need stiimulid olid jagatud 2 varianti. Ühte varianti täitis 403 inimest, teist 399. Ja katse tulemuste juurde. Kõigepealt siis eriliiki intensiivsussõnade paarid, kus tuli valida siis negatiivse ja üldise intensiivsussõna vahel. Siin me ootasime, et negatiivseid intensiivsussõnu peetakse tugevamaks kui üldiseid. Tulemused näitasid seda, et negatiivne intensiivsussõna valiti 46% juhtudest tugevamaks ja üldine intensiivsussõna valiti 54% juhtudest tugevamaks. Ja kuigi üldiseid intensiivsussõnu valiti rohkem, siis see erinevus ei ole statistiliselt oluline, ehk sellist üldist negatiivsuskalduvust me siin ei näe. Vaatasime ka seda, mis siis katseisikute valikuid mõjutasid ja statistiliselt oluliste tunnustena tulid esile vanus ja sugu ja need joonised näitavad siis ennustatud tõenäosust valida üldine intensiivsussõna tugevamaks. Ja kui vaadata seda vanuse joonist, siis me näeme siin, et mida vanem on inimene, seda suurema tõenäosusega peab ta tugevamaks üldist intensiivsussõna. Ja vastupidi siis ka, et mida noorem, seda suurema tõenäosusega on tema jaoks tugevam negatiivne intensiivsussõna. Siin taustal võib olla see, et negatiivseid intensiivsussõnu kasutavad arvatavasti pigem noored inimesed. Nad puutuvad nendega ilmselt siis ka rohkem kokku. Samas kui vanemad inimesed neid ilmselt nii palju ei kasuta, ei pruugi nendega ka eriti tihti kokku puutuda, nii et kui on vaja valida tugevam intensiivsussõna, siis valitakse see, mis on tuttavam. Ja siin võivad ka teatavad keelehoiakud taustal olla. Soojoonisel näeme, et naised valivad siis üldise intensiivsussõna suurema tõenäosusega tugevamaks kui teised, aga siin on päris keeruline mingisugust selgitust anda. Ja sama liiki intensiivsussõnade paarid, kus tuli siis negatiivse ja üldise intensiivsussõna vahel valida. Siin ootasime ühe varasema uurimuse põhjal, mis on inglise keeles tehtud, et harvemaid intensiivsussõnu peetakse tugevamaks. Tulemused näitasid seda, et sagedasem intensiivsussõna valiti 49% juhtudest tugevamaks ja vähem sage valiti 51% juhtudest tugevamaks. Jällegi see erinevus ei ole statistiliselt oluline, ehk sellist üldist sagedusel põhinevat kalduvust ei ole. Vaatasime jälle, mis neid valikuid mõjutasid ja tuli välja, et statistiliselt olulised olid siis vanuse ja intensiivsussõna paari ja hariduse ja intensiivsussõna paaride koosmõjud. Sinine märgib nendel joonistel siis üldiste intensiivsussõnade paare ja punane negatiivsete intensiivsussõnade paare ja joonised näitavad ennustatud tõenäosust valida sagedasem intensiivsussõna tugevamaks. Nii et siit üldiselt võib näha seda, et üldiste intensiivsussõnade paarides peetakse suurema tõenäosusega tugevamaks pigem harvemaid intensiivsussõnu, samas negatiivsete intensiivsussõnade paarides peetakse tugevamaks pigem suurema tõenäosusega siis sagedasemaid sõnu. Vanuse poolt näeme, et jällegi vanuse kasvades siis kasvab ka tõenäosus valida sagedasem intensiivsussõna tugevamaks, aga seda efekti on eriti näha siis negatiivsete intensiivsussõnade paaride puhul, et siin võib jälle see tuttavuse aspekt olla taustal. Hariduse puhul negatiivsete intensiivsussõnade paarides erinevusi ei ole, aga üldiste intensiivsussõnade paarides siis muu haridusega inimesed valivad suurema tõenäosusega sagedasema intensiivsussõna tugevamaks kui kõrgharidusega inimesed ja jällegi siin on mingit seletust päris keeruline anda. Väike vahe kokkuvõte, et eri liiki intensiivsussõnade paarides ei ole intensiivsussõna polaarsus oluline, aga vanemad vastajad pidasid tugevamaks üldiseid intensiivsussõnu ja negatiivseid sõnu pidasid tugevamaks pigem mehed ja teised. Ja kahe negatiivse intensiivsussõna vahel peeti tugevamaks pigem sagedamaid sõnu ja kahe üldise intensiivsussõna vahel pigem harvemaid. Ja mõlema paari puhul siis kasvab vanusega tõenäosus pidada tugevamaks sagedamaid intensiivsussõnu. Nüüd keelemudelite katse juurde. Andsime siis samasuguse ülesande 4 keelemudelile, Anthropico Claude'ile, OpenAI GPT-le, Google'i Geminile ja Tartu NLP STLM-ile. Iga mudel tegi katset 2 listiga, kus varieerus adjektiivi polaarsus täpselt samamoodi nagu nendes inimeste variantides. Laused olid esialgu samas järjekorras. Ja 5 korral oli intensiivsussõnade järjekord 1, näiteks täiesti või ilgelt, ja 5 korral teine, näiteks siis ilgelt või täiesti. Nii et kokku tegi iga mudel katset 20 korda. Ja siin oli mudelite temperatuur seatud 0 peale. Tegime ka teise katse, kus esitasime laused juhuslikus järjekorras. Ja nüüd siis intensiivsussõnade järjekord oli 10 korral 1 ja 10 korral teine. Nii et seekord tegi iga mudel katset 40 korda kokku. Ja siin oli temperatuur seatud 0,2 peale. See on see viip, mille me siis keelemudelitele esitasime. Alguses on selline sissejuhatav lause, et osaled katseisikuna lingvistilises sunnitud valikukatses. Siis tuleb paksus kirjas juhis, mida tegelikult nägid ka siis inimvastajad enne seda, kui nad katset tegema hakkasid. Ja siis siin on täpsemad juhised, kuidas keelemudel vastama peab. Palusime oma siis valikuid lühidalt põhjendada ka, aga neid põhjendusi me ei ole jõudnud veel analüüsida. Ja tulemused näitasid seda, et mudelitel on selgem negatiivsuskalduvus kui inimestel. Nii et kui tuleb valida intensiivsussõna siis eri liiki intensiivsussõnade paaride puhul, ehk siis negatiivse ja üldise intensiivsussõna vahel, siis mudelid valivad pigem negatiivse intensiivsussõna. Siin erineb STLM, mis siis näitab sellist kalduvust eelistada pigem üldiseid intensiivsussõnu. Aga sama liiki intensiivsussõnade paarides siis keelemudelid tegid sarnaseid valikuid inimvastajatele ehk üldiste intensiivsussõnade puhul pidasid nad tugevamaks harvemate intensiivsussõna ja negatiivsete intensiivsussõnade puhul pigem sagedasemad. Siin on protsendid antud siis sagedasema intensiivsussõna valiku kohta. Siin on joonis, kus igale reale siis vastab üks lause. Siin kõige vasakul ääres on need sõnad, need adjektiivid, mis nendes lausetes sisaldusid. Joonis on jagatud 2 plokki. Ülemises plokis on positiivsete adjektiividega laused, alumises plokis on negatiivsete adjektiividega laused. Mõlemas plokis on selline katkendjoon, sellest üleval pool mõlemal juhul on siis laused, kus tuli valida negatiivse ja üldise intensiivsussõna vahel ja katkendjoonest allpool on siis sama liiki intensiivsussõnade paarid. Punane vastab siis negatiivsele intensiivsussõnale ja sinine vastab üldisele intensiivsussõnale ja mida tumedam on värv, seda sagedamini siis seda sõna valiti. Ja millele ma tahan tähelepanu juhtida, on see inimeste tulp, kus me näeme, et see on väga kirju, ehk siis siin on valikuid igasuguseid, siin mingid väga konkreetset mustrit välja joonistu, kui siis ainult positiivsete adjektiivide ja negatiivse üldise intensiivsussõnade paarides me võime näha, et siin on nagu päris palju valitud üldiseid intensiivsussõnu, samas negatiivseid intensiivsussõnu on siin ka omajagu valitud. Aga jah, teistes kontekstides on see pilt päris kirju. Sellist üldiste intensiivsussõnade eelistamist me näeme ka seal STLLM-i positiivsete adjektiivide juures. Aga kui me vaatame seda ülejäänud STLLM-i tulpa, siis me näeme, et see mudel oli tundlik sellele, mis järjekorras talle intensiivsussõnad esitati, ehk siis ta valis tugevamaks tavaliselt selle, mis oli esimesena esitatud. Ja teiste mudelite puhul siin negatiivsete adjektiivide hulgas me näeme, et punast on palju, nii et võime siin negatiivsuskalduvust näha. Sellel joonisel siis temperatuur on 0, aga võrdluseks võiksime pigem vaadata seda joonist, kus temperatuur on 0,2. Näeme, et STLLM on hakanud ka oma valikuid rohkem varieerima, aga seda üldiste intensiivsussõnade eelistamist seal positiivsete adjektiivide hulgas siiski veel näeme. Ja negatiivsete adjektiivide juures näeme, et endiselt ka selle muudetud temperatuuri puhul ikkagi see negatiivsuskalduvus paistab siin püsivat. Inimesega kõige sarnasemad valikud siis positiivsete adjektiivide kontekstis tegid STLLM ja GPT ja negatiivsete adjektiivide kontekstis tegi kõige sarnasemad valikud Gemini. Hindasime kooskõla ja selle jaoks siis iga lause kohta leidsime inimvastajate enamusvaliku ja selle osakaalu ja siis leidsime ka sama iga mudeli kohta. Ja nende põhjal arvutasime esiteks kooskõlamäära, mis näitab, kui suur osakaal inimvastajate enamusvalikust ja mudeli enamusvalikust langesid kokku. Kaalutud kooskõlamäära, mis on kooskõlamäär, mis on kaalutud inimvastajate enamusvaliku osakaaluga ja siin, mida suurem oli inimvastajate omavaheline kooskõla mingi lause puhul, seda olulisem on lausekaal. Ja viimaks siis arvutasime keskmise kauguse, mis siis on mudeli enamusvaliku osakaalu ja inimvastajate vastava sõna osakaalu absoluuterinevuste keskmine. Ja selle viimase puhul siis, mida väiksem see arv on, seda parem, teiste puhul, mida suurem, seda parem. Nendest ma lähen päris kiiresti läbi, kui tahate veel pärast midagi näha, siis võite küsida, aga kogu andmestiku põhjal näeme, et kõige paremad valikud, inimesega kõige sarnasemad valikud on teinud STLLM ja ka Gemini kaalutud kooskõlamäär on siin kõige parem. Positiivsete adjektiivide puhul tegid kõige paremad valikud siis STLLM ja GPT, nagu me enne ka jooniselt nägime. Negatiivsete adjektiividega Gemini, siis negatiivse ja üldise intensiivsussõna paari puhul on Geminil siin kaalutud kooskõlamäär kõige kõrgem ja siis sama liiki intensiivsussõnade puhul, kui tuli valida üldiste intensiivsussõnade vahel, siis tegi inimesega kõige sarnasemad valikud STLLM ja negatiivsete intensiivsussõnadega siis STLLM ja GPT. Ja kokkuvõtteks, kui me inimeste puhul negatiivsuskalduvust ei näinud, sellist üldist negatiivsuskalduvust, siis paistab, et keelemudelitel on oluliselt selgem negatiivsuskalduvus ja seda eriti negatiivsete omadussõnadega, nagu me siin sellel joonisel ka nägime seda punast osa. Ja erandiks on siin STLLM, mis näitab siis pigem üldiste intensiivsussõnade eelistamist ja seda eriti positiivsete omadussõnadega. Sageduse mõju mudelite ja inimvastajate valikutele paistab olevat sarnane. mis tähendab, et üldiste intensiivsussõnade paaridest peetakse tugevamaks harvemaid ja negatiivsete intensiivsussõnade puhul siis valitakse suurema tõenäosusega tugevamaks sagedam intensiivsussõna. Kooskõlamäärad inimvastajatega varieeruvad vastavalt kontekstile ja siin paistab, et mudelile on olulisem siis adjektiivi polaarsus kui inimesele. Üldine kooskõla on suhteliselt madal, aga seda võib tingida inimvastajate omavaheline madal kooskõla, et nagu me nägime, see pilt oli siin väga kirju, et mingit mustrit ei olnud. Ja inimvastajatele näib kõige sarnasemam olevat siis SLLM, aga see võib tuleneda ka ülesande keerukusest ja mudeli vastuste ebastabiilsusest, et SLLM teeb juhuslikud valikud, samas kui teised mudelid jäävad mingisugusele kindlale vastusele kindlaks ja inimesed teevad ka selles mõttes juhuslikud valikud, et seal ei olnud mingeid kindlaid mustreid, nii et sellest võib ka see sarnasus tulla. Räme või hästi suur tänu kuulamast.
Aitäh, Triin, Liina ja Maarja-Liisa selle väga põhjaliku ettekande eest ja küsimusi.
Aitäh, väga intensiivne ettekanne oli. Mul on küsimus, ma ei tea väga hästi, kuidas LLM-id töötavad, aga mul on selline küsimus, et kui te andsite talle selle viiba, kas need laused andsite kõik korraga talle, nii-öelda sisse, need söötsite need laused, kus ta pidi valima, või te andsite ükshaaval need sisse?
Korraga.
Kas see võib, kuidas teil tundub, kas see võib tulemust mõjutada, kui ta näeb kogu pilti nagu kohe, mis ta peab tegema, või kui see nii-öelda ükshaaval, kus ta siis?
Ma ei ole ka keelemudelite hingeelu ekspert, küllap võib, aga ma hästi ei tea, mismoodi siis, et seda natuke kontrollida, sellepärast me tegime selle teise katse ka, kus me andsime iga kord juhuslikus järjekorras, nii et ta nägi nagu 40 korda neid täiesti erinevas järjekorras. Et võib-olla keegi targem võib kommenteerida, et kas oleks mõistlik anda neid täiesti ükshaaval, aga see tunduks mulle natukene ressursiahne lähenemine võib-olla.
Ma kasutan võimalust siin samas kõrval küsida, et see temperatuuri valik, et miks 0 ja miks 0,2, et kust need valikud?
Hea küsimus. Katsetasime. 0 tundus justkui kõige kontrollitum, aga kuna ma saan aru, et need skaalad ei ole tegelikult nagu samad kõikidel mudelitel, et see 0,2 on ka natukene arbitraarne. Nii palju, kui jõudsime tutvuda kirjandusega ja lugeda, siis 0,1 kuni 0,3 oli selline soovituslik vahemik, kus ta veel teeb, nagu ütleme, selliseid mitte päris juhuslikke otsuseid, kus ta ei tasanda seda tõenäosusjaotust nagu liiga palju ära, et ta ei anna vastusteks väga ebatõenäolisi vastuseid.
Aitäh. Kas soovib saalist veel keegi küsida? Ole hea.
Jah, et kas ma mäletan õigesti, et need uurimused, mis olid nagu näidanud seda negatiivsustendentsi, et need on siis nagu tugevad intensiivistajad, mis on negatiivsed, et need olid inglise keele põhjal? Triin, kas sa mäletad?
Selles mõttes, et niimoodi päris negatiivsuskalduvust nagu intensiivsussõnadega ei ole päris uuritud.
Ja ei, sest ma mõtlesin lihtsalt, et kui need mudelid on treenitud inglise keele põhjal peamiselt, et siis võib-olla seal on see, inglise keele tendentsid tulevad sisse ka nende mudelite tulemustesse, kui eesti keeles võib meil see erinev olla see tunnetusega.
Jah, meil tuli ka see jutuks, aga tegelikult inglise keele kohta ka päris nii täpselt ei tea paraku. Nii et siis see jääb ainult oletuse tasemele praegu ainult.
On väga põnev teema, aitäh!
Aitäh! Ja meil on aega veel ühe küsimuse jaoks. Kuidas on veebis? Veebis ei ole ühtegi küsimust, kas on nii? Jah. Nii, aga ma oleksin ise lõpetuseks tegelikult küsinud ka selle sama inglise keele kohta, et need intensiivistajad, mille te siis katses ette andsite, et nende hulgas ei olnud ühtegi ingliskeelset.
Ei, ainult eestikeelset.
Jah, sest et teismeliste keeles on väga palju leiaks ju ka neid intensiivistajaid, et...
Ma mõtlen see materjal, mida mina olen noortekeelest vaadanud, mul on kahtlane tunne, et seal ei olnud nagu negatiivseid intensiivsussõnu, mis oleks inglise keelest, aga jah, need üldiseid intensiivsussõnu oli küll. Aga jah, arvestades, kui suur vanuse vahemik siin on, siis oleks nagu, ei ole kõige parem mõte, võib-olla need ingliskeelsed ka.
18 kuni... Mis see lõpp oli?
78.
78, just täpselt. Nii, aitäh, aga läheme edasi ja on väga hea meel kutsuda siia kõnelema Einar Meister ja Aivo Olev ja nende ettekanne kannab pealkirja Tehisaru agendi kasutamine foneetilises uurimistöös S-hääliku spektraalne varieeruvus Eesti noorukite kõnes.
Ja, tere! Autorid on nimetatud, teksti või pealkirja on ka juba mainitud, ma ei hakka neid kordama. Kui me teeme kõne akustilist-foneetilist analüüsi, siis meil on mingi hüpotees, mida me tahame teada saada ja selleks me siis leiame kõnesignaalist erinevaid akustilisi tunnuseid ja vastavalt hüpoteesile siis uurime, kuidas need tunnused sõltuvad mingitest muudest tunnustest. Ja akustilise analüüsi jaoks on välja kujunenud siis selline de facto standard, mida üle maailma palju kasutatakse. See on siis selline vabavaraline programm Praat. Ja tüüpiliselt kasutatakse statistiliseks analüüsiks siis ka vabavaralist R-keskkonda. Vahepeal on keelemudelid ja tehisaruagendid teinud tohutu suure hüppe, siis tekkis ka küsimus, et kas võiks äkki neid kasutada ka siis foneetikauuringutes. Ja siin me siis katsetamegi tehisaruagendi rakendamist ja teeme seda siis S-hääliku näitel. Et miks siis selline valik, et põhimõtteliselt oleks võinud ju teha seda tehisaru testi ju suvalise analüüsi peal või mingite vokaaliformantide või mingite prosoodiliste parameetrite peal, aga kuna varasemalt oleme me lastekõnekorpuse peal teinud nii põhitooni ja vokaaliformantide ja kõnetempo sellist sotsiofoneetilist uuringut, vaadanud nende parameetrite muutust siis seoses vanuse ja sooga, siis oli igati loogiline, et seda võiks siis teha või nüüd võiks siis jätkata sama korpuse kasutamist ja teha siis seda S-hääliku parameetrite uurimisega. Ja kui nüüd ausalt kõik ära rääkida, siis asi sai alguse ühel instituudi seminaril kohvipausi ajal, kus ma siis Aivole ja Tanelile rääkisin, et mis ma siis plaanin teha ja siis kuulavad ja Tanel ütleb selle peale, et aga Aivo teeb skripti ja need mudelid teevad sulle selle kogu analüüsi kiiresti ära. Mis sa näed ise vaeva. No, olles katsetanud varasemalt chat-GPT-ga ja palunud tal erinevaid praatiskripte teha, väga ilusad tulemused, püüad käivitada, tüüpiliselt on vead ja ta on ikka väga loov, mõtleb välja selliseid funktsioone, mida praatis ei ole või mingite parameetrite puhul. No ühesõnaga alati oli vaja nagu käsitsi üle käia need skriptid ja ei olnud sugugi kindel või ma ei olnud väga optimistlik. Aga vaatame, kuidas läheb. Nii, nüüd natukene S-i hääldusest, et hääldamisel siis tekitatakse selline kitsas õhuvool ja kui õhk liigub keele keskelt vastu hambaid, siis tekib niisugune turbulents. Et siin on siis näide palatogrammist, see on siis selline kunstliku suulaega saadud pilt. Need tumedad ruudud on siis sensorid, mis on, kus keel on kontaktis suulaega. Seal üleval servas on see hammaste rida ja all siis see suuõne tagumine pool. Et näeme, et tõesti seal keele keskel on siis selline piirkond, kus see õhu liikumine toimub. Selle tulemuseks on siis akustiline signaal ja siin siis vokaali kontekstis, et kui vokaali puhul me näeme siis sellist perioodilist võnkumist, siis S-i puhul on tegu sellise juhusliku müraga. Ja kui vokaale me kirjeldame siis sellise harmoonilise spektri kaudu, kus siis tulevad esile teatud spektri maksimumid, formandid, mis siis kirjeldavad vokaali kvaliteeti, siis S-i puhul me näeme sellist laia spektriga müra, millel küll on ka mingisugune maksimumpiirkond, aga võrreldes vokaaliga siis on see pilt üsna erinev. Nüüd seda müra kirjeldatakse siis erinevate parameetritega, spektri momentide kaudu, ehk siis raskuskese kõigepealt, mis siis näitab, millisel sagedusel paikneb spektri energiajaotuse keskmine, siis standardhälve, kui lai on see müra jaotus seal ümber keskmise, siis asümmeetria kordaja, et kas see jaotus on siis kaldu vasakule või paremale, ja järskuskordaja, et kui terava tipuga see energiajaotus on. Ja on siis mitmed autorid on pakkunud ka erinevaid muid parameetreid, sest spektrimomendid alati ei ole, nad on suht varieeruvad. Nüüd frikatiivid üldse on siis tundlikud kõnetrakti anatoomilise varieeruvuse osas. Et ilmselt on kõigil mõni sõber või tuttav, kelle esihammaste vahel on vahe näiteks, siis see S läheb vilisema. Või siis, kui te vanas eas ükskord proteesid suhu saate, siis võib juhtuda, et alguses tekib teil raskusi S-i hääldusega, sest selle asemel tuleb T, kuna keel on harjunud minema sinna hambasampude lähedale ja kui protees on nüüd natuke madalam, siis tekib täielik sulg. Ja ka siis sellised sotsiofoneetilised tegurid nagu vanus või sotsioloogilised tegurid, vanus, iga, aga ka siis näiteks murdetaust või identiteet võivad siis mõjutada frikatiivide spektraalseid omadusi. Nüüd, kui räägime lastekõnest, et siis teame, et poistel toimub siis puberteedieas häälemurre, mis on siis kõri ja hääletrakti kasvuga seotud ja tulemusena siis põhitooni sagedus ja formandiväärtused siis muutuvad madalamaks, palju rohkem kui siis tüdrukutel. Ja frikatiivide puhul samamoodi siis toimub selle spektraalse energia maksimumi nihkumine madalate sageduste suunas. Siin on selle raskuskeskme kohta toodud siis küll täiskasvanute kõnes selliseid tüüpilisi väärtusi, mis on erinevates uuringutes leitud, et naistel on see raskuskese siis kõrgematel sagedustel kui meestel. Ja kuna see suuõne suurus koos vanusega siis lastel muutub, siis sobivad just frikatiivid hästi sellise kõne arengu ja varieeruvuse uurimiseks ja näitavad ka siis selle motoorse kontrolli arengut. Eesti keeles on siis tegu meil helitu või S on siis helitu alveolaarne ja kõige sagedasem sibilant, et on küll ka ša, mis siis esineb ainult võõrsõnades, aga siis meie korpuses oli seda nii vähe, et ei olnud mõtet S-i ja ša võrdlust teha, mida sageli näiteks inglise keele puhul või ka muude keelte puhul on tehtud. Samuti osaleb siis ka nii palatalisatsiooni kui vältevastanduses ja on teada, et palatalisatsiooni peamine tunnus on siiski selle eelneva vokaali teise formaandi tõus ja väldete sõltuvust ei ole seni minu teada uuritud. Et siin on siis need uurimisküsimused, millele me siis vastuseid otsime, et kuidas siis varieeruvad sõltuvalt vanusest ja soost, erinevad spektraalsed parameetrid, kas on erinevusi väldete vahel ja palataliseeritud ja palataliseerimata vahel ja siis see metoodiline küsimus, et kas tehisaru agent suudab koostada sellise usaldusväärse töövoo. Kõnekorpus on siis Eesti laste ja noorte kõnekorpus, kus on siis 309 erinevat kõnelejat ja sealt kasutame siis loetud kõneosa, kus on siis üle 10 000 lause. Ja selles materjalis oli siis meil üle 52 000 S-segmendi vältevastanduste arv ja palataliseerimata ja palataliseeritud variantide arv samuti siin toodud. Akustiline analüüs siis ikkagi praatis ja need parameetrid siin, mida me lasime siis praatis või praatiskriptiga leida, ja siis iga tunnuse jaoks sobitati siis lineaarsed segamudelid, kus siis vaadati nende tunnuste sõltuvust nii soost kui vanusest ja samuti kas siis vältest ja palatalisatsioonist. Nii, ma lasen Aivol jätkata.
Nii, tervist. Mina siis liitusin selle uurimusega täiesti võhikuna, et algusel ma ei üritanudki sellest teemast aru saada ja kuna ma lihtsalt oskasin agente kasutada, siis mõtlesime, et proovime. Kasutasin Anthropicu Claude'i Opuse mudelit ja Claude Code nimelises sellises programmis või sellises kestas, et tema siis, agent siis tähendab seda, et ta töötab failidega, ta võib neid faile ise lugeda, ise neid muuta, ise kirjutada programme ja sellega siis juhtubki see, et ta suudab teha statistikat, arvutada ja mitte enam eksida, et kui paar aastat tagasi saite chat-GPT-s proovida, et kas ta suudab lihtsalt arifmeetikat teha, siis ei suutnud, on ju. Nüüd nad kasutavad eraldi kalkulaatori tööriist, et seda teha, aga siis agent kipub hästi palju programme kirjutama. Et siis, mis ma siis teha lasin, andsin talle andmed ja siis oligi esmalt juhis, et kirjuta see pratiskript, et üldse tunnused tekitada. Ja üldiselt oli siis ka juhis, et mis on see korrelatiivne analüüs, mida me tahame teostada. Aga võrdlemisi jätsime vabad käed. Ja mis ma omalt poolt siis tegin, ma ütlesin talle, et käi internetis, uuri, mis on metoodiliselt õige lähenemine sellel asjal. Ja ma tegin ka seda, et ma tegin seda mitmes sammus ja mitmes vestlusaknas nii-öelda, et ma lasin tal midagi valmis teha, ennast parandada, uuesti parandada, ta oli kogu aeg oma tööd korrigeerida. Siis, kui meil oli midagi valmis, siis ekspert minu siin paremal käel valideeris selle töövoo ja siis me lasime mõned tunnused, mõned valikud, mis ta oli teinud, üle vaadata, et ta kontrollis veel teaduskirjandusest, mis on tavalised väärtused, mida on teised autorid kasutanud, et meie tulemused oleks võrreldavad, et nad oleks metoodiliselt õiged. Ja ja siis põhimõtteliselt jah, see oli siis esimene juhis, mis tuli Einarilt ja siin ta palus juhtida selle tähelepanuga selle kellaajale, et see on nagu 10:30 hommikul. Et siis tema selline vähe lootustandev juhis oli lihtsalt, et kas me suudame teha paraadiskripti, mis suudab faile töödelda ja siis leida need tunnused, mida me siin mainisime, ja siis ka võtta see metaandmed, mis on siis selle andmestikuga kaasas käivad. Ja siis ma ei lubanud, et ma selle samal päeval teen selle asja ära, sest ma tegelesin samal ajal muude asjadega. Aga siis kell 8 õhtul, siis kui tegelikult umbes 5 tundi läks aega, et need helifailid kätte saada, meil olid seal tehnilised probleemid ja lõpuks üks fail ei jõudnudki kohale, aga siis kell 8 õhtul ma saatsin talle 30 leheküljelise raporti, kus oli siis eelnevalt oli tehtud paraadiskriptid ja siis oli tehtud Pythoniga kogu statistiline analüüs, lasin tal teha korrelatiivse analüüsi, lasin tal teha sellise spekulatiivse faktoranalüüsi ja tulemus oli selline, et abstrakt näeb täitsa nagu teadusartikkel välja. Ma mõtlesin, kuidas seda asja vormistada. Mõtlesin, et kirjuta siis või vormista see korraliku teadusartiklina. Seal sees oli 15 graafikut ja vägagi põhjalik. Ja siis, mis me veel edasi tegime, et me nüüd seda kohe ei esitanud siia ja sellega kohe rahule ei jäänud, aga siis pärast seda Einar andis oma tavalise skripti, mida ta kasutab praatis sarnaste tunnuste tekitamiseks. Ja siis me umbes 4-5 korda itereerisime selle skriptiga, et lasime tal iga olulise valiku kinnitada teaduskirjanduse vastu, kogusime need viited kõik ühte kokku failidesse, et oleks hiljem hea uuesti sealt kontrollida. Ja siis meil tekkisidki need erinevad versioonid skriptidest. Vahepeal siis Einar kirjutas käsitsi oma skripti. Siin on nüüd näide, kus ta võrdleb 2 skripti. Ja ta toob siin välja, et siin on 8 metoodilist suurt erinevust. Ta ütleb lõpus, et kui sa võrdled tulemusi ühega ja teisega, siis need tõenäoliselt ei ole võrreldavad, sest need valikud siin skriptides on niivõrd suured. Ja kõik need punktid, mis ta siin välja toob, on tegelikult relevantsed ja informeerisid meid. Et siis lõpptulemus oligi see, et teatud need valikud skriptides olid paremad Einaril ja tema pikaaegse kogemuse pealt, pluss tema on ka toetunud teistele teadlastele nende valikutele, aga teatud asjad tema jällegi agent leidis internetist, et parem on metoodiliselt teistmoodi teha ja siis me jätsime need sisse ja me rafineerisime kõike seda. Et minu see lõpptees on see, et agent aitab kõvasti statistilises analüüsis vägagi hästi, aga kõik asjad tuleb üle valideerida ja eksperdid on endiselt väga vajalikud ja näiteks mina võhikuna ei saanud kõikidest nendest asjadest aru, et ekspert, ka valdkonna ekspert on väga oluline, mitte ainult ekspert, kes suudab hästi promptida.
Nii, ja lähme siis tulemuste juurde, et kõigepealt need viiuli diagrammid siin näitavad siis poiste ja tüdrukute erinevust, nende keskmiste jaotust siin ja siit siis üks tabel ka keskmiste kohta, aga palju huvitavam on siis see graafik, kus me näeme siis neid selle 5 parameetri muutumist sõltuvalt vanusest ja soost. Sinine on siis poiste graafik, punane tüdrukute oma ja X-telel on siis vanus ja siis näeme, et see raskuskese vanuse kasvades siis poistel langeb rohkem kui tüdrukutel. Standardhälve poistel kasvab rohkem, tüdrukutel pisut langeb, aga see ei olnud siis statistiliselt oluline, see erinevus. Siis skewness parameeter poistel samamoodi kasvab, ehk see saba kõrgemate sageduste poole läheb suuremaks, tüdrukute muutus ei ole seal väga oluline ja siis see tipulisus, see käitub enam-vähem ühesuguselt mõlemil ja siis ka veel üks tipusagedus, mis on väga sarnane sellele raskuskeskmele. Välte osas Q1, Q2 variandid olid spektraalselt eristamatud, kolmas välde näitas pisut kõrgemat raskuskeset, palatalisatsioonis ka siis tegelikult neid erinevusi ei olnud, siis agent genereeris ka sellise peakomponentide analüüsi tulemuse ja esialgu ei osanud ka sellega midagi peale hakata. Aga siin me põhimõtteliselt näeme, et see esimene peakomponent kirjeldab meil siis sellist sagedusdiapasooni ja teine siis selle jaotuse kuju. Veel genereeris agent siis nende statistiliste mudelite kohta statistika või diagnostika ja mis siis näitab seda, et need mudelid on nagu tõesti siis piisavalt head, et see jääkide jaotus on ligikaudu normaalne ja ka siis see juhuslik parameeter on piisavalt täpselt piisavalt hästi modelleeritud, et ühe näitaja puhul siin oli väike erinevus. Nii, ja nüüd siis kokkuvõte, et kõigepealt foneetikasse puutuvad, et tüdrukute puhul siis S-häälik produtseeritakse kõrgema spektri raskuskeskmega, väiksema standardhälbega ja väiksema sümmeetriakordajaga ja kõrgema tippsagedusega. Et sellised ealised muutused on siis üldiselt kooskõlas teistes keeltes saadud tulemustega ja võime siis kindlad olla või minul tekkis see usk nüüd, et tehisaru kasutada on tõesti usaldusväärne, juhul kui on võtta üks pädev kolleeg, kes suudab nendega hästi ümber käia ja kogu seda analüüsi töövoogu saab selgelt niimoodi oluliselt kiiremini teha ja saada tegelikult palju sellist lisamaterjali kas või nende samade statistiliste mudelite kohta, mida me sageli tavaliselt jätame tegemata lihtsalt. Siin on veel hulk viiteid. Aitäh!
Suur aitäh Einarile ja Aivole selle väga põhjaliku ülevaate eest ja meil on aega küsimusteks. Olge head. Kaks küsimust. Maarja-Liisa.
Mul on siuke asja tundmatusest tulenev küsimus, nüüd avaneb võimalus küsida agentide kohta ja andmete turvalisuse kohta, et kui sa annad agendile ligipääsu oma korpusele, et kas need andmed võivad kuskile rändama minna või ei?
Ja kindlasti põhimõtteliselt kõigi nende tippmudelitega, kui sa kasutad neid ja nad ei ole ekstra kohalikult majutatud, siis need andmed liiguvad üle ookeani USA-sse või siis teatud pakkujate puhul ka Hiinasse. Et sellega peab arvestama, et kasutada ainult neid andmeid, mille puhul see on okei. Antud juhul kindlasti nagu heliandmed sinna ei liikunud, et liikusid rohkem siis need metaandmed ja tunnused, kuna seal isikuandmeid ei olnud, siis meil ei olnud seda nagu eetilist dilemmat ja probleemi, aga seda tuleb alati arvestada, et jah.
Aitäh! Ja see oli vist tagapool oli ka veel kellelgi küsimus või? Praegu vist mitte. Kuidas on veebis? Veebis ei ole vist hetkel küsimusi. Ma ise küsiksin lõpetuseks, et kuidas sellega oli, et Aivo läks 5 tundi kokku selle analüüsi tegemise peale, et kui nüüd mõelda selle ajakulutuse ja inimressursi peale, et Einar, et kui suur siis see, nagu see sinu see lisaaeg oli või et ajalises mõttes, et kui palju sa pidid siis panustama sellesse, et veel omakorda täiendavaid analüüse tegema, et mis see suhe siin võib olla?
No, ma ütleks nii, et kui ma oleks kogu selle asja teinud ise käsitsi oma traditsioonilisel meetodil, see oleks olnud päris intensiivne 2 nädala töö. Ja minul võttis ikka suu lahti, kui ma õhtul sain selle 30 leheküljelise dokumendi, kus oli sisuliselt kõik tehtud. No, muidugi see valideerimine võttis natukene aega ja me tegime seal muudatusi, aga no, see on ikkagi tohutu ajavõit, mis tuleb.
Ja kommenteerin jah, et esimene tulemus oli võib-olla 2 tunniga, et siis ma ütlesin alguses, ma ei saanud lihtsalt neid helifaile kätte, kuna kodus töötasin ja siis hiljem me korra uurisime, meil tuli klasteranalüüsis 2 ilusat klastrit ja me ei suutnud, või noh, õigemini siis Einar ei suutnud seda selgitada, et tundus, et äkki me avastasime midagi uut. Ja siis me avastasime, lasime agendil põhjalikult uurida, algusel ta arvas 1, aga kui ta oli ta umbes 5 korda testis hüpoteese, jooksutas jällegi programme ja aitas meil jõuda tulemuseni, et see oli lihtsalt artefakt, et see oli lihtsalt moonutus, lihtsalt kuna mingist hetkest, mingi väärtusega olime ära piiranud sageduse, see oli selle kõrvalprodukt.
Aitäh ja meil on üks küsimus veel.
Ja sellega on vast paslik lõpetada konverents, et meil on ERÜ aastaraamat ja meil on aastaraamatus 2 retsensenti. Ja kui teie esitate oma artikli meie aastaraamatus avaldamiseks, siis kas selleks teiseks retsensendiks peaks võtma AI agendi?
Jah, võib-olla tõesti. No, nii nagu ma hommikul sellelt plenaarettekandjalt küsisin, et kas me näeme tulevikus siis selliseid artikleid, kus siis, kui viidatakse inimestele kui autoritele või publikatsioonidele, siis tulevikus me hakkame viitama AI agentidele, et need on juba nii usaldusväärsed.
Jah.
Te aktsepteerite ainult niisugust retsensenti tõenäoliselt.
Tõesti, see on nagu tõesti päeva lõpetuseks esitatud küsimus. Aga see on noh, ma nagu näen, ma ei saa öelda, et seda oleks kuritarvitatud, seda agenti selle artikli kirjutamise puhul. Selline eetiline küsimus.
Ütleme nii, et siin ei kasutatud seda niivõrd kirjutamiseks, vaid andmeanalüüsiks ja Einar ütles kohe, kui ta nägi seda 30 leheküljelist dokumenti, et seal oli lõpus ka kõik välja toodud kõik piirangud, mis on nende meetoditega seotud. Seal oli väga põhjalik analüüs tehtud, mida tihti ei tehtagi selles valdkonnas. Ta mainis ka, et kõik neid statistilisi teste ei kiputa tegema ja et see oli hea lähtepunkt ja see oli hea selline kaastöötaja, kellega see läbi viia. Lõplikud otsused muidugi olid kõik Einari tehtud, et mina olin nagu selline tehniline assistent, laboriassistent, kes teda aitas sellega. Et me ei kasutanud seda kirjatöös, muidugi me lasime kirjatöö üle valideerida, aga seda me teeme ka nüüd kõigi oma artiklitega, et näiteks Stanfordil on üks hea paper review leht, kuhu saab üles laadida oma artikli ja saab põhjaliku sellise AI review sellele asjale ja see on väga kasulik olnud, aga see ei tähenda, et jah, et agent oleks kaasautor.
Aitäh ja aitäh veel kord kõikidele esinejatele. Ja nüüd on siis paus 2 minutit.
Nii, tere tulemast tagasi siia suurde saali konverentsi lõpetamiseks. Tahaksin tänada teid väga nende 2 sisuka konverentsipäeva eest. Ja see oli niivõrd inspireeriv, nagu ma eile vastuvõtul ka mainisin, aga võib-olla kõik ei kuulnud seda, aga üks meie kolleeg läks kohe esimeste ettekannete peale oma tuppa ja nüüd see on siis loovkoodis, vibe-koodis omale ungari keele õppimise äppi. Nii et aitäh teile, olete väga inspireerivad. Thank you everyone for participating this conference. I see that we still have some guests here that I need to speak in English a little bit. So the conference was very stimulating, and as I said yesterday, that one of our colleagues vibe-coded an app after listening to the first talk, so she was very inspired. So thank you all for that. Need videod on juba kättesaadavad EKI avalehel, eki.ee kodulehel, nii et saate juba vaadata konverentsi järele. Ja samuti pildid tulevad EKI Flickri kontole, ka selle lingi leiate EKI avalehelt või siis Google'ist leiab ka kenasti üles. The videos are already online on our EKI webpage, and also the photos will be on the EKI Flickr page. Niisiis, kokku esitati meie konverentsile sel aastal 54 ettekannet, millest vastu võtsime 40, aga 2 tükki siis erineval põhjusel ei saanudki ette kantud. Ehk siis vastuvõtu määraks teeb see 76%, mis on päris tore, et meil ikkagi oli selline mõnus konkurents siia konverentsile. Ja mis teeb eriti huvitavaks selle asja on see, et sel aastal esmakordselt ma pidin selle kaardi genereerimiseks võtma kasutusele kogu maailmajao, sest meil on autoreid ka Ameerika Ühendriikidest ja Jaapanist. Nii et tervitame neid, kui nad peaksid meid veebi kaudu kuulama. So there were 54% abstracts submitted, but 40 were accepted. And this year, as you can see, our conference is like worldwide. So you can see we have authors also from the States as well as Japan. Ja sel aastal tegime veel ühe toreda rekordi, et esmakordselt juhtus ka selline asi, et me pidime konverentsile koha peale registreerimise sulgema juba 2 päevaga. Nii et te olete tõeliselt õnnelikud, et siia saali ära mahtusite. Ja millest me siis rääkisime siin konverentsil, et loomulikult eesti keelest, mis oligi meie eesti keelest ja eesti keelest teise keelena, et see oligi meie eestikeelsele õppele üleminek ka paistab siin kenasti välja, et mis oligi selle konverentsi keskmes. Aga samuti on siis siin näha näiteks keeleoskus, kodukeel, sõjapõgenikud, õppijad, aga loomulikult ei pääsenud me ka suurtest keelemudelitest ja tehisintellektist, mis meid ümbritseb. So this is a word cloud that was generated from the abstracts that you submitted. And you can see here that Estonian language was the most popular topic, but also the Gen AI and LLMs are here somewhere in the cloud. Nii, aga nüüd now I will thank all the people who helps me organize this conference, and I will do that in Estonian. Ma tahaksin tänada kõigepealt Haridus- ja Teadusministeeriumi, kes meie tegevust toetab ja sel aastal toetas meie konverentsi ka eesti keele õppe ja keeleõppe arendamise programm Keelesamm, nii et suur tänu ka nendele. Ja tahaksin tänada kõiki retsensente, neid oli 25, nii et meil oli väga selline esinduslik programmikomitee sel aastal. Suur tänu teile ja samuti kõiki sektsioonijuhte, aitäh. Ja nüüd tahaksin siis tänada, panen selle. Nii, Maria, et ma sind jälle ära ei unustaks. Aitäh, et sa plenaarid kohale lennutasid. Ja ma tahaks tänada ka Leenat, kes need plenaarid leidis ja samuti aitas meil selle väga keerulise programmi kokku panna. Nii, siis ma tahaks tänada Maria Marenit, kes hoolitses selle eest, et meil oleks the best food at any conference that Geraldine has ever attended. Aitäh. Nii, ja siis olid meil väga populaarsed töötoad, Mare ja Reili ja Anna, kui te olete siin. Nii, ja siis meil oli siin ka kardina taga, ta on siin posti taga, et Kerli, kes tegi meile need vinged visuaalid ja jälgis kogu seda möllu, mis toimus veebis. Nii et Kerli. Siis meil on veel Eeva ja Eliise ja Kai, kes istusid all. Eliise valvas alumist seda töötoasaali ja Eeva istus registreerimislauas koos Kaiga. Kai on läinud tänaseks, aga Eeva, tulge ette. Ja ma tahaksin teha ka suure aplausi Liisile, kes ei saanud osaleda. Ja kohtume siis järgmisel aastal.